last day of AWESOMWASM, and before you miss all the great talks, today's will be more awesome, so stay tuned until the end. And we'll start our first talk for today by Giovanni, the blockchain director of Corium, and he will be giving a pitch about the next generation of blockchain assets, smart tokens use cases. Please give him a warm round of applause.
So my name is Giovanni. I am the blockchain director for Corium. Kind of a little bit about me, so you know I've kind of been in the space for a while. So I've been an engineer for about 15 years, full stack mainly. In 2015, this is when I worked for a large insurance agent or a large insurance company in America called State Farm, and I was one of the lead engineers in research and development. And so one of the first projects that they put me on, they literally put a red folder on my desk with Satoshi Nakamoto's paper in it. And so they said, hey, figure out what this thing is, figure out how we can build our own, you know, good luck, and then also figure out how we can build on top of it. And I had no idea what Bitcoin was at the time, and this was in 2015. So that started my venture into this entire field, right? And I've never reemerged from this passion. But so I did that for a while, built some cool stuff on top of it, integrated a bunch of different chains at the time, and I also spent some time looking deeper into Ethereum and what its issues were. So then I spent a few years building some open source tools that were, this was pre-Substrate and pre-Cosmos, where I was pretty much building layer 0 tools to generate layer 1s, which is a whole talk by itself. But after that, I ended up working with Certic as well, where I did a bunch of MEV stuff, kind of like real-time MEV analysis, which also started like my hobbyistic career in the as an MEV searcher. And I helped them do like some auditing-related stuff and helping them with different type of real-time systems to monitor on-chain data. After that, I ended up working with another entity called 3Box Labs, where I pretty much helped them upgrade their core protocol from V1 to V2. So been in the space for a while, and I'll never leave this space as long as it exists. So, but now I'm with Corium, and I think that we're working on some really interesting stuff, and hopefully you find them interesting. So today we're going to talk about what are smart tokens and what are some potential use cases that you kind of can use out the box with Corium. Okay, so first everybody in this room knows this kind of story, but let's talk about a little bit what are some key factors of the evolution of this blockchain space. And let's talk about generations of change, right? So obviously you have this granddaddy era, right, where Bitcoin comes out, everyone starts cloning this thing, right? Filecoin, this concept of color coins, right? You have all of these different coins that come out, and when you look at the actual repos, right, you notice that 97% of the code is Satoshi's code, right? But the key thing here is that you have this layer 1 that obviously can't talk to anything. It's very purpose-built, right? So you have even like its transaction type, right? UTXOs is very purpose-built. And people have done things where they're storing stuff on Bitcoin, right? Like using a no-op and storing data after it. But ultimately, this first generation is kind of like, it forces people to reuse its actual code because you can't really build on top of it unless you have like a real background in like replicated state machines at the time. So, and obviously what comes after that was the Ethereum era, right? And mind you, Ethereum didn't create this concept of smart contracts, right? Nick Szabo wrote about that way before Ethereum. But Ethereum, we say that it was one of the first real implementations of how you use smart contracts. But the most important part of this is you have this global state machine, this replicated state machine, where now everything's being stored on it, but you don't have to worry about cloning a L1. Now you're building on the application layer on top of it, right? But this now, at this point, has made the smart contracts become like a convention. Because when you think about it, all of these chains that allow for general purpose use or general purpose applications, they tend to have this common denominator of these smart contracts. But what's interesting to note here is that if you think back to CryptoKitties and what Dapper Labs did, they pretty much almost broke Ethereum because they choked it with one application, right? And that's a core issue when you're talking about a replicated state machine or some global computer, as they say, right? If everything is going on top of it, and actually Gavin Wood talks about this, these general purpose chains are really good for prototyping, but once you know the logic of your application, purpose-built chains are really where you want to go. And I think CryptoKitties is really who demonstrated that first. And if you look at now what Dapper Labs is doing, they have their own chain, right, own language, but they built it with the problems, they built it to counteract the problems that they ran into, which is actually pretty smart. So then this third generation, you have now these, and I should actually say Cosmos SDK, by the way, but you have this fundamental layer 0 tools now that people use to then generate layer 1s. The interesting thing about this is with this generation, you start to see people use these layer 0 tools to generate both purpose-built blockchains that have just one single purpose and multi-purpose blockchains. And I think that that's so interesting to keep in mind because who knows what generation 4 looks like, but if you look at the leap from generation 1, Bitcoin, to Ethereum, it's this big. If you look at the leap from the Ethereum era to these layer 0s, it's a large leap, right? So it will be interesting to fantasize about what generation 4 looks like, right? So I think that the future is going to be interesting there. But now, based on that history, let's talk about these implementations of these, and I assume everybody in here knows what these two ERC specs are, right? NFTs and fungible tokens. If you look at the graph on the left, this is showing you the amount of implementations of ERC20s over time. And it's only up to 2020, so forgive me. The yellow there is pure vanilla implementations of ERC20s. Do you know what I mean when I say vanilla? Okay, everybody, okay. For those who don't know, vanilla is you take the spec of an ERC20 and exactly that's what you implement, nothing extra. If you look at the green though, those are ERC20s that have additional functionality in it, right? But pay attention to the distribution. The majority of these implementations on the left are vanilla basic ERC20s. On the right side is the same type of story for the NFT specs, where if you see, and the distribution is actually more skewed heavily towards vanilla. The light purple on the right side are vanilla ERC 721 implementations. And you have some other specs, 1155, which is the multi-minting, right, NFTs. But the story being told here is that, and I don't know the motive, right? It could be the case that developers don't know they need to have extra functionality. It's either the case that they don't want extra functionality or maybe something else. But the point, though, is that majority of implementations of both of these very core asset types are vanilla implementations. That's the takeaway here. So just 2 points here. For each contract, it's an isolated implementation, right? That's by design, of course. And the bottom here is you have this human error aspect where now you must rely on yourself to implement these standards right. And you have some help doing that, right? It's not like you have to do it from scratch every time. So how many people in here are familiar with OpenZeppelin? Right, many of us, okay, from the EVM world, right? For those who don't know, OpenZeppelin, their entity, one of their public goods that they offer to the world is they give you these implementations of these assets so that you can then copy and paste it and not have to worry about any potential exploit, or at least worry about it less, someone exploiting your code or you implementing something incorrectly. However, one thing about that is, let's take 721, for example. You have many different flavors of ERC 721 implementations, right? You have burnable 721s, enumerable, right? Mintable, right? You just have many implementations, and it's built on the same spec, that core spec, but there's added functionality, right? Sometimes you may have an implementation of 721s that now they're implementing the safe math library in EVM, right? But the problem with that is, even though OpenZeppelin is giving you the contract for you to copy and paste, you as a developer have to choose the right one, And then you have to hope that it wasn't upgraded and you don't have an older version, right? And it's not difficult, but it still requires mental thought on the developer side. And the longer you've done it, it's actually easier. But I have seen many projects either get hacked or there's some bug that's taken advantage of mistakenly simply because they have an older version of what they should have, or they're not using safe math or something like that. And so this human error is something that's important to note here. But when you have someone giving you specs, some measurable metrics, it increases reusability, right, obviously. It decreases security concern, ideally, I should stress, and it increases development speed, ideally, right, and which is good. So this brings us to what are smart tokens? So the original idea of a smart token, very, very simply, was could you wrap smart contract logic around native tokens? And if you think about it, every chain by convention has its own native token, right? Ethereum has ETH, but you can't really program ETH, and maybe you don't want to, right? But that was the original concept before we actually started down this path. In terms of implementation, what we've done are the following. So we treat NFTs and fungible tokens as first-class citizens in Corium. What does that mean? That means that whenever you implement a 721 or ERC20 on Corium, it automatically inherits built-in logic that we built into the actual protocol. So this means that you don't have to worry about actually implementing this boilerplate code, and you can rely on it being audited and working the way that you need it to work. The good thing about it, though, which this smart word starts to come into play, is that now, because you can write contracts in WASM, you can extend that basic functionality that we provide to you. And also, with our smart tokens, we have features for each asset type that you can just enable. So for example, if you're using a fungible token, you can enable mintability, you can enable burnability, right? You can enable freezability, you can enable whitelisting, you can enable blacklisting, but you don't have to write that code yourself. And so the point here is to allow developers to move faster, whether they're building on our chain fundamentally or bridging to our chain via some methodology. The point is you can now implement the same type of asset types, and we go back to the distribution, majority is vanilla. You can implement that same logic without having to actually write it yourself and worry about the implementation details. And we'll see what that allows you to do out the box. So here's a few points, right? I said smart tokens implement fundamental asset logic that we've built into the protocol. I also mentioned that developers can choose to extend this foundational logic, and both asset types are treated as first-class citizens. So here's some of the features that are built into these asset types. So we have permission minting, you have minting quotas and limits, you have time-based minting, right, restrictions, and usually typically that's usually done like referencing a block height or in a less secure way, referencing a timestamp, right? You have role-based access control that's actually built into these asset types. And for the record as well, for the devs in the room, we're doing a workshop later today, and we're gonna be showing you step-by-step how to build these smart tokens using our SDK and also using our CLI. So I think that's is like at 3 o'clock or something. But you also have multi-sig approvals, minting conditions and triggers, auditability and transparency. And auditability and transparency really comes from the fact that our core implementations are audited by external entities. And obviously, it's in our protocol. So when you implement these asset types, you're getting that out the box. And the last part here is just customization and upgradability, right? But the point is, using these features, you can now create some really interesting and fairly complex applications out of the box without having to implement the logic yourself. So if you already have all of your smart contracts written, then you might have one use for this, but at the end of the day, if you're in the middle of building and you're actually writing that logic yourself, it's worth considering what the trade-offs will be when you kind of abstract that responsibility from your dev team. So obviously, we're built on Cosmos SDK, and so here are some fundamental additions we've built on top of that. So the first thing that we built is this fee model module. The fee model is primarily responsible for us calculating the minimum gas price. And so obviously everyone in here knows, but let's say if you deployed a smart contract on some chain and you called it every day of the year with the same exact logic, what's going to happen to your gas price? It's going to be doing this, right? Based on the economics of the chain and activity on the chain. So what we did, and typically if you think about it, there's usually a linear relationship between the economic activity on a chain and gas price, meaning that typically there's a linear relationship between how much activity is happening and how much you're paying in gas price for all of for your total transaction execution. So what we did is we built a nonlinear model. So on one side of the extreme, you have no economic activity, and at that point, what we're doing is using a power function, we're decreasing gas price to a maximum discount that we can offer. And for the optimal usage on the chain, we're offering maximum discount. And then if the chain starts to become stressed and many transactions, then you can increase gas price, how you typically see on chains anyways, right? But this non-linearity, though, allows us to more so guarantee maximum discounts for gas price. The second module there I kind of talked about already, which is these asset types. The third thing there is super important, though, because this deterministic gas module allows us to, for common known transactions, excluding complex transactions, what we can do is now we can simply do a lookup to use a predetermined gas price, a predetermined gas amount for certain transactions. So typically, like if you use an Ethereum, when you do a send, right, there's a fixed amount of gas that you're paying for that always, right? But that's mainly for those type of transactions. But what we did is we widened that scope, and we're taking many different known transaction types, and we're now making it where the gas is extremely deterministic and static. So let me go through some of these use cases really quick. So this is just artwork collection, right? And if you just take advantage of the time-regulated minting, and just using the NFT asset type out of the box, you can now implement a fully functional NFT collection that's time-based out of the box. Seasonal financial products, right? This again is, and what I'm showing here in these first three slides is the same exact features of these asset types, and composing them together, you can create 3 or 4 wildly different applications. So here we're just using specific issuance periods of these tokens, which is time-based minting. And if you did that right, just using fungible tokens, now you can create time-relative minting of your tokens out of the box. Same thing with tokenized rewards. Right here, it's the same thing. We're just using time-based minting for another use case. And for each of these three, we're assuming that your application layer is exactly what you want it to be, because that's what's going to differentiate the application in the end, not this core logic. Here with crowdfunding campaigns, right, this is just using fungible tokens out of the box, and fungible tokens representing ownership in the actual project. And then using the predefined conditions that we talked about earlier, you can now make it where, if a project doesn't reach its fundraising goal, then it doesn't get the tokens, and then people can withdraw their tokens, et cetera, if they're locked in a contract. Super basic. This is more NFT stuff, right? Again, we're taking time-based minting and minting based on special conditions right out the box, as long as your application layer does it right. Right, this is just right out the box. Don't have to worry about implementation details like that. Here are event tickets, right? There's no bolds on here, so the key thing here is that you're having different NFTs for different ticket types, right? And if you add time-based minting to those, we have like a purchase window, you get that out the box. Same thing with utility tokens, right? Imagine having a utility token, and out of the box, you can issue these tokens based on your roadmap and based on like people voting if your roadmap is completed, your milestones, right? If you did this right and your application layer is written right, this is right out the box. This is real estate investment trust. This is a whole talk by itself, right? But this is pretty much minting new tokens based on the performance of the actual like financial instrument. And it's also taken into account time-based minting as well. This is loyalty points programs, where here you're having people minting tokens based on how many tokens they need to hold will represent like what their membership tier is pretty much. But the point here is time-based minting, and you have like conditional minting, right? Just right out the box, as long as your application layer is doing what it's supposed to do. So here, and I'm almost done with the use cases here, here's time-based minting and limited time during the event is when you're printing these NFTs or minting these NFTs. Just combining those two features, you can get this right out the box as long as your application layer is working right. This is the same thing. This is just tokenized employee incentive program. Imagine being an employee and you get an NFT because you did something great, and then now the NFT gives you some perks right down the road. This is just royalty-based IP licensing. Pretty straightforward, but the royalty, you can have that built in if you did that right. This subscription service using access control lists, which we'll show you later on today in the workshop. Here's some works in progress. We're doing a bunch of IBC work, and we're doing a bunch of native DEX work. I think we could talk about that all day. I'm kind of running out of time here. But we're also partnering with a company that's helping us build another DEX on top of Corium. And here's the last slide, calling all developers in the room. If you have any interesting project, we have a very interesting grant program, and we just wrapped up our grant wave 2. A little bit of alpha for you. We're about to release our grant wave 3. So please apply, and we'll be working with me directly. So if you're interested, and for my auditors in the room, we have a bug bounty that we just launched, and we're working with Certic directly. And so if you're interested, it's a $25,000 bounty. You have to submit it through Certic, but it's open to the public. So that's another alpha. So if you're interested in either of these, please come talk to me during the day or go to corium.com. You'll see information on it. And thank you for paying attention. I appreciate you guys.
All right, thank you, Giovanni, for the great talk. And next up, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are interested, which is about the public goods funding. So our great Daniel Han will be the moderator for today, and Ethan, Larry, and Noam will be our guests. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Hello, everyone. So we'll be talking about public goods funding. We have obviously a lot of really important people here who are beneficiaries of public goods funding or trying to expand and explore public goods funding. So I'll quickly introduce myself, and maybe we can go down the line, and then we can get started with some questions. So I'm Daniel. I work primarily in blockchain infra. Yeah. Ethan, yeah.
Cool. Hi, I'm Ethan. I invented AWESOMWASM and co-founder of Finshia, which is receiving some public goods grants and doing lots of consulting work.
Hey, I'm Larry. I'm a developer at Delphi Labs. I also built a number of side projects. Some of them are public goods, some are not. And I have some experience seeking public good funding, so some takes on this topic.
Yeah, hi, my name is Noam. I used to work for the Interchain Foundation as the developer relations lead. I was responsible for the Interchain Developer Academy. And currently I work for Binary Builders, who are also a beneficiary of the ICF funding. And I work on the Builders Program, which is an accelerator program for teams looking to build Cosmos protocols.
Cool. So actually yesterday, we hosted a 2-hour workshop down near the water, and we had some really interesting conversations. I think generally the mood was, like public goods is a area that hasn't really gotten much substantial attention in terms of financial attention. And we were thinking about ways of how to solve it, what the problems were, and we definitely came up with a lot of really good ideas and bad ideas. But maybe we can start with talking about the definition of public goods funding, and then maybe and why it exists or why it needs to exist in the decentralization ecosystem. And then we can go from there and discuss maybe some of the things that we talked about. and what you guys see as potential solutions. So maybe, yeah, go down the line again and then describe what you think public goods funding is and then why it needs to exist specifically in decentralized ecosystems.
Well, I think one of the first questions that came out at the discussion yesterday was the word public goods. That's not a very good idea. So some people could use infrastructure, referring to roads and garbage collecting services, fire department, whichever needs, which is a nice analogy rather than just like it's something you give away. But I think when I look at the teams searching for it now, they're struggling now, I can do a more specific word there, which is tooling. And I think pretty much all these teams I see building what they call public goods, they're really building tooling. They're building dev tooling. Dev tooling that can speed up the development time of all these applications, all these blockchains. When we started building the Cosmos Hub back in 2017 in ICO round, it was a huge work to get here, right? A huge work to launch this IBC-enabled one. And now if you want to launch an IBC-enabled chain with proof of stake and governance and a UI and an Explorer, you can do it out of the box with Ignite CLI. And if you want to add your own applications, it's quite easy now. If you want to write Cosmos and contracts, you just embed it and it works. So there's a huge amount of work and money that was spent. And the value of that money is that now it's 10 or 20 times faster to develop app chains than it was back in 2017. And there are a lot of tools out here today that maybe can't give you a 10x speed up, but 10, 20, 30% speed up to your dev time to launching it, which I think is valuable. 20 to 30% of the dev budget of a team is valuable. So I think I would like to restrict the conversation to basically tooling, because that's not everything, but most things here are tools that can speed up dev time or enable new things that weren't possible before.
Yeah, I have a much more naive definition. I think for software specifically, if it is under a permissive open source license, anyone can take it for free. I would say it is an open source. The WASM is an open source, it's a public good. Cosmos SDK is a public good. Ethereum is under a copyleft license, so it's on the borderline, but probably also, yeah. While software that is under proprietary licenses that are not for everyone to take for free are not public goods. So that is my very naive definition, and I'm going to be the guy. I'm going to play the role of the guy with the edgy opinion here. I don't believe in open source. I think for most projects, they are better off not as a public good, and they should not seek public good funding. They are probably better off with private funding. Public good are only suitable model for a small selection of projects. That's what I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that also. I think the definition, public goods is something that, we can all use. It's available. But I think what we can also describe public goods as something that inherently has the problem of diffusion of responsibility. And maybe we'll get into sort of like the stuff afterwards, which is just that everyone seems to benefit from it, but nobody seems necessarily interested or incentivized really in a clear way to contribute to it and to either through funding or through resources. I'm not sure if that's a good definition of public goods, but it definitely seems to be an important part of it nowadays.
Yeah, so right, you described it as tooling. You think public goods, a lot of public goods funding should not actually be going to people who are receiving those public goods, and then you see it as like a diffusion of responsibility. Maybe, I think that's a really interesting point, because yesterday when we were talking about some of the problems with that diffusion of responsibility and this bystander effect was that, right, these are arguably really important and fundamental tools that a lot of these ecosystems use, right? Like Juno, Archway, they rely on the development and maintenance of smart contracts for their MO. But then if people don't care about it, then it's not going to be developed, and then whatever public goods tooling that exists is going to atrophy away. And I brought up the example of like how when the wildfire smoke hit New York a few months ago, there were a lot of like these really interesting statistics that had found that almost 30% of these wildfires were started by firefighters themselves, who, right, were maybe making a statement about, or maybe not even wanting to get found out, but like the importance of fire departments getting funding to be able to fight with this because they were underfunded, because people didn't think they were as important. But then after we had that conversation, we started moving into like, okay, then why were people not paying it enough attention? And then why were people going to these extreme tactics, right? Like making fires themselves to bring attention. And it was right, like there was not that much liquidity or money coming into these ecosystems to be sustainable. And then, right, when we were talking about specifically, right, Confio and WASM and how you guys were primarily surviving on grants, right? It's the type of statement that you had to make, or that you had suggested, was maybe we just like paywall this or charge a certain amount of money, and then new features would be paid more. So maybe like between Ethan, you and Larry, like right, it seems to be like a hybrid that potentially could be a solution. Right?
So I want to follow up on that. There's two models really to get funding. As you mentioned, you can charge for it, so you pay a license. This software is only available if you pay a license. And the other is, this software is available to everyone if someone pays us money. If collectively you all pay us money, then everyone can use it, right? Now, the problem with paywalling is it works for things that are individual benefits, right? So we have a new library called Sylvia, which is faster, right? It's currently open source. We could make a final version of it and make the paywall that version, right? And that enables developers using that tool to write their code faster. And that one company that uses Sylvia will be able to write code faster, deploy faster, and save developer time by using it, therefore has individual benefits. However, WASM, as one blockchain with WASM, is not nearly as interesting as having 30 blockchains with WASM. IBC protocols are not very interesting if only employed on one chain. For example, I would say that the fact that we have 30 blockchains, over 30 blockchains with WASM makes WASM IBC protocols possible. It allows the scale of different developers building different tooling to do it, to interchange ideas, interchange tools, and that allows the ecosystem to flourish that never is possible with one chain. We'd end up with some small little thing like Tezos, which has a teeny ecosystem, but the fact that we have 30 different chains out there makes a vibrant ecosystem. So I think it's essential to actually survive of WASM is expanded. ICS 999, I think it's a beautiful case. I think it's a very powerful case that can benefit projects, but if no one uses it, if only one chain has it, it needs the counterparty chain, it needs social consensus around it, and the more people that adopt ICS 999 and their connections, the more powerful it is. So it has a benefit of scale. So in one level, the more people that adopt it, the more valuable it is, right? It's this network effect. But then the more people adopt it for free, then no one will pay for it. So it's really a problem that actually the most valuable for the whole ecosystem, for everyone, every individual person has the most value if everyone uses it. Yet each individual person will only pay for it if it's a private good. So I think it's a problem in the commons here. There's some things that are very clearly can be issued just as this is a tool for you, you use it, it's private, you make money off it. Great. And those are things. But there are a lot of things that, yeah, just benefit from the mass adoption. And it's really hard to justify with these private funding issues, right? And that's a tragedy of the commons of everyone benefits but no one wants to pay, which I think you were highlighting there, Noam.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Larry?
Yeah, I think it goes in a range, right? It depends on how much value you want to extract from the system. If you extract no value, then people are maximally inclined to adopt your stuff. But if you extract maximum amount of money, then people are minimally likely to adopt your stuff. So it's all about finding the sweet spot, I think. And it really comes down to a case-by-case basis. I want just to give my take on WASM project specifically. I think the sweet spot of I don't speak for Confio. I don't represent Ethan. It's just my opinion. But I think the sweet spot for WASM is an open core model, where we have libraries such as the WASM STD, the standard library, the schema library, the storage plus library. Those will be open source so that anyone can permissionlessly build and publish and deploy contracts. But WASM VM and all the downstream packages such as the libwasm VM, the Go bindings, the Go module, I would make them closed source, still source available. That's necessary for blockchain trustlessness, but I will make them not permissive, so that if a new chain comes around, wants to adopt WASM, they need to pay up. You see, so we are finding a middle point where some components are freely accessible, some components are not. I think this would be a sweet spot. I think this is a strategy that is probably suitable for most projects.
So
Yeah.
I think at this stage of where we're at with Cosmos in terms of our competitive status, I think closed sourcing is dangerous because it hinders adoption. The moment the people take the path of least resistance. So the moment something starts costing money, they might consider maybe using a different platform. We can assume that, of course, within Cosmos, and we know actually that within Cosmos there are other virtual machines that we can use, other smart contract languages that we can use. So I'm a bit scared about that, to pursue that sort of strategy, especially at this stage. Another model that I think we haven't necessarily talked about yet, or hasn't been highlighted, is the model that Linux is using, and Red Hat, for example, right? So they are contributing to Linux, not necessarily through resources in terms of funding directly another team, but by doing the development work themselves, and on the side having an enterprise business that is leveraging Linux, yeah, they're doing services for these enterprises, for example. And so we're not at a stage where we can do this because adoption is not really there yet. So my concern is that I actually think that that model is probably the most sustainable model. And my concern is that if we hinder adoption now by putting a price on the tech stack, that we can't actually get to that stage where those services are going to be needed, and where we can make money on doing these enterprise solutions.
Respond quickly. So I understand your concern. I understand your point. It's an interesting point. Your concern is if people start charging for their tools, for their contributions, then it will hinder the adoption of the Cosmos.
Not Cosmos, WASM specifically in this case.
But I think that, okay. And I think that that's not really I think a lot of the issue is the Cosmos competitiveness Cosmos. I've heard a lot of this talk about Cosmos competitive. People going to Polkadot to Cosmos because of these things. Come from Ethereum to Cosmos because of the permissionlessness. And I think there's a bit of stuff like we want the Cosmos ecosystem to grow, and we can grow, and Cosmos is heavily used to bring other projects onto Cosmos. So I think there's that sense, but I would say Confio and Larry and a bunch of other tooling developers out here, I could mention at this conference, get no benefit from Cosmos. In fact, we could launch our tools on Polkadot because Polkadot is WASM. There's Avalanche coming out of WASM. We could build as Ethereum rollups. We could completely leave the Cosmos and bring WASM to other ecosystems, right? So that's totally possible, and yet we are believing the Cosmos, right? So if this says, hey, you guys, you'd hurt the Cosmos if you do this, the argument is kind of facetious because, hey, who actually benefits from people coming to the Cosmos? And the people that benefit from the Cosmos should be funding these projects to stay in the Cosmos, in a way, right? Otherwise, these projects can just say, hey, why does anyone stay in Ethereum? They go to BSC or they go to Arbitrum, and they kind of struggle for that. So I think the idea that these products are fundamentally tied to the Cosmos and have to be in the Cosmos is questionable if the Cosmos as a whole is not valuing these products. And I think there's a lot of teams that are seriously considering leaving Cosmos or leaving blockchain entirely because of this. I'm not talking about just Confio. Because Confio, we're quite tied to this, right? We've spent a lot of time, and we come from this, and I've been here 6 years over in the Cosmos, and I think there are a lot of smaller teams here that are really struggling for funding. I'm talking about 2, 3, 4-person teams. They're really struggling for funding. They're not as well known. They've been working for 1 year. They built cool tools, and they're not getting it, and all of them start looking at other ecosystems. They start looking at leaving crypto.
Yeah. So I agree with the sentiment, right? And in many ways, this is actually sort of like a moral point of view, where you say, like, hey, we're doing this work. We should be getting paid for it. You're taking it for free. Why aren't you contributing in some sense, right? Agree with that statement. But there's also, if you look at, for example, like the recent prop where you guys did receive money from from the Cosmos Hub, and it looks like there is an appetite to fund this work. It's just that I think what's really been the problem here is that the coordination around that hasn't been successful. And so all I want to express is caution that we don't go into a state of mind where we say like, oh, this isn't working at all because we have not been able to do so. We haven't been able to coordinate effectively. Oh, so there's like this huge problem where nobody wants to. I think people want to, but nobody has really been able to like capitalize on those intents successfully yet. And so the first model that you described, which was like, okay, everyone contributes, or at least enough people contribute to get it done, I actually think this is possible. I think WASM Foundation or something is possible. I also think that for IBC, it's a similar problem where there are probably many more contributions coming in. For example, side protocol building, like interchain swaps, for example, as a standard. Great work, they're not getting paid for it. IBC Foundation makes a lot of sense as well. But it's just that somebody needs to drive this, or a group of people will need to drive this effort to actually coordinate those intents and to drive that into like a place where the people actually get the funding. And I would find it a tragedy if we get to a stage where people like yourself exit the space because somehow we've not been able to make this work. I think it is possible. I think there is actually enough money available if we look at everyone, and enough good intentions to fund some of these like core issues.
And maybe we could spend the rest of the time also talking about the variety of solutions that we had discussed or that we could think about. But I think we all agree that there is a sense of, or a level of urgency that a lot of people are feeling, obviously in the depths of the bear market, of people, right, like moving out of Cosmos because they aren't able to get funding, even though they are a pretty integral part of the ecosystem. And maybe like the two sources of funding we can see as like this sort of like voluntary like payment plan or hybrid payment plan, or there's like this involuntary or mandatory sort of payment. And we had been discussing like how we imagine these ecosystems maybe as like cities or like kingdoms where there are certain things that everyone benefits from, but then no one necessarily pays specifically towards, right? And then that's addressing your point of sort of like this diffusion effect or bystander effect where, right, no one cares particularly about like their fire department, but they all pay a tax, for example, right? And then that tax is something that people just pay into, and that tax get distributed depending on certain people's decision-making for like what we consider public goods, right, in the traditional world, like fire departments, police, sewage, et cetera. So maybe we can, I mean, it seems like your end, Noam, is like not necessarily pay to play, but like there's an opportunity for a less voluntary or mechanistic way of being able to continue to contribute to public goods funding. And then maybe with Larry and Ethan, you guys have this idea of like maybe there can be some way of this hybrid approach, because even in the bull markets, right, there were still problems that we were having with like how we distributed this public goods funding. And then, right, there's a variety of efforts there, but maybe, Ethan, you could.
Yeah. I think the funding is one question. I think there's definitely models. I think it's interesting to consider for different cases, maybe a private model, like a pay license model, a completely free model that's paid somehow through a collective group. But would like to really dig into the point that you mentioned by the WASM Foundation, IBC Foundation. Everyone looks at ICF as like, this is where money's coming from. If it's not coming from there, then no one else wants to pay for it. Now, the ICF one, they have limited funding. It's a pretty large, but is limited. It's not infinite, right? And other people that have come in the ecosystem since then, since 2017, should be contributing something in some way to ensure this doesn't dry up completely. It will run out in a few years if there's not more influx of money, right? So other people raising these years should also put something in. The other problem the ICF currently has is ability to find out and effectively use the funds, right? There's not a very large group. It's a very small group now with very limited understanding of the depth of the technical problems we have, both what the ecosystem needs and which teams are effectively building them. So maybe then the money goes someplace and say, look, there's money spent, but that's not spent where it needs to go, right? Or most effectively spent. Maybe it needs to go everywhere, but say, let's most efficiently spend it. So I think these ideas of a WASM Foundation, an IBC Foundation that is, a board that's very technically competent, some sort of group there that says, okay, we are actually experts in this area, and if we receive, $3 million this year with kind of a list of main pain points of the various contributors, we can effectively distribute that among different teams to achieve those pain points, right? So these kind of smaller foundations that receive money with a very specific mandate and say, okay, we actually are this. And if you want IBC, you put on the IBC Foundation, maybe there's another one to work on SDK Foundation, I don't know, right? Like, so you could have a few different ones. Maybe some of their funding comes from ICF, and maybe their other funding comes from chains that care about this. They would direct it. So I think that funding is one question, right? Maybe it comes from licenses. Maybe these foundations actually have licensing models too. Who knows, right? But I think part of it is the funding coming in. The second is the funding being well spent, right? I think there's a lot of complaints over the years also that there's money and the money is not effectively spent on necessarily what the different projects need. And there's some projects that people that are delivering value, they're not getting paid. Other people that are getting paid, they're not delivering much value. So I think having these focus very tightly scoped, not like we'll help the Interchain, but very tightly scoped foundations with mandates would be very useful in that second part. And ideally, in some sort of, hey, I will give money to the foundation that is effectively using my money to build what I care about. Hopefully that would inspire more donations.
Ethan, maybe before you finish, I'd like to get your thoughts on, right, specifically from that foundation perspective. We have a variety, right? We have had like the Technical Advisory Board, the Cosmos Builders Foundation. We have live, right, the Atom Accelerator DAO. How do you see those? Maybe they're not. How do you see those as like potential options for what you were describing as foundations that need to have like that technical expertise?
I think there's great examples. I think the TAB was a good example for the ICF that had no real power, and it gets dissolved because of conflicts of power. I think it needs to be very clearly mandated. Maybe they would reform with actual authority. I think the Cosmos Builders Program never launched because it was trying to raise money. It got too big of a scope. It said, let's build everything, kind of replace ICF and do everything, the mandate, and then it was bear market, no one wanted to fund it. So I think that was a problem of a lack of scope there, and maybe overambitious lack of scope. I don't know exactly what happened internally, but also the bear market hit. And the other one you mentioned...
Atom Accelerator.
Atom Accelerator, I think it's a great example. I think Atom Accelerator is a great example. It's a very focused, like you got foundation, it can be an accelerator DAO. And so I think that is much more like what I was mentioning. The purpose of the Atom Accelerator is to fund things that make the Cosmos Hub great, right? They have a very clear mandate. They have some cash on it, and people can apply with a very clear mandate, right? And that is about making the Atom valuable and the Cosmos Hub great. I don't know if those... I am not speaking, I have not followed it. I am not sure if they're employing capital efficiently or not efficiently, but I think they have a very clear mandate on it, and I think that idea is good. If you had very other clear mandates, not just the Cosmos Hub great again, but like, say, WASM or amazing dev tooling, or let's make Cosmos the easiest to use UX in all of the interchains that people come to and go, wow, this is like 100 times easier to use in Ethereum, and that is a goal, and say, hey, the people that care about that, fund this foundation, and the foundation works on tool developers. I think Cosmology is amazing stuff. There are a bunch of other smaller teams doing it to really make it super seamless and easy to use Cosmos in general. So I think maybe you say, hey, we have these specific pieces there, and they're not just tied for one chain. Because the only foundations I've seen that kind of exist with focuses are for one chain. And they're actually, a number of them are effective. But they're really for chain-specific functionality rather than like ecosystem-wide functionality.
Yeah, maybe Larry and then Noam in terms of like the voluntary versus mandatory types of funding that you can.
You want to go first, or?
You can go first.
Okay. So here's the interesting thing. When we look at the analogy that you made about the firefighters and public funding that's happening in sort of like cities, is that as a citizen, we don't have a say in this. You pay taxes, end of story, right? But as a city or a country, we decide that that's how we think it's the best way to do it. And I think a similar model can apply to chains or any sort of protocol or foundations. So for example, in a chain like Juno, where they believe that the community is very strong and everyone should have maybe a direct vote on things, I can very well imagine that there you'll see something like, okay, let's enable a tax, like a 1%, 2% tax going to the WASM Foundation because we depend so heavily on it. And then you have something like Osmosis, which is a permissioned WASM environment where they have a grants program, and it's a little different. And I can very well imagine that there it's the grants program that directs these resources there, right? And so it's kind of nice that we live in this decentralized space where everyone gets to decide what is the best sort of model to apply there. I do think then for that to actually work and be successful, it is required. We need to sort of maybe this is controversial, but like direct democracy isn't very effective in these kind of cases. And so it is very important to have a technically capable team that's able to direct these resources effectively. So for example, the WASM Foundation, where you have some kind of a team of people who decide like what gets funding. You have to set that in place, and then afterwards we can think about taxation, or we can think about like voluntary yearly expenditure from grants programs. One thing that we haven't really discussed about, and Ethan, you should be able to speak on this maybe more than I can, is like running a company is hard. And if you get funding from on a quarterly basis or even just on a per feature basis, it really makes it difficult for you to hire people, to think about people's careers. It makes it very hard for people to like be comfortable in the environment that they're in, where they're working. And so in the design of our systems, that's just one thing that we need to consider. Is like we want to make sure that these companies actually are able to thrive, succeed, be sustainable, have longevity in mind. Because the last thing we want is companies having a runway of 3 months and being more worried about their life and their well-being than the code that they're working on.
Yeah, so I'll let you speak about and I'll respond directly to that question. And I think one of the main causes of my frustration burnout has been chasing funding. And when we've had 1 year of runway at Confio, I've been very happy. And we can say, hey, good, we have funding for a year, we have contracts, maybe we don't have the money in the bank, but we have signed contracts and we can just keep working on this thing. As long as we work and deliver, we get money, great. We know where it comes from for the next year. That's wonderful. We have a little in the bank and we have money, and contracts and we're cool. It doesn't need to have a giant pile of money in the bank. It needs to have like clear funding goals. As long as you deliver this, we get paid, fine. And not have to reinvent that every 3 months, not have this constant thing. And so as it got really bad, let's say the bear market hit, and it's pretty much been about 3 months of runway constantly until recently, a few months ago, we finally I have runway for the rest of this year. And soon is going to be that whole rush again. So I have not been able to focus at all in the last 12 months on actually building code until the last few weeks, the last month or so on mesh security. But most of the time, it was running around and trying to keep things there and really trying to bridge that provide a stable direction and guidance to the developers to build stuff while I'm facing this complete chaos here and trying to bridge that. So if not that, they can't build anything. So that stress of trying to maintain a complete chaos boat and actually maintain a stable environment inside the company is extremely difficult. And then people say, hey, it's up to you. A lot of people here that are launching amazing projects are not coming because they're trying to make millionaire entrepreneurs. We're coming because we believe we're visionaries and builders, right? And saying builders have to be amazing entrepreneurs is really shrinking the task. So we say, hey, look, if you are an amazing builder and visionary, we should somehow make it easier for you if you're actually delivering to actually get paid and not force you to have to make 500 negotiations all day long and not actually build or visionary at all.
Larry, we'd love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, I don't have a direct response to your points, but I want to raise a new point that I think other developers and founders like me should consider when they decide whether to seek public good funding and make their stuff open source versus private funding and maybe a proprietary software business model. So this consideration is that I think public good funding cannot price the value brought by a project accurately, and it tends to underpay developers. And I just want to use WASM as an example. Terra has WASM, and at the peak, it had $20 billion of TVL. And I think a big portion of those value are there thanks to WASM technology. And let's just say maybe 1% of those 20 billion was brought by WASM. I think that's a huge understatement, but let's just say 1%. 1% of 20 billion is 200 million, right? Do you think Terraform Labs, TFL, is going to pay 200 million or anywhere close of public good funding to WASM? I don't think so, right? So we bring $200 million worth of value to Terra, but they may pay a fraction of that. I think that hugely underpays developers. I think that's a limitation to public good funding, because you might have a team of super talented technical people to review these projects, but they cannot predict what could this technology bring in a year or 10 years in this very volatile market. So I think it's really difficult. While if we adopt a proprietary software model, each consumer who may use your software will price it based on their knowledge. Let's say if a project thinks incorporating WASM can bring them $10 million of value, they may be willing to pay $5 million or some number lower than that. So I think free markets, where prices are determined by supply and demand, is a more accurate mechanism to price the value of software. So that's just my point.
I think that's a really good point you bring up, specifically because we have these different app chains, right, that have different teams, different leaders, different mandates or MOs, relying on each of them equally to pay up, depending on the amount of like how successful they've been, I think is quite difficult. I think someone, again, with like the type of urgency someone had mentioned, right, you either make sure that this type of structure, right, if it's 1% was established and agreed upon from the beginning, so they have no sort of like way out saying like, oh, we're 20 billion, we have to give you like however so many tens of millions, versus, right, someone like Robin Hooding it, right, like, you know, you go unionize the validators and have them extract things that, right, that people are not wanting to do before. So I think Abra had suggested, right, there's going to be some more conversations that are going to happen online on these forums. I think he also made a Telegram group chat that is going to be like, I think, participation decaying. So like, and I think the AWESOMWASM folks will be pushing that Telegram link out for people who have ideas or do want to express certain like concerns, can participate. So, I mean, this is obviously run by Confio, this event, and so I think it's really important that we figure out before it's too late, right? Yeah.
I don't know, as we're wrapping up, thank you for that, and yes, definitely. So there's a follow-up here. These are ideas, it's open discussion, there's no solution here clearly. One is how to organize ourselves as developers, others how to organize funding, right? They're two different questions, they're complementary. And so yeah, we were sending a link to Telegram group for people that want to discuss this, especially people on either side, either devs or people offering funding. I want to give a quick shout out to a few different teams. You mentioned Terra, they did give something. They didn't give anything like 200 million, but they did give some funding to us, you know, while they were, until the crash. They had been giving something, which was at least nice. I want to thank to Osmosis, who has been actually contributing quite a bit for their size. They've been contributing to us, and the hub, there's also a few times, without even using WASM, has contributed to us. So I want to thank these chains, and I think if other chains acted like that, I think if those, just take those examples, and not unrealistic examples, of people giving what they can afford based on their size, I think this ecosystem, and able to distribute it to other companies as well, the ecosystem would be much better off. So I want to give a thank you to those chains and use them as examples.
Thank you, guys.
Here, here.
Thank you everyone for those in-depth discussions. And as mentioned in the panel, if you guys are interested for the follow-up, I think Confio will provide some Telegram group after that. So if you guys are interested in public goods funding, please join and maybe do some follow-up discussions. So next up is Theo, the head of ecosystem for OKP4. And he will be giving a talk about governance for the off-chain world, the most overlooked opportunity. So welcome, Theo, to the stage.
From OKP4, the Open Knowledge Protocol. I'm going to talk about something you may have never heard of. It's governance for the off-chain world. So let's start. You all know about oracles, right? Oracles, they gave this ability for smart contracts to access off-chain data of any kind. So it can be price feeds, it can be real-life events. And oracles, they are awesome. They gave the ability, for smart contracts to bring new use cases. A lot of DeFi rely on them. Real like insurance, for example, or sports betting. I mean, that's good. But oracles, they are not enough. And a lot of the digital world today is made of closed database and of companies who have closed algorithm as well. And blockchains are not made to manage that, right? But what if we could reverse that relationship? What if we could use use smart contracts as a way to impact, to orchestrate, to organize off-chain data, and not only data, but basically anything that is off-chain. So data sets, algorithms, storage, computation. What if anything that is off-chain could be orchestrated by rules that are on smart contracts? That would be great, right? So why? Why would we do this? The first thing to understand is that knowledge is valuable, and to create knowledge, you need data sets and algorithms. So for example, maybe today you checked the weather, you see, oh, it's 26 degrees in Berlin. That's the data set. And the algorithm, your brain basically does the calculation that, okay, maybe I don't need to bring a jacket, right? So this is a knowledge. This is the action you do. This is what has a value. The data itself has no value. And today in the digital world, data sets, algorithms, they are everywhere. The problem is that they are not shared. So they stay in silos, they stay in closed database, and basically they don't interact with each other, so the knowledge is not created. And that's a huge missed opportunity for value, and not only financial value, but value for society at large. A lot of the problems that we have in the world is basically a lack of knowledge. We can't solve these problems, and it's basically because it's not shared. So one of the reasons, and actually there are three reasons why data and algorithm are not shared. The first one is a lack of trust. I have some personal data, or maybe the data about my browsing history, and I don't want to give it to you. I don't trust you. Maybe you will do something bad with that data. Maybe you will sell it somewhere else. I mean, I don't trust you having my data. Also, there is a clear lack of incentives. So why should I give my data? Maybe you're going to pay me, but I don't know. Maybe I'm going to access some application, but it's not clear. And if there is not enough incentives, I won't share my data. And the third issue is fragmentation. Basically, there is systems that are closed and that don't interact with each other. And so it's very difficult to enable different systems, different database, to interact with each other, basically. And let me give you an example of what this can bring. And this example is carbon credits. So carbon credits is a huge topic. It's actually one of the main, if maybe the only incentive that companies have to be aware of their carbon emissions. And carbon credits basically are a form of knowledge. So to calculate them, to have them, basically you need data that is collected, maybe from different sources. You need the calculation, and then you need someone else who will do the insurance of that carbon credit, and that will certify it, basically. And so this is an example that is already live on OKP4. That is a real example. We have, in the data collection side, we have two organizations. So this is in farming. One accounting association who has accounting data about 20,000 farms in France, and another cooperative that has more technical data, so mostly the practices of the farmers and the same farmers. And basically, these two organizations, they don't interact with each other. The data is closed in their system. There is also a research institute that has developed the algorithm to do the calculation, and also the carbon credit issuer that has the marketplace and that basically certifies that this carbon credit is unique and it's valid. And so these four organizations, basically there is these problems. They don't trust each other. The accounting association, of course, they don't want to give the accounting data of their clients or of their members to the other participants. They don't trust each other. Also, they don't know how to share the value. How should they share the value of the carbon credit at the end of the day? I mean, it's very hard for them to define that. And also, technically, they have no common infrastructure. They don't know how to basically open these silos, open the gate, and let the data interact with each other to basically create the carbon credits. And you know where I'm going, maybe, because trust, incentive, composability, this is blockchain, right? And this is what blockchain should be used to. And what we're building basically at OKP4 and what we've been building the last 2 years, actually we started 4 years ago with use cases, but the last 2 years we're focused on building our own chain on Cosmos. And basically, the set of smart contracts and modules, they give the ability to create the right trusted environment, the right incentives, to define the rules and to define the business models on chain, and also to create the composability where anything can be shared through the blockchain and anything you can interact with each other thanks to the protocol. So basically, what OKP4 enables is to share anything, any off-chain resources. So basically, you describe it on chain, you attach some rules to it, any rules, access right, business models, and then you can initiate workflows on chain according to those rules and enabling the magic to happen off chain if the on-chain workflow initiated respects the rules that are defined. And so the off-chain world is listening to the blockchain, and so the blockchain is a source of truth. So to go a bit deeper into how it works, so this is the example of the carbon credits. So first, there is the carbon credit issuer who creates a zone. So it's not a zone in the sense of Cosmos. The zone is a set of rules, basically, that applies to all the resources that are compatible with that zone. And so the different participants who are going to share the resources, the accounting association will share its accounting data set and define some consents that are compatible with the rules of the zone. The rules of the zone may be, for example, the business models, who has the right to participate, what kind of data should be shared, what are the semantics of that. I mean, anything can be defined as a rule, and then the different participants will share their resources. So basically, they will describe in the protocol their resources. They will say, okay, my data, it stays where it is. It stays in my system. It's available there under such and such conditions, and then it's made available if the conditions are respected. So you have these three participants who provide their data sets and algorithms. Then, the carbon credit issuer will be able to initiate a workflow. So basically, they will say, I want to mix these different data sets through this algorithm. He will push the transaction on chain. The validators will see that, oh, okay, it respects the rules. There is the right amount of tokens that is shared with the participants. It has the right to do so. So yes, the algorithm is accepted. The workflow is accepted on chain, and then the workflow happens in the off-chain world because it was enabled by the blockchain participants. And so now you have a new data set, basically that is a carbon credit, and only that data set is made available to the marketplace and to the participants. So in this system, the data sets are not exposed. You don't need to sell your data. You just make it available to create knowledge, and that knowledge has the value. And this value is created while all the trust issues are solved because all the rules are on-chain and are enforced by the system that is trustless. And of course, the trust is also minimized. And the incentives are completely clear and can't be changed unilaterally. So in this, the first consequences of that is that in this example, you had data sets that already existed, and you had algorithms that already existed. The value is in the sharing. So we just enabled them to agree on the governance rules, on how they should share their data and algorithm. And just by sharing them, they created new knowledge and value together. There is also a second order consequence of that. You remember this is a zone about carbon credits. So with 20,000 farms in a specific region of France. Maybe you have someone else who is working on a research about cancer, and they want to know if such and such pesticide has an impact on cancer. So they will create another zone that is compatible with the rules of the zone A, and they will share their data set, for example, about cancer cases in that region. And because the rules are compatible, they are going also to be able to create a workflow leveraging these different data sets. And they will be able to do that research. And of course, the participants, the accounting and the cooperative will also earn their share of the value. And so the data, basically, that is shared in the zone A is also used in another value chain to create new knowledge. And the data now is not something that you sell to someone. It can become like a yielding asset, something that provides recurring revenue every time it's used under a different context and for different knowledge. So the data is not sold. That's what is really interesting here. So remember, when we said the blockchain, the smart contracts, they can basically enable to share anything off-chain, and it's really anything. Data sets, algorithm, but also any kind of software, any kind of algorithm, identity mechanisms. I mean, it really can be anything. And we designed it in a way that the rules you want to apply, it can be any rule. So you can share anything in any way you want. And this is what we call the dataverse. So the dataverse is this, let's say, expanding universe of resources that are shared through the protocol and that are made where they give the ability for them to interact with each other if they have compatible rules. So let's go into another example. This example is AI. AI, let's say AI-powered machines they are created every day by the thousands. They are getting better every day. They are probably going to take your job. They are controlled by a handful of corporations. And you know where I'm going. A handful of corporations, something that is growing even powerful and stronger by the day. There is a huge risk that value and power will be concentrated in the hands of the companies and corporations who own and control and can influence this AI. So what if AI could be collaboratively trained, collaboratively owned, collaboratively governed? Basically, what we realize is the infrastructure we are building is perfectly suitable for that. So to make that happen, basically anyone or a DAO or a group of people, they can create a zone where they define, okay, this is the kind of data requirements that we need to be shared within that zone. That's what we're looking for. They define their mechanism to quantify the contribution of the participants. They define the authorized parties and protocols, so maybe they only want to use decentralized storage and decentralized computation to do that work. Okay, they can define that as a rule. They define their governance mechanism to change the rules. So maybe they don't want multi-sig, maybe they want a custom token, they want it to be a DAO. So they create that, and then they define the business models for basically the different AIs that will be trained. And even more rules, basically they define whatever rules they want. And once this is defined, the participants can share all the resources according to these rules, and they can train this really open AI and not the open AI owned by Microsoft in some ways. And so according to the on-chain rules. And this is quite powerful. So now the question is, how do we do that? So I don't have time to dive deep into the details, but let's say what we've built, the different modules and smart contracts, are built around 3 pillars. So the first one is governance, and basically this is about the law. So we created a custom module that is a Prolog interpreter. So Prolog is an old language from the 70s that is a domain-specific language and that is goal-oriented, and that it's perfect to design this kind of rules. And for a weird reason, it's not used in blockchain yet, but it's coming, and Cosmos is going to make that happen. Actually, our CTO, Chris, is doing another talk in the other room about that. The second pillar is ontology. So the ontology is the semantic representation of the dataverse, so all the resources that are shared, the algorithms, the data sets, and the different relationship between them. And the third pillar is the orchestration. So once you have the resources in the ontology, once you have the rules that apply to them, you can basically orchestrate them. So this is a set of smart contracts that make sure that all the rules are respected and that enforce that. And this is mind-blowing. I mean, it doesn't seem like that, and it may be a bit abstract, but this enables a lot of new things through blockchain and through smart contracts. And that's not it. We haven't talked about it yet, but we're part, of course, of the Cosmos, WASM, IBC ecosystem. And this is really powerful because what we're building basically is kind of a glue between the on-chain world and the off-chain world. And through IBC, there is already a lot of different protocols that are doing amazing things, like decentralized computation for Akash, like ID management and credentials in check, like, I don't know, storage with Kive and Jackal, and a lot of open permissionless smart contracts with Neutron and Juno. I mean, it's awesome what already exists. And the vision really is to enable them to have new use cases through this glue or this gate between the on-chain and the off-chain world, and let benefit the whole IBC ecosystem through open communication, through Interchain accounts, Interchain queries, and all these amazing things that are coming. So this will bring a lot of real new use cases to Cosmos. already what we started mostly in the B2B world with the company, with use cases in logistics, with use cases in agriculture. But now, of course, it's coming in the Web3 world, and with the testnet that is now live and the smart contracts that are getting more mature, everyone will going to be able to create their own use cases based on the set of tools that we provide. So maybe I haven't insisted enough, but what we're building is really for developers to come and to create new things with that. So maybe you want to do simple thing like creating a DAO and controlling a Twitter account or controlling, I don't know, a Discord board, or maybe you want to do something way more complex like the AI stuff or something more in the B2B side. And this is completely open, and that's the magic about it. So what's next for KP4? So right now we have our builders program that is already live. So it's an incentivized builders program for anyone to come and to do some tasks that we've designed. We also have AWESOMWASM that is starting tomorrow. So of course, if you're a developer and you want to get a head start at something very new that may be promising, I think it's a great opportunity for you to learn about it. We also are live use cases that are coming on the testnet, because as I mentioned, we started with the use cases with the company as an intermediary, and now we are removing the company from the middle, and the technology is taking its place, the decentralized stack. So also at Nebula Summit in 2 weeks, we'll do all the interfaces reveal, and we'll have the mainnet announcement at the Cosmoverse. So I want to finish with that quote that really resonates with me, is that the ultimate use of tokens is to coordinate real-world behavior at scale. It's a quote from Punk 6529. And I think, I mean, for me personally, that's why I'm here. And as OKP4, what we're building, I believe, is something that may make this quote a reality in some sense, or at least it may influence a lot of new use cases in the real world, where people basically can share anything and create new knowledge, create new value through cooperation and through coordination. And that's really awesome. So if you feel probably you feel a bit intrigued because I haven't dived deep enough into the technicalities, but I hope that you get intrigued enough to go deeper into what we're building. We have all the docs online. We have all the AWESOM starting tomorrow. And so if you have any question, if you're a project, if you're an investor, if you're a builder, feel free to reach out to me and the team. We have a booth outside, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Theo, for sharing the great talks. And next up is Gabe, the smart contract dev for Delphi Labs, and he will be giving a talk on WASM cross-platform. Please welcome Gabe to the stage. Woo!
All right. Howdy. All right. Hi there. My name is Gabe. I'm a smart contract dev at Delphi Labs and a contributor to Mars Protocol. Late last year, Simon made this tweet. He was one of the core engineers here at Comfio working on WASM, and he made an interesting observation. He bumped the Rust version, didn't do any other change in WASM, and noticed that the compiled binaries are 40% smaller. Super compelling. Why is that the case? Well, WASM makes use of open standards, right? And as WASM devs, we have the inheritance that we get to take advantage of, possibly thousands of engineers that are working in Rust and WebAssembly, which is pretty amazing. So it leads us to the question, are we, WASM devs, protocols teams, taking advantage of what's possible with WebAssembly? For those of you who don't know, WebAssembly is a bytecode format. There's a running joke that it's neither web nor assembly. I guess it's assembly-esque, but it's a very compact, small bytecode format, right? but it has a big vision. And the big vision is it wants to be the ultimate universal compilation target. So basically, it should be language agnostic, be able to have a target of WASM. And in fact, later on, when garbage collection abilities are launched and deployed via WASM, it'll be much easier, even for more languages, to compile down to WASM. All right, what do you do with this little binary? Well, basically, it's portable. You take it anywhere. At first, it started off with web. Makes a lot of sense. But quickly grew way beyond that. Essentially, any chipset can run these little files. You got an M1 Mac, you got Linux, you got Intel. It doesn't matter. It will run your WASM, which is super amazing. Another benefit, it's really fast, right? WASM is basically optimized for very fast decoding, execution. It doesn't have a big overhead as some of the other runtimes do. Super compelling. And for that reason, edge computing has gotten an eye on WASM. You can run this on the edge. Cold starts are extremely fast, really compelling. The security model of WebAssembly is also compelling. It is deny by default, right? A WebAssembly process running, you're running some arbitrary code, that's a WebAssembly. It doesn't have access to system resources like memory or storage or something unless you explicitly give it permission to do so. It is sandboxed, and the security model is secure by default. This is the founder of Docker. Yeah, he had an interesting, very noteworthy tweet basically saying if the full version and vision of WASM was existing at the time he created Docker, he probably wouldn't have had created it. It would be unnecessary. Very noteworthy. So what did we do when we discovered, whoa, okay, you could run anything in the browser? Well, devs started playing around, right? This is a dev that took a C++ computer vision library, TensorFlow, Rust code, compiled it down to WASM, run into a browser, extremely performant. Another dev created a full-feature browser that ran in a browser. This guy should definitely work in crypto. It's really compelling infrastructure that has no real use case. Diablo. Someone compiled WebAssembly, Diablo WebAssembly. You can run it in a browser. Someone one-upped that guy and said, I'm going to create Doom that runs in an operating system that runs in a browser. Well, beyond that, companies started realizing there's a lot of real use cases for WebAssembly and WASM. Microsoft. There's a legend, it's actually not confirmed, there's a legend at Microsoft that when they were porting over from desktop to some of their web versions of Office 365, they ran into a library, a C library from the 1980s that is critical to the performance and functioning of Excel, but no one knew what it did. So what do? There's no chance of us going to rewrite this in JavaScript. Well, they took the C library, compiled it to WASM, exposed that to the front end, and essentially that allowed for 100% compatibility with the web version of Excel and the desktop version. Very interesting. Microsoft as well, Microsoft Flight Simulator. They wanted to design a plug-in system of how to improve, or how do you add add-ons to the core aspect of Flight Simulator, and they decided to go with WASM. Right? Flight Simulator will run your plugins, which are WASM files, which are completely arbitrary. That sounds like a vulnerability. Hey, running arbitrary code, but remember, it's sandboxed. Really cool design. Shopify took the same experience. They said, if you want to have additional functionality, compile it down to WASM, and we will run it. I don't know if you remember the first time you've used a Figma or not. It was a pretty magical experience, you remember? Like, whoa, like feels like a desktop application. This is simply not possible. WebAssembly made it possible, and Adobe, overlooking WASM, had to pay $10 billion for that oversight. eBay, they have a barcode scanner. They have a library that they decided just to compile down to WASM, the core libraries that power barcode, and ship it to all of its platforms. Snapchat did the same thing. They took its core C++ vision library, machine learning model, WebGLs, compiled it to WASM, shipping it all on the platforms. Portable, no redundancy, super nice. Google Earth, one of the OGs who found really good use of WebAssembly, WASM. There is very complex 3D rendering multi-threaded stuff, geospatial calculations that are simply it's like not possible to have that performance in JavaScript. They compiled it down to WASM, ran it in a browser, and it is really, really interesting. If you're ever using background blurring, if you're using background replace in Google Meet, you are using a machine learning model that has been compiled to WASM. Runs in your browser, and it's very performant. But what about us, right? The blockchain industry. Where are the WASM wars on Twitter? Why can't we run a blockchain in the browser? Well, to be fair, this we should give credit where credit is due, right? WASM, the Confio team, has created a really amazing language approaching and embracing open standards and creating the Cosmos WASM module. Really, really amazing work, and it's obviously the canonical way of writing smart contracts. Way better than some of the other stuff in the industry. But we should also give some other credit to other people in the ecosystem. For example, Arbitrum, they wrote technology to make WASM fraud provable. I hope they would open source that one day, but that is something noteworthy. Tezos, they deserve credit. They have WASM-based rollups in production. They deserve some props for that. And also, I've been hearing that Risk Zero is trying to make WASM validity provable with zero-knowledge proofs. So other people are doing some interesting things with WebAssembly, WASM. I wanted to give some examples about Mars protocol. We ran into a specific issue where WASM really was a great answer to. The idea of write once, run everywhere. If you're not familiar with a lending market, you essentially have collateral on one end, debts on one end, so you deposit some Osmo, you take a loan with some Atom, and we have on the UI a calculation, health factor, how healthy is it? This is super important to expose. It's a core component, health factor, in our contracts. So how does that work? How do you calculate health factor? Well, it's not at a high level terribly complicated. You have on one side of the ledger, you've got the collaterals, the debt. Let's just say you deposited 10 Atom, you took a loan of 70 Osmo. How would you determine whether this is healthy? How would you calculate health factor? All right, so what do? So you take on the left, the amount, so 10 Atom times the price of Atom, and you multiply that against max loan to value, basically a risk adjustment. So we have a risk team that kind of goes and does research to see, like, okay, what is the relative risk of this asset? On the debt side of the equation, it's super easy. You just take the amount times the price. You divide the number on the left by the number on the right, and you get health factor. So at a high level, not too difficult. So the formula, well, implementing it in Rust is no big deal. We have the decimal struct, we have math stuff. We're just going to add up all the collateral, multiply it by the max loan to value, divided by debt. Oh yeah, but the browser, the UI, they need to do this too, right? Basically, we need to be able to simulate the effect of someone taking debt and what that health factor would be. So, okay, UI team front end, just here, JavaScript, it's relatively easy to do the same thing. The backend team says, hey, we're doing stuff with liquidation bots. It's really helpful if we don't need to make a call, a network request. What if we just implemented the health factor formula in Go? Okay, fine. It's super simple, not a problem. A couple weeks later, the risk team says, hey, there's a situation where if we put something on Mars and we remove it for whatever reason, you need to make sure to guard against the case that a delisted asset is encountered in an account, and just drop the max loan to value to 0. All right, that's not terribly complicated in Rust. We just have that single case, one guard, and the front end and back end teams have to do that as well. A couple weeks later, vault positions, really interesting aspects using credit accounts within Mars. It's a little bit complicated as it relates to how you go about health checking and calculating the collateral adjusted value of these things. But it's not impossible. It's just getting a little bit more work. Of course, the Rust is super important. That's where the chain code is in WASM. And the JavaScript needs to implement that. And the Go needs to implement that. Okay, 1 month later, the risk team says, hey, we have a really interesting adjustment we should make to the health factor. High leverage strategies. So there's situations where, hey, someone on Mars borrows Atom against ST Atom. Those are correlated. You should be able to lever that up like crazy. Go degen. Okay, the formula is getting out of control. And implementing that in Rust, JavaScript, Go, separately, the devs are just over it. Like, we can't maintain this. In fact, these code bases are now diverging in unsustainable patterns. So not only that, the code maintenance, but the number system works differently, right? Rust, we have, uints. JavaScript, we have whatever the heck this is, right? Floating point numbers. Also, uints have implicit rounding as well. Now, when you're going through a bunch of different steps and the UI is trying to estimate, is this going to be healthy at the end of the collection of these steps? The further and further away that the contract code calculation in the front end, there's like a divergence that happens that we can't really trust that it actually is going to be healthy. So the front end does its best, sends it to mid-scan, and yeah, we're probably familiar with this. Why did that happen? Well, if you compare that to the Rust code that's completely redundant, it turns out that wasn't a healthy action. Super, super annoying. Okay, the obvious solution is before us. WASM, right? We need one canonical source of the code for doing health calculations in Mars, and let's just compile that to WASM and just hand that over to the front end and back end teams, and hooray, all of our problems are solved. Okay, there's some nuances that we should talk about. One, there's a decoupling. If you're going to do this, you're going to be running into situations where, in our case, the health check really is fetching the data, prices, denoms data, and then inputting that into the health computer. If someone has a better name for this, please let me know. And the reason why is we have to separate fetching because each of the different platforms do fetching in a different way, right? The Rust code, AWESOMWASM, we query the chain. Go, they use their own node. The browser maybe uses a public RPC. So, okay, data fetcher has to stay proprietary to each of the platforms. With the health computer, boom, we're kicking this out. This is going to be its own package. Now, what do we need to add to it? How do we actually do the magic of exposing it that the front-end team can utilize this? Well, there's something called WASM bindgen, a really interesting library that allows and manages this relationship between these different coding environments, between JavaScript and the compiled WASM code. We'll create a new function, computehealth.js, that takes the data that's coming in, the fetched data. We'll serialize that and cast it to the health computer that has the data, but on the health computer struct, they can compute, right? So this method is the method that's hundreds and hundreds of lines of code that the front end and the back end teams don't even want to even think about. So that is where the work is being done for them. We'll cast the response as something that's useful for the front end and back end teams, and then we'll serialize that and send it back. Yeah, not too complicated, not too much code to basically expose this to any platform ever. What do we do then? Well, there's a really cool CLI called WASMPack. We just tell WASMPack, point it at that package we created, and boop, out pops out a directory. And the directory has some files that it creates. One, the bread and butter, the brains of the operation, it compiles it, the package to WASM. It also compiles and creates this crazy JavaScript file that you're not meant to read, but all you need to know is that it's doing a lot of work and helping you instantiate the environment that WASM can run in the browser. All you need to know is now you have a function that the front-end team can simply import. You should be aware, though, because the serialization that occurs, there is TypeScript any. If you are a front-end dev here, you better be on TypeScript strict mode. Do not have any any's. So what you should do, you should just probably wrap these in functions that have stronger types, and that's the thing that you can use in your code base. Package this up, send it to NPM, boom, the front-end team is happy. We have just reduced the maintenance cost of health factor in Mars by 80% for the front-end team, which is really cool. They are quite pleased. Some considerations that we should be aware of. One, for the WASM developers out there, when you compile this, Rust Optimizer doesn't like it so much, so you kind of have to put it behind a feature flag. Secondly, there is some nuances with how you want errors to propagate after you compile the WASM. You can make a trade-off for more verbose errors, but larger WASM file, you have to make some trade-offs there and some decisions. Staying synced. This is obviously a problem when you're sharing code between platforms. Probably should build something in your CI/CD pipeline that automatically publishes the NPM, so the front end is always exposed to the latest of what the chain code is doing. And lastly, WASM file sizes. If you expose like 40 different functions in one WASM file, and the front end only needs one, that could be a situation where you need to be more thoughtful for code splitting, and so on. WASM. It's not the answer to everything, but I would say it is the answer to a lot of things. And it's really cool that our ecosystem gets to participate in this open standard. Super excited what people are going to be working on in this and to be a part of the ecosystem. Thank you.
Love it.
I don't have long. Long. Oh, okay. You already have. Oh, okay. I thought it was another person. Perfect.
All right, thank you, Gabe, for the amazing fun talks. And next up is Long, the co-founder and CTO of Aura Network. And please, before the lunch break, please pay a little bit of more attention to how Aura is onboarding new generation of users to Cosmos. So, welcome, Long, to the stage.
Hello. Hi. Cool. So my name is Long, like long and short, you know. No, I never short. So, so this is the first time that I represent Aura. So this is the very first time that we are presenting live for the general global audience of Cosmos. I did share a link to my presentations on the Telegram chat, but you can also scan it from here, right? So, you know, we have contact of each other. So a little bit of introductions of today's talk. It will be a very quick talk. I won't keep you for long before the lunch. Of course, I will very quickly go a little bit about Aura, our chain, our product. And since this is WASM conference, of course, I want to talk about what are we focus on building on Aura using WASM, and also how we can bring values to the Cosmos ecosystem as a whole, and not only in our product. So Aura is a layer 1 chain focusing mostly on NFT. That's it. That's very simple. It's built on Cosmos SDK and WASM as well. That's a little bit different that in Aura, that we focus mostly on applications, and especially focusing on the Asian market. So most of the region that we are operating is mostly Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Korea, and Japan as well. And we try to drive toward mass NFT adaptations. So this is a little bit different in the theory of different app chains, right, in the Cosmos ecosystem. But we're actually building a sovereign chain that sells specific product to specific group of people. So this is our thesis. Right. Sorry. In Aura, we actually start building from late 2021, and we spent 1.5 years to build our chain with all the infrastructure applications on top of it. So this is not infrastructure protocols, but this is infrastructure applications. So what does that mean? That means something like this. It's a block explorer. Like in the Cosmos ecosystem, everybody knew MinScan, right? And normally Big Dipper or some other block explorer out there. But we think that there are some other block explorer out there which have superior user experience. For example, like Etherscan. So basically we built AuraScan, which is kind of a very rich feature block explorer. What it can do is that you basically can search everything on AuraScan. Literally, you can search every single thing, every address in the log, and every event of the contract as well. You have a very complete transaction event log. You can also have private public name tag for similar to Etherscan, right? Statistic, and the good thing is it's completely open source. This one. The next thing is multi-signature tools. If you are familiar with the Ethereum ecosystem, you probably heard about Nois, which is like very, very OG projects. And if you are managing a fund or a VC, probably you have to use Nois at some point to manage your fund, right? And even here in Cosmos, the native multi-signatures is a pain in the ass to use anyway. Nobody, I mean, you have to use that, but it's a pain. So we built something similar to Gnosis, but it's on for Cosmos. It doesn't use any contract, so there's no quantum contract involved in the multisig. It uses the native multisig of the SDK, so it is backward compatible with all other chains. It has transaction sequence, right? You can basically make a bunch of transactions and you can execute it one by one, right? And it can do with any custom transactions, or you can do multi-send as well. So, and especially the highlight here is no contract and also open source. It also have a native mobile application is coming as well. So you can, you can make a transaction and your boss sign your transactions on the mobile phone, which is as easy as it is. We also build, since we are an NFT chain, we spend a lot of time building a centralized indexing service. So the idea is, well, DeFi app or like the applications that you need data in real time, you should go to the query the node, right? But like other kind of data like transaction history, or some like indexing the IPFS or something like that, you probably go to a centralized indexing service, right? So we make this a tool called Horoscope. It supports indexing pretty much everything in the chain using from the Cosmos event. It also supporting indexing everything in the WASM event as well. It gives you a real-time API, especially to GraphQL, so that you can query everything very easily from the front-end side as well. It's also very customizable so that you can customize the crawling and data API to query in your chain as well. So these three tools are fully open source, and that where we consider they are the application layer of the infrastructure, so that every ecosystem needs those to make your ecosystem more robust, to create more user-friendly applications. We also very focusing on smart account and account abstractions. So like from yesterday, we heard that there's a bunch of people here are doing a lot of work in the account abstraction part, right? We also doing the same. We are like supporting smart contract-based account natively. So what we do is every account in Cosmos account will be mapped to a smart contract account, and people will need at least one token or maybe one aura to actively change from your dumb account into a smart account, right? And we even make a wallet for that part as well. So everything will be smart. Everything will be centralized around your smartphone. And abstract and support natively. Right. Behind the scene of the account abstractions module, it's actually pretty simple, right? It is not the we did it very simple. The more simple it is, the better it is, right? So basically, when you want to active a smart account, when you want to change from a dumb account into a smart account, we teach the anti-handler a little bit so that we can set a temporary public key to the authentication module. And then after that, we do the signature verification normally in the Cosmos SDK. And then we swap it out, right? And then after everything is done, and if the account have enough balance, right, we create a smart account for it. We instantiate the contract for it. And of course, the list of the contract that can be instantiated is whitelist through governing. So it's very simple. a few hundred line of code, and it works very well. In Aura, we also try to do a lot of mobile experience to users. And in the Asian market, people really like to do everything on mobile. You can see the superior mobile experience in centralized exchange applications like Binance or similar applications like that, right? It's superior mobile experience. Every dApps on Aura must have mobile support, very beautiful. We do spend a lot of time in, analyzing users' behavior, where do they put their fingers and things to make the UIs to be as much as accessible as possible. We also go further, right? If you want to make native applications, for example, if you are a Flutter developer, we have the Flutter SDK for mobile application development, right? The old mobile development stack is based mostly on React Native. However, we just love Flutter much more, right? And also for gaming, we have also Unity SDK for game. So these SDK are pretty simple. They do some sort of key management. They do smart account interaction, of course. Since we do smart account interactions, there is external wallet linking, calling deep link to some other's wallet. Unfortunately, at the moment, we only support Coin98 wallet through the mobile SDK because we haven't integrated with Kepler yet. But hopefully, there's something to be considered in the future. And especially for an NFT chain, we do a lot of work with real-life use case for NFT. And so for your information, these are all applications that is under development and will be released this year. I think I have a laser here. It's hard to see. From the right to the left, and from your left to right, right? You can see we have an application for a kind of a coupon exchange for your NFT, so that people can come and make your event and exchange the NFT for code for check-in the event. The second part is where we're collaborating with the Nois network, where we allow people to create your own kind of lucky wheel game with the prize from tokens or NFT, so that users can spin the wheel and get their prize. Of course, you don't need to pay anything because everything is free grant underneath. We're also incubating some of the local manga community in Vietnam, actually, so that we have this kind of token gate, NFT gate community, similar to forum style, so that you actually can draw manga and then you can sell manga and sell NFT collections along with those manga to your local community artists. And this takes a lot of local effort in coordinating with communities and to listen to them and to communicate with the real life entity to make this happen, right? So coming from the perspective of an app developer rather than a chain builder or infrastructure builder, we have we have really focusing most of our time into doing kind of some application like this. Some of on our marketplace called SigHive, there's a lot of NFT with real utility there. And basically, we only focus on NFT with real utility, actually. There's ticketing system. We did ticket for a dozen of events already. Some of them are really, really big. The Conquest event in Philippines last month. The GM Vietnam, which is one of the biggest events in Vietnam, just happened last week. And a bunch of other, small conference for tickets, NFT tickets as well. Basically, you can get NFT tickets, right? You can go to the box tools. You can burn those NFT for your code to redeem on site. And once you check in, you can throw the NFT away. There's a lot of minting for merch, go to a crypto event, you mint an NFT, and people give you merch. Access pass, so that people can build bots on Discord to check if you hold a specific tokens, hold a specific NFT so that you can get access to some of the Discord forum as well. Voucher, collaborating with a bunch of Web2 enterprises to buy a bunch of vouchers and do reward this for community for minting specific NFT products and stuff like that, right? So these are some of the use cases that we already did from April this year until now, and of course there will be a lot of other things coming this year. And yes, I think this is one of the highlights that we really want to share with all the Cosmos community is that we probably to introduce, I'm not really sure the first, but I think it is the first, but correct me if I'm wrong. But we're proud to introduce the first multi-chain, free-to-play and earn game, serious game, not the bullshit game, serious game on Cosmos through the collaboration with the Christian Science Studio, also a Vietnamese studio. And there's a lot of other games coming in the coming months. So this is called Monstera. Is it called Monstera because it was built on Terra before, but before they launched, Terra collapsed. So we kind of take up the project after that. The testnet version is already live, right? Monstera actually, for now, is top 7 on BNB chain, according to Daprada, and top 1 on AVAX, and on Avalanche, and top 1 on OKX. And the testnet version integrating with Aura is coming, is already here. There's a lot more coming in from 1 and 2 months more. But what we have here is that we have at least 400K of new users coming to this ecosystem, and at least 25K users online daily, right? Through in-game events and through other collaborations on top of that. Yeah, so it is pretty exciting. We have one of the very first game here. You can do a lot with the games. They are a very, very accomplished game. They did 2 rounds of fundraising with a lot of top-tier VC in Asia. They have the main game, they have the DAO for staking, portal, in-game event, bridges, and other things. And it's not just a game. It's a journey for us to migrate them from EVM to Cosmos. There's a lot of technical fatigue here. There's the wallet interaction is really, really difficult. Kepler doesn't support mobile integration out of the box, right? Well, but we do work with a lot of some other wallet provider. Some technical difficult here. Wallet interaction is very junky. It's like, you don't want to do that on mobile. Managing assets on different chains is also it's pain in the ass, especially if you have assets, tokens and NFT on BNB or AVAX, and then you have to bring all of those to Cosmos and in and out. It's really a pain. You also need to buy and sell things with both on-chain assets and also off-chain assets as well. It's not a purely on-chain game, but it's like a mix, right? And also traditional user onboarding. And we also working with the team to solve those by helping them to make an in-game wallet, in-app wallet. The game provider, they also integrating layer 0 for bridging assets. But we are trying to convince them to use IBC, when the time comes. And there's a lot of other things, right? In-app purchase in-app purchase, and then you use the token off-chain through in-app purchase to exchange for tokens on-chain as well. So all of these are very, I could say, a very tedious process when you have a game, traditional game, similar to the Clash of Clans games to be migrated to Web3 games. It's really, really difficult. But yeah, we kind of make it work. So it's gonna be a boilerplate for other games migrating from other ecosystem to here, to Cosmos. Right, I think that's it. We have 2 minutes left, but yeah. So here's some key takeaways from what we have been building and then when we come so far, right? First, we are Aura. We are building a bunch of open source infrastructure applications, not infrastructure protocol, right? and also a bunch of consumer-facing applications using Cosmos and WASM. Right? Hence, we are here in the WASM conference. We see like a bunch of other people making also account abstraction standards. Like Larry makes some of the other team, Vectix makes some of other chain is running. We also run the same. So we really need some kind of collaborated effort to make this a kind of a standard for the account abstraction for WASM chain. Not just because we want to be unified, but we also want the life of the developer to make consumer-facing applications easier and wallets is easier, right? We don't want too many weird wallet with if else too much if else. Yeah, we definitely think that mobile support is mandatory. A lot of things now is having problem with the mobile wallet, and I don't think Cosmos have a very good experience in mobile wallet at all. That's for sure. It is not up to the level of the other things. It's just that. NFT utility is important, of course. There's a lot of effort in making NFT and collectibles, but there should be more in terms of utilities, because if collectibles alone, it's very difficult to compete with the ETH or Solana anyway. And yeah, through NFT, we have GameFi, right? There's no game here. And we try to bring more. And hopefully there will be more game coming in the future for sure. Okay, thank you very much for listening. I will be hanging around in the Aura Network booth. And yeah, have a good lunch. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Long, for the introduction of Aura Network. I think you guys had a better understanding of it, and find Long if you are curious about it. And it's time for lunch break. Get some lunch, get some fresh air, and have fun. And we'll be back at like 1:10. So an IBC panel, which is super cool, is waiting. So be back until 1:10. Okay. Bon appétit.
Want to hold him real quick? I'm just going to grab Finn.
Sure. I can also hold him during the either way.
He'll come up with me.
Okay.
I'm just grabbing Finn. How are you? I was like looking around. They're like, do you know where Finn is? And I was like, he's taller than me, so just look for someone taller than me, and we'll find him. How you been?
Yeah, been good. Yeah, crazy time. So much going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, going really well.
Awesome.
How about you?
Yeah, he's got water. I'll give him water
so
after
good.
the panel. Yeah, this is Duke.
I saw a photo of him yesterday. I don't know if I would have. Maybe saw a
Maybe
photo.
if you're in Berlin.
Probably saw a photo.
Yeah.
Nice. How are you guys going?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're like chugging along.
You just mostly like helping everyone in the ecosystem. Or
Uh,
have you got it?
Just doing the SDK and then like trying to help people where I can.
Okay, so still.
But just having fun with it. Oh, I thought it was, he said Thursday. Oh, today is Thursday. No. Is today Thursday or Wednesday? Oh, okay, yeah. It was like Wednesday. We can just do a spring festival. We can do B81 tomorrow. Yeah. got one? You got this?
It should the moderator will pass it, not you.
Me.
Not you. Yeah. No, but there is another. There is another mic, I think. The person introduced.
Ah, okay.
I know. I know that you are the moderator, right?
That's like, right?
Hey, buddy. Come on, wake up. It was so cool at Atom Berlin. Basically, you get up or you move, you change immediately.
Yeah. Whenever I get talks to Berlin, he always comes with me.
Really?
So.
Is it always like friendly?
Yeah. Germany, not as much as Berlin. Like in Berlin, it's like exceptional. Like all restaurants, like fancy restaurants, like whatever restaurant, only if it's open kitchen. They're kind of like, okay, you can sit outside, or otherwise they allow it everywhere, like bars. In the car, like feeling sick from the turns. I was like, I can't do this. Shut the fuck up. Like I messaged Sunny a question. Like, I don't know, there's not even expect. So it's just like, okay, very good. So like, what's replicated security?
The first iteration of Interchain security.
Oh, okay.
Where the entire set is replicated.
Yeah, I see.
All right, it's 1:10, and as I've mentioned, hello. And as I've mentioned, now it's time for the great IBC panel that I'm really excited about, moderated by Marco and Duke, and the panelists Susumu, Fig, Marius, and Sirada. So please give them a big, big round of applause.
Short round of intros. So we'll start with the far side. Sirada, you want to start?
Sure. Hi, I'm Sirada. I'm helping with business development, growth, and partnerships at BAN Protocol. And BAN Protocol is a cross-chain data oracle platform that aggregates and connects real-world data and APIs to smart contracts. Our project is backed by leading investors like Sequoia and Binance, and it was founded back in 2017. Today, we're supporting over 25 chains from Cosmos, EVM, Polkadot substrates. That adds up to a total of over 19 million data requests in total.
My name's Fig. I'm one of the co-founders of Squid, which is a service that allows you to do cross-chain swaps between any token on any chain in one click and execute any contract call as well, like buying an NFT across chain, staking across chain. And we're connected with most of the EVM chains and now about to launch full swaps between any EVM token and Cosmos token.
Hi, I'm Marius. I'm a project lead at Informal System in the Cosmos Hub team at Informal System.
We are maintainers of Gaia and also implementing Interchain security, also known as replicated security, this version. Last year, I was working on the Interchain security spec and also another IBC spec. So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Susumu from Datachain and Toki. We've been recently working very hard to use the Intel SGX to enhance IBC to build a trust-minimized bridge between Ethereum and the Cosmos ecosystem. And we also announced Toki, and Dai, the co-founder of the Toki, had a keynote speech yesterday. It's basically the liquidity pool on top of the IBC bridge and enable the single-click multiple cross-chain transaction at once. So yeah, it's still infancy compared to other folks in the panel, but I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And I'm Marco from Binary Builders, and I work on the Cosmos SDK. So starting out, like this is an IBC panel, so all the good things about IBC and none of the bad stuff. That's the rule for today. So let's start. Like we're in this world. IBC is kind of the most adopted chain in Cosmos, and it could be construed as the entire blockchain ecosystem. But what are you guys excited for next? Like what do you feel like should come next in IBC, and what are you most excited for? Whoever wants to start.
I can start. I mean, I'm really excited for, we've seen some chains adopting the packet forward middleware and the IBC hooks middleware. I think it's almost a minor change or upgrade, but it unlocks a ton of new user flows and hopefully much more usability between chains in Cosmos. Allows you to do things like sending a token from Neutron back to the Cosmos Hub and then to Osmosis in the same transaction. And then also maybe doing a staking transaction across chain. And like at Squid, we're using it a lot where like, if it didn't exist, we wouldn't be able to do what we can do. And I think a ton of projects are going to be using that. So yeah, I feel like the next 6 months, we should see a big unlock in user experience in IBC.
Quick question on the Squid integration, just before everyone else continues. So you guys are coming to Cosmos next. I'm not sure if I was supposed to leak the alpha, but but it's on the page. But so your experience, what is the experience of like integration with IBC? Because I'm assuming that it's an IBC integration and less so of like an Axelar integration.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I didn't want to be biased, but the most exciting thing is Squid's coming to IBC. We've been building like with IBC now for a while, and we build with Axelar's tech stack, which also uses IBC. But it's actually been really easy to develop with. I think the hardest part is maintaining a testing environment, because with a lot of the work that we do is actually around gas. Especially in the EVM world where there's a ton of use of some of these chains and gas prices can fluctuate a lot. At the moment with IBC, gas isn't really dealt with, so it's been very easy to work with. We just sort of say, it works across chain. But I think, so that's going to be maybe a big change once IBC can start dealing with fees more like precisely. Relayers might get paid correctly and whatnot. But yeah, the development's been really good. IBC hooks makes everything super easy, and it's just a matter of knowing Rust, because we're building with WASM as well. So you've got a different skill set to a lot of EVM teams, and where like our SDK and our tools let EVM developers now access Cosmos applications, and we're trying to make it as easy as possible. They can hopefully do a lot of it without even knowing any Rust. They'll just use JavaScript to integrate into a Cosmos DEX or something like that.
Awesome. Thank you. Next.
Sure. So what we're really excited about IBC is that IBC plays a crucial role in enhancing the capability of BandChain. So BandChain is our own infrastructure that is specialized for Oracle computations. And we're leveraging off IBC to empower developers to launch new integration tools that help more seamless integration with BandChain. And two of our integration tools that we just launched actually are called CDB ban and price feed module. So CDB ban allows custom WASM contracts to interact with ban chain directly. It's an open source data type library, and it helps enhances developers and make their life easier. And the second one is called price feed module. That helps Cosmos developers access real-time price feed data directly from ban chain in a more seamless way. And we're leveraging off IBC to launch more integration tools coming up in our roadmap, so stay tuned from Ban Protocol side.
Yeah, what I am excited about IBC, there are a lot of things going on. I think three are the most exciting that we are looking forward. So one is synchronous, wait, I have to move. One is synchronous IBC. This will enable a lot of cool things. I would like, though, more discussion in the ecosystem of something on top of arbitrage or how to improve DeFi. So this will be actually an interesting thing to think about. But yeah, we keep having discussions within the team about this. The other one is ZK clients, right? So bringing ZK IBC clients. This will enable the third actually thing that we are very excited, opt-in security. So we are now working on replicated security. We are iterating on it, but we are really, really excited about the next iteration of Interchain security, which is opt-in. This will enable basically validators to just decide whether they want to participate on a consumer chain or not. And the big thing is that now a chain, a business can just come and submit the transactions to the hub eventually, and some validators will decide, yeah, this is a good business, I will validate for it, right, in exchange for some rewards. And yeah, for this though, we need ZK proofs or something else, either fraud or, yeah, something has to happen. But ZK proofs would be amazing.
It's definitely going to be interesting, at least from the SDK's point of view. We hope we can assist getting there faster, just because it unlocks so much.
Yeah. So back in 2019, our CTO, June, fell in love with the IBC and saw the potential of the industry adoption of IBC. And since then, we have been struggling and feel sometimes painfully slow for IBC industry adoption. But it turns out there is a clear fit between the industry needs to the IBC characteristics. So for example, take an example of the financial institution of a delivery versus payment. So when we send a security asset on the one network and receive the payment from the another network, there is a clear demand from the financial institution to cut the intermediary escrow and make this transaction trustless and atomic, which is exactly side protocol and Strangelove Ventures currently working on. And if we talk with the company working on the supply chain solution, they clearly addressing the same use case for the interchain securities as well. So yeah, this kind of the fit between the industry needs and the IBC characteristic is very exciting to us. And by the way, we see the partnership with Axera and Microsoft, and it's great. So tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, it's amazing that we've seen some kind of adoption from one of those, like such a big player. I'm personally, that's a partnership with Axelar. Squid is like really closely partnered with Axelar, so I've spoken with the Microsoft team. I think it's just, you know, while we're on IBC panel, like IBC is partly to do with helping scale blockchains. Like the reason we have Interchain is because not one blockchain can solve the problems for every application. And part of scaling is also these infrastructure providers like Microsoft Azure and AWS as well, of course. And getting buy-in from some of these players and like closer integrations is going to help scale like Web3 ecosystem. Maybe once we do hit some kind of inflection point and you start seeing thousands of chains pop up, it's just amazing that they're taking notice of this early on and in the middle of a bear market. It's like really good sign. So yeah, excited about that partnership.
So in this talk, there's two forms of scaling being talked about, at least I think, and really let's kind of like dive into that. So there's like scaling blockchains that you're mentioning. It'd be good to like get understanding of like what you mean by that. And then you're also talking about different form of scaling with ZK technology. Do you see them as complementary or kind of like scaling in two different areas of blockchain and IBC?
When it comes to interchain security and the entire, so interchain, replicated security, opt-in, mass security, all of them, I see them as a big family. It's a method of sharding in the end, right? So you are scaling by sharding the state. And this is an interesting approach. I think it's unique to Cosmos, how we approached it, right? Because we start building the chains, afterwards we connected the chains, and now we are basically sharding the state and enabling this easy bootstrapping of blockchains. Right? You look at something like Ethereum, they are doing exactly the opposite. And now they are building also a shared security solution, this EigenLayer, right? And they're trying to, I guess at some point it will converge, it will be like the same thing. Right?
It definitely looks like, it feels the same, I'd say.
Yeah, so eventually there are a lot of similarities, right? Everything is open source, right? We are talking with these teams. So clearly the idea is to build the internet of blockchains.
And then from like the partnership perspective, like Microsoft scaling blockchains, like I can easily see that being like Band is a huge chain that has a lot of state that like helps a lot of chains with oracles. So it'd be like, do you see like bottlenecks that you foresee something like ZK, IBC, or Microsoft being able to like help solve in that scaling to really scale the usage of Band across the interchain and beyond?
So we can actually share more insights on real usage through IBC, through our Oracle, and two of our key clients that are Injective and Desmos. So for Injective, that's like one of the most active pair today, according to Map of Zones. And we've been supporting Injective since 2021 to help them launch a fully decentralized exchange protocol through IBC. And they use Band's Oracle to achieve that. And for Desmos, they're layer 1 blockchain that builds a decentralized social network. And they use Band's Oracle data source and Oracle script to allow users to bridge and connect their profile from centralized social media in Web 2 to Web 3, create like censorship-resistant social profile, and also enhance security by verifying user and prevent user impersonation through that. And we're really excited about these sort of partnerships, and the key enabler is the IBC. So when you mention about the future of ZK IBC, we're looking forward to see more exciting partnerships grow in these sort of aspects. And for example, I mean, we're not expert in ZK IBC, you are more of the expert, but we've been doing some research on it. So we believe that it can enhance higher throughput, higher speed, facilitate lower cost with multi-chain transactions. So we're looking forward to see more growth opportunities in terms of cross-chain interoperability partnership. And there are also in the strategic partnership side, we also recently explored strategic collaboration with Axelar as well. And we can share more on that aspect as well. So the apps that integrated with different chains are integrated with Axelar can explore tapping into Band's protocols, aggregated data. We offer a wide range of set from price feed to RRF and more. And yeah, these sort of partnerships, we're looking forward to see what ZK-IBC can bring.
Awesome. So the next thing, we're talking about scaling and everything, but then it's everyone always asks who are we building? Why do we need to scale? Why does it need to be faster? Who are we trying to serve? And who are we building this for? The Cosmos ecosystem is large. It's not as big as some other ecosystems, and I think this is like one of the like adoption. Like you're working on the Ethereum integration with like SGX. Like, do you want to touch on that and like how you see that sort of adoption being or overcoming a hurdle of adoption with other ecosystems beyond Cosmos?
Well, so we're extensively working on the EVM and the industry adoption. So what we would like to touch about the hurdle for industry adoption. In that sense, I see that the biggest hurdle will be the absence of industry-used specification, standardized specification. So when we talk with the companies and they would like to solve some problems on-chain, they look for the industry-used standardized specification first and see if it fits their needs. But if it turns out that if there isn't, then they turn to the off-chain solutions, which is not so fun anymore. So there is a small group and a small initiative from the industry side to make some protocols to make the standard specification, like atomic swap. And what we are trying to do is to take the essence of IBC and add it to the specification to make them IBC compatible. So yeah, it's very slow, so it takes time, but yeah, we are very happy to give a struggle for that.
Awesome, that's exciting. For this kind of goes on to everyone else as well. Like, what do you see beyond like integration with Ethereum in a trustless manner, like other adoption hurdles that you think we need to achieve to be able to really go beyond Cosmos and make IBC the standard of everything?
I think an important part to make IBC a standard is to maintain that standard. We have to put more resources into IBC, not the implementations, not IBC Go or IBC RS, but the actual specification, right? So the idea initially was to build the TCP/IP of blockchains. And a lot of amazing work was done in that direction, right? So what IBC did for Cosmos is amazing, right? But the spec at the moment is very hard to maintain. It's all in English and pseudocode, right? The implementations are multiple already. They are going much faster than the specification. So I think we should put much more resources into this. And a cool idea is, and I'm really excited about this, is to use executable spec, right? So to transform and with formal verification methods and a cool project that we are having at Informal at the moment is Quint. And we are actually did that already with ICS20, the token transfer. It's all rewritten in, you can execute the entire specification, which makes it much easier to maintain, much easier to play with, create tests from it. And then external people that are coming from other ecosystems, they can build those clients to be able to connect to the outside.
I guess for adoption, user experience is one of the main things that we're trying to solve. Both user experience within the Cosmos, but also being able to allow people from the other ecosystems to onboard as easily as possible. There's so many, it's like a bit of a wonderland. There's these really different applications which you can't do anywhere else in the Cosmos, but the experience of getting across is really difficult. And that's a few things. It's like the wallet layer needs to upgrade, and you've got the Cosmos snaps happening, like Cosmos Station, XDeFi. They're doing wallets which enable both Cosmos and Ethereum. So then a user doesn't even have to think about whether they're in the Cosmos or Ethereum. They just get to sign transactions, which is a huge uplift. And then Squid, when we launch, hopefully there'll be one click from any EVM chain into the Cosmos. So those, like, I'm not sure if that's necessarily solving the hurdle of like mass adoption, but it's definitely, it should help the Cosmos, hopefully. At least makes the playing field more even. And then, yeah, I don't have a magic wand as to what's going to bring mass adoption, but yeah.
Right, so from our perspective, so our end goal, our long-term vision is to be the key enabler for Web3 developers and also the go-to infrastructure provider that help developers build more robust dApps. So in order to achieve that, IBC is like a key significant factor that helps enable interoperability, scalability, security, and privacy to Banchain and our infrastructure. And so there were 4 things we did to help reduce frictions and blockers in these areas. So the first thing last year, what we did is we boosted our interoperability by upgrading the IBC standard from V1 to V3. So that allows WASM contracts from other chains to connect with Banchain more seamlessly. And also, last year, we also upgraded our mainnet to increase throughput by 10x. And we've also launched integration tools and documentations that makes developers' lives easier that I mentioned earlier. And finally, we also supported the Interchain account standard, or the ICA, to help increase accessibility to users and help increase all these 4 areas I mentioned earlier: scalability, interoperability, security, privacy, to our infrastructure in order to achieve our end goal.
Awesome, awesome. Do you guys think that if IBC or the teams working in IBC should spend a lot of time going to Solana, near Avalanche, and the rollup space, or do we kind of think that it's okay to stay out of that space and maybe someone else will handle it instead of IBC?
I think that that could be really valuable, but yeah, it depends where you think of the core product. Is the core product of IBC just the messaging layer, or is it really? It's almost like the whole Cosmos ecosystem is around IBC. So it's whether maybe the Cosmos ecosystem can still focus on building really good products that are useful for real people rather than just scaling out to other tech stacks necessarily. But definitely there'd be value in connecting IBC up to these other ecosystems to potentially build trade relationships with them. I mean, that's part of what we're trying to do.
Do you think that would change the Squid product a bit? If you could do IBC everywhere, would it simplify your life or make it a bit harder?
Yeah, well, that gets into what the role of Axelar is a little bit. Definitely, we can now integrate anywhere that has IBC. That's a nice scaling solution in that sense. But then Axelar also provides some really useful services for us, even in the context of IBC. It's a blockchain where you can program specific networking things, and the hub and spoke model is really useful. For example, as a router, we have a really powerful backend now that can route to anything if we need to, but it's still over time to scale the ecosystem, you'll need some kind of hub and spoke, and the Cosmos hub will be one of those hubs. Probably Osmosis is a hub already, but Axelar serves that purpose, and it does translation to all these different virtual machines. So that's another thing it does, and then the gas services as well. It's not IBC relayers might work really well already just with Tendermint and Cosmos chains, but then there's so much more technology that needs to be built to even be able to execute transactions on other chains, let alone do all the verification. And so Axelar still plays a role, I think, for sure. But yeah, wherever IBC goes, we can integrate, which is amazing now. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Anyone else have some controversial takes?
Oh, Marco. No, but I think that there is already work done on IBC clients towards other ecosystems, right? So if you go in the IBC spec, there is already, I think there is a draft for Near protocol, for an IBC client for the Near protocol. I think something to connect to Polkadot. So I don't remember all of them, but there are a bunch of them. They are not, I do not know what's the stage of them, but there is work in the direction. Now, to be able to create these light clients, you have to have a good understanding of these consensus engines. Right? So there needs to be collaboration. So usually these specifications, they are maintained by somebody from that ecosystem or that is interacting with that ecosystem. So when you're talking about should IBC do it, who is IBC? Because IBC is a standard. So there are multiple IBC teams in the ecosystem doing a lot of work. So yeah, I think work is being done. Maybe we need more coordination at a higher level across what's the direction, what systems do we want to connect to.
So light clients are kind of like the most underutilized thing in blockchain. Like it's meant to be like this trustless thing you like just work with, but like the adoption of light clients has been nowhere near where the early adopters or the early writers of blockchain really came to be, thought it would be. Do you think that like maybe early adopters of IBC for quick integration should just be like a third-party committee or just a committee or like a POA chain or something like that instead of having it be like client and just to get IBC out there?
It's already happening, right? So there are these new protocols that are coming to these new bridges that are kind of good.
So like Hyperlane and Wormhole are like but they're using their own bridging technology out of out of Cosmos instead of using IBC to go out of Cosmos. So do you think it's like maybe it's not competitive? Let's kind of phrase it this way. Like on Twitter the past 2 days, Hyperlane announced that they built an SDK module. There's some controversy going on Twitter around that. Wormhole announced their chain/bridge. How do we see that as evolving in the Cosmos ecosystem?
I see it as a huge positive for Cosmos. So Cosmos has to win from this, right? Everybody should come and build in Cosmos, right? We create the interchain of the internet of blockchains. We cannot have that without Ethereum, Solana, and all the other ecosystems, right? So we need to connect all of them. For IBC, yeah, in the end, IBC is a standard. The implementations don't really matter in that regard. So if these protocols are coming in, the big question is why these approaches are not using the standard. So did we fail in the creation of a standard? Why is not the TCP/IP of the
Or did we make it too complicated?
Maybe we make it too complicated, but this is actually the questions that we should ask, and we should try to solve these problems instead of building yet another bridge, right? And bringing in Cosmos like 20, 30 bridges, and every once in a while one of them is failing, and we have problems. So we should have one standard, and everybody focus on creating this TCP/IP of blockchains, and then we create implementations out of it.
In the short term, so it leads to the conflict as well as user confusion. But in the long run, I think it's good for us to build our protocol more better. And I like as many ideas as possible. And on the opposite side, the composable finance is working on the Beefy Light client, and they make a bridge between Polkadot and Cosmos, and it's already live. And Landslide is working on the Avalanche Light client, and we follow their path to build a bridge, and we will be launching later in this year. I think at the end of the day, we can learn from them, possibly failure, and make our protocol better.
I'd agree. I think it's good for the Cosmos, for sure, just bringing more developers, more capital in. And in terms of what it means for IBC, I haven't looked into the Hyperlane implementation. I don't know if it's available even, but they already have their own protocols from outside between whatever chains they're connecting, and they need to make them compatible with IBC somehow. So maybe that's why they've taken those approaches. But then maybe there's a matter of like a temptation that could happen to Cosmos. I don't know if it will happen. I think IBC is pretty, like, everyone believes in it, but maybe you get centralized lower security bridges which start to get a lot of adoption, and then you're at risk of a hack in the future. And so one of the core tenets, like the client verification, is like lost in a sense. And we just saw that with, like, I just spent my last week like in the Phantom and Carver ecosystems, because their core bridge was multi-chain, which is, no one really knew what the architecture was, but maybe it was just like one AWS server doing like $1 billion of bridging. Like we still don't know, but like these ecosystems have had almost all their assets like lost in like overnight, and yeah, it's.
That definitely brings up a good point. Like, I mean, the same things happened in Cosmos. We can definitely look at Evmos. Like, Evmos is a good example where they had like a really thriving ecosystem, and everyone kind of got behind a fairly well-designed bridge, but it was just like a human error that caused it, and then the ecosystem has been struggling to come back to where it was before.
Yeah, exactly. Like, forget economic, all the stuff we love thinking about. It's just a new technology, and IBC's been battle tested for a long time, and like from my perspective, Axelar's been battle tested for a while as well. But then there's also the thing, like the Cosmos ecosystem bounced back, so maybe if like we just focus on building good products that people want to use, then like maybe that's the main thing. I don't know. From my own business perspective, I wouldn't want to have a hack associated with us. Like that just I'm against it for Squid, but maybe for the whole ecosystem, it's not. It's positive overall. I don't know.
Makes sense.
So I think from infrastructure perspective, we view it in a more like neutral perspective. So like for Cosmos, yes, obviously like IBC gains its dominant traction in the Cosmos ecosystem. Compared to like cross-chain bridge, even though like some move to Cosmos or like penetrating Cosmos ecosystem, like the usage and traction are really dependent on like its network and like who are using it, and it's more on like the stakeholders in those cross-chain bridges. So will it be competitive? In my perspective, it's more of like, you can view it's more of like complementing the components, and you, like strategic-wise, you can turn that into a growth opportunity. And like, why would you choose either IBC or cross-chain when you can actually like partner with both? For example, Band Protocol, we welcome everyone, and we can be friends with everyone. So we, like I mentioned earlier, we partner with people through IBC, and we partner with people to cross-chain bridges. So in our perspective, it can be beneficial to Band Protocol in either ways. And I mean, cross-chain bridges can be built on top of IBC too. So that could be another angle, and we can leverage partnership opportunity off that too.
So Band is just neutral.
We're friendly
way.
people.
Yeah.
We can be friends with everyone.
I mean, I think this is kind of like the Cosmos, like not vision, but Cosmos motto. It's just like you have these ecosystems where it's like Polkadot versus Ethereum, and it's always like this verse word. And in Cosmos, we're like, oh, like how can we all work together? Like we're all just here, and like if we do it together, it's just going to become easier for everyone instead of everyone creating their own silos. Basically, why we created IBC. Like we created IBC to get out of silos, but now we have like silos at a different level, which are bridges. So, yeah, I mean, everyone's heard it here first. We're basically going to let everyone into Cosmos and then shield them IBC until they become IBC bridges, and then everything just becomes IBC in the world. I mean, that's everything that I had, but I think there were a few questions that you guys might have as well.
Surely. I mean, I would ask you, I was just thinking earlier, like part of the power of Cosmos is not just like IBC is this permissionless, really secure interop layer, but it's really that people can, the Cosmos SDK is like the best way for anyone to make a new chain. So maybe the question could be around, like we're seeing a lot of interest in scaling through rollups and having rollup kits be the way that people now have their app chains. Like, how are you thinking about the Cosmos SDK and like in this potential new world where everything is a rollup?
Yeah, from my perspective is like if you put like contracts and chains on a scale of 0 through 10, like contracts are like the easiest thing to do, and spinning up a chain is like 10 the hardest thing to do. And rollups, like you have centralized, decentralized, shared sequencers, fill up the 2, 4, 6, 8 in between. And so from the SDK's perspective, like we're going to start doing a refactor or basically almost a rewrite of a lot of the core layer to enable like better rollup integration, Rollkit. So we're working quite closely with them. Just being able to really have software that like when something comes, you're able to take advantage of it and not be kind of like stuck in the direction you were going. So we're definitely trying to adjust like trajectory and like go in that direction so we can actually so people can also use the software just like if they don't want to use any SDK modules and they just want to use like the base layer that is like this glue or this middleware and put a VM like what Berachain's doing. They're doing Polaris, but they're just using some parts of the SDK as like the glue between ABCI. So you know, because that's like to understand ABCI, understand like the quirks of Comet and all this stuff takes a lot of time. We're seeing that with a few people who are writing their own state machine. Now they're running into issues with Comet, like, and it's very hard to debug. And it's more on the app side part, not on the Comet side, but like writing your own state machine is very hard. And so how can we solve the hard problem by enabling people to also use the software as a middleware instead of being forced into like the module world?
Yeah, makes sense. It's cool that you guys are thinking about it because it's like you've done the best, like clearly the leader in like one vertical, and you got potential to keep that. And would that mean that, what does Cosmos mean, like if you guys start to solve the rollup layer as well, like, and most of these app chains start to become rollups, do you think Cosmos remains to be like that the app chain world, or do you think it'll start being a rollup world as well, connected by IBC? Yeah.
I like Cosmos for me isn't like app chains. It's like, it's the people, like conferences like this, it's like the people around us. Like Cosmos is an ecosystem of ecosystems, like, and we're all here like supporting each other and we're all friendly. Like on Twitter, you'll see a little like buckle, but then you see the person in real life and it's like your family. Like Cosmos is one big family and you're not here like if we were all here to like make a quick buck, we probably would have like joined Optimism or like gone somewhere where like the next hype is, or start doing like drop Cosmos, go to ZK. But we're like in here because it's like we agree on this vision, this overall vision, but we also like working with each other. And I think that's like stronger than like what underlying tech you're using. So that's like for me what is Cosmos.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I agree with you on that aspect of like, we're quite bullish on the narrative of cross-chain interoperability and giving developers more options on which chain they want to operate on and which ecosystem they want to build their dApps in, and we're welcoming to support and facilitate all of that to give developers more options and make their life easier.
And I think this was the initial vision, right, that Ethan and Jay had. It wasn't that let's build an ecosystem where just Tendermint or Comet is going to be used, just SDK and just IBC, right? You just build this ecosystem that you enable anybody to innovate. Right? So go out there. We have 50 plus chains now live. Right? We start connecting to the outside. More chains will come. Once Celestia is running, we'll have millions of them or whatever, right? People can innovate. There are chains not using the SDK at the moment in Cosmos. So,
I mean, to like leave it with one thought, like to everyone on like the Interchain and like really what you touched on, like in the early days, like the ICF wasn't meant to be like the Cosmos Foundation. It was meant to be a foundation of many ecosystems, of many chains. And people at Polkadot won't really admit it, but like the Interchain Foundation was meant to be the foundation for Polkadot and Cosmos. And then at the last minute they switched and they created their own foundation. But that kind of like is still, like even though it's not talked about, like that mantra, that mentality is like still shared across everyone in the ecosystem. Awesome. Thank you, thank you. Give a big round of applause for the panelists. And Duke.
Wow, that was great. I always wanted a panel about IBC, and like it's great to see a very great panelist and the moderator and Duke being in this panel. So next up is Lee Han, the CEO of Zango, and he is going to share a story about Korean Cosmos ecosystem among the enterprises, Comtus and Line. So please welcome Lee Han to the stage. Woo.
Zango, and thank you for having me here in Berlin. I think it's a beautiful city, and this event is pretty amazing, and we are having a lot of fun, and we're meeting a lot of amazing people here. And thank you very much for inviting us here. Let me just start with our quick introduction about ourselves. So we define ourselves as a Web3 data intelligence company. And we provide comprehensive solutions for various stakeholders in the whole Web3 ecosystem, ranging from native Web3 projects like the ones that have gathered here, but also for traditional companies that are actively seeking in terms of adopting Web3. And also we all engaged with different public organizations like governments that would come to us, ask for data, ask for insights, once they don't understand the different aspects of Web3 or crypto. And basically our solutions are based on our internal on-chain data infrastructure, as well as our in-depth research capabilities. So for example, our internal BI dashboard would provide a solution for projects to capture their key performances and also manage their on-chain financial data in terms of their tokenomics or even how to manage their treasuries. We also provide a public space in our research portal, which is called Zango. And there, projects can publish their own fundamental data in order to spread to the community, to the holders, and through our research hub, they can spread also their core metrics very efficiently. And by mentioning our research hub, we have we almost have created a solid foundation of crypto research in South Korea, and we are also slowly expanding our reach to different countries across Asia and also in other countries in Europe and North America. And our Block Explorer solution is kind of an enterprise-grade level service when you consider the aspects of reliability or user experiences. And we also have kind of two sides of our consulting and advisor services. Our BD support is meant to be for mainnets who are trying to adopt traditional companies into their mainnets. And our advisor service is meant to provide consulting for enterprises, why they should adopt Web3, as well as how they should adopt Web3. So, and in that aspect, we have an incredible track record by engaging for different kind of large conglomerates in South Korea and other businesses across Asia. So this is the picture of our internal business intelligence service. So a project would come to us and we would build them standardized as well as customized metrics that would reveal the key metrics of the performance of a particular project or a particular network. And what you also can do is you can compare those metrics with some reference metrics that might be some average of a particular sector, or even you might compare your performance data with some of your competitors, and that might be very useful for a project to assess how well they're performing from the overall industrial norms. What we also provide is we provide a single interface for managing your financial aspect from the on-chain space. So from a company, for an enterprise, for them, it's very important to meet the compliance requirements. If you, for example, sell a token or sell NFTs, or even create revenue from a protocol, then you have to kind of keep track of those revenues and kind of report those financial reports to the government and use it for compliance purposes. This is a picture of our own event called Adoption. So it was taking place actually this week on Tuesday and Wednesday. And it's meant to be the first large-scale conference specific for enterprises who are trying to adopt Web3. So we kind of invited almost every player in South Korea that are interested in adopting their businesses into Web3. And also we have invited key players from the Web3 space who are trying to adopt those companies into their network. And as you can see from the picture, it was a huge success over the last 2 days. Although we have a very bear market right now recently in space, and we have a hostile regulatory environment where we have to fight against the government and also the bad market conditions. Still, companies were quite interested in terms of adopting Web3 into their businesses. So in short, we tried to bridge the gap between Web 2 and Web 3 through our neutral on-chain data and in-depth research. So why should we care about adopting Web 2? And I think those two metrics shows the reason why. On the left, we have Reddit, who have been successful in letting their 12 million users in just a year for creating their crypto wallets. And what we noticed is that while they have been successful in doing so, the users even didn't know they were creating crypto wallets. So, and I think that shows the power of having a great user base and really being considerable in terms of user experiences, how to adopt those users into the Web3 space. And on the right side, you have OK Cashback. This is the largest loyalty program in South Korea. They have about more than 30 million users in their loyalty program. And they also recently launched their Web3 based service. And it was also very successful. They managed to create more than 100,000 wallets into their subnet. So these two examples shows the power of Web2 companies coming into the Web3 space and their potential to reach mass adoption. And also from the country side perspective, Korean companies tend to be much more engaged. They stand at the frontier when it comes to adopting Web3 into their businesses. And this is a survey result that we conducted last year after our adoption conference 2022. And we surveyed about 120 companies and asked how deep they are engaged in terms of adopting Web3 into their businesses. And of course, there is some bias because these are the ones who attended our conference. But in general, we were surprised how many companies were actually engaged internally to build a service based on crypto and Web3. So, and what was also very interesting is that in sectors like leisure or manufacturing, they seem to be less related in terms of adopting to public chains for Web3. But still, many companies were seriously considering adopting their businesses to Web3 space. And one of the reasons why Korean companies tend to be more interested than other companies across the world is because Korean companies tend to think Web3 not just and crypto not just as a means for investment. They think it as an opportunity and a paradigm shift in terms of their business landscape. So and this is and in Korea, surprisingly, there is a consensus among the companies regarding this space as from that perspective. Yeah, and the gaming sector is, of course, the most promising when it comes to mass adoption. And Asia, as many of you might know, is the largest gaming market including Korea, Japan, and China. And also from the gaming sector, South Korean companies like Nexon or Netmarble, Kakao Games, Nois, WeMade. These are all very representative companies, not only just from Korea, but in terms of Asia. And they have been really putting their efforts to adopt Web3 into their businesses, and they are trying to bring their billion-dollar IPs into the space. And because those games that they bring into the Web3 space has quality that users might enjoy while playing the games, they have very good chances for reaching mass adoption in the Web3 space. And entertainment sector is also very interesting to watch. Korean entertainment companies, they try to convert their K-pop IPs into NFTs, services based on NFTs, sometimes fungible tokens, or some of the companies even consider right now to launch their own network. And the reason why they're trying to do this is that they try to build a community-driven governance in terms of running their K-pop IPs. So, for example, let me give you an example. So, they think of a scenario where while they're choosing a city in terms of their concert or a particular timing, they might do a voting throughout their whole holders, and then they might decide where and when to conduct the concert based on those results. Sometimes they might also think of a scenario when there's a new member, whether or not to let those new member in the group. That might be a very subtle decision, and those kind of decisions might also be conducted via voting by the community of holders. Now let me introduce two main projects that not only have been successful in terms of adopting Web3, but are also very key players in terms of the whole Cosmos ecosystem. And the first one is XPLA. It's a POS blockchain run by Comptos. It's a Korean gaming company. And they are a 15-year-old gaming company. They started their business starting from building feature phones, games for feature phones. And they were very successful in leveraging the emergence of smartphones and building games specific for smartphones. So last year, their revenue was above $500 million. And they kind of have the sort of the DNA to capture the opportunities when there is a kind of shift of paradigm in gaming experiences. And they also regard Web3 as a new opportunities. And by leveraging their own DNA, they have been really early, and they've been successful in launching their own mainnet in the Cosmos space. And I think they deserve more attention from the overall ecosystem. And of course, I would love to mention Finshia. Yesterday, Joseph gave us a great talk introducing Finshia. And for those who missed the lecture, missed the keynote yesterday, let me introduce it for you shortly. It's a WASM fork mainnet by Line. Line is a very popular messenger application across Asia. So Japan, Taiwan, Thailand, Indonesia. In many countries, Line is the #1 messaging app. And in Japan, over 70% of the people use Line as their main messaging app. And Finshia is run by Line, and we're quite close with the team. And when we talk with the team, we get this impression that they kind of intentionally avoid hype being formed around their own asset. They maintain a zero reserve policy, and they have a real focus on in adopting real users into their network rather than focusing on those users who seek for short-term incentives. So they also deserve a big focus from the overall Cosmos ecosystem. Yeah, and back in the days, there was a time where Ethereum was the only option for applications to build on. Now, companies have a lot of alternatives. And it has become sort of a competitive space in terms of adoption. And still, I think Cosmos, because of its nature of interoperability, is still a serious option for companies to consider when it comes to choosing a mainnet to build an application upon. And also their Cosmos SDK is a big strength because companies can build their own customized network based on this Cosmos SDK, and they just can plug in their network to the overall Cosmos ecosystem via the IBC protocol, and that's a big strength as well. And I would also mention that WASM plays a big role here. Of course, recently the EVM has grown to be some sort of a standard in our industry. But if you look at the longer future, I think the technology of WebAssembly has great potential, not only because of its performance potential, but also that it allows you to develop in different kind of languages, and its programming language agnostic nature is a big strength, I think. Yeah, still we in WASM we allow only the Rust language, but over time I believe that we'll be in a point where we offer different kind of languages, especially those languages that the conventional Web 1 or Web 2 developers are familiar with. And for example, assembly script, once we support assembly script, because it's very familiar or similar to TypeScript, for enterprises, because they already have those developers who are familiar with TypeScript, it makes it easier for them to leverage those internal resources or internal developers and avoid the need to re-educate the developers learning the new Web3 programming language. Yeah, and what does Web 2 companies consider when choosing the mainnet? One point I would love to address is, so if you ask many projects why a company or application should choose you as a mainnet, they often come up with some technical jargons, and they say our network is the most fast, most reliable, most better in every aspect. But for a company, it's very hard to distinguish the subtle differences between the many networks. So for a company, a Cosmos ecosystem might be similar to the Polkadot ecosystem. It might be similar to the Avalanche ecosystem or Neo Protocol's ecosystem. So you need to understand the overall landscape first, and you have to come up with a solid explanation and positioning what the exact strengths of your mainnet or ecosystem are. And that's the first point. And second thing I would love to mention is that often it's not the big things that matters. It's the little things. So for companies, it's very important to be responsive to their questions, to their tech support side, and also from the reliability side. If you're not able to be responsive to the questions that the company raises, if you don't have a dedicated team or a member who understands the language of the businesses, and often it becomes really hard for a company to work with you. So rather than focusing on the big technical or pattern aspect of your network, I think these are the little things that you should consider first. And what is also really important is the UX side. Like companies coming from the Web 1, Web 2 space, they really tend to care about user experiences of their applications. So Yesterday we had some talk about account abstraction, and I think account abstraction features matters because they have direct impact in terms of user experiences. And if your mainnet has some features that helps the overall user experience of a particular application on the network, I think you should put those merits first, then the others. Yeah, and because we are engaged with many companies, especially in Korea, and we are expanding to other countries as well, we kind of understand the subtle needs of the companies when adopting Web3. And we would love to help different mainnets in the Cosmos space to understand and to come up with an actionable strategy how to engage and adopt those companies into your network. Yeah, and in terms of the on-chain data, for companies, it's also very important to have a solid ground to assess their performances while they're operating their services. And although there are a lot of services out there in terms of on-chain analytics, it's a very competitive space. There's still space left, and there are a lot of app chains that are not supported by the major on-chain analytics services. And this is a place where we come in. For those app chains that are engaged to us, like XPLA and Finshia, we do provide our on-chain infrastructure to make them possible to track the key performances and other operational needs. Yeah, let's skip this. So this would be an example of the key metrics for XPLA, ranging from number of transactions, number of active addresses, and number of daily new addresses, and so forth. And this for Finshia. And yeah, for Finshia, it was important to track how the overall network performances would have affected while they were launching their Doshi land platform. It's their main NFT platform, and we could track a kind of a spike around the time they launched their services. The same applies for the on-chain transaction volume. Yeah, and lastly, I would also like to mention about the replicated security coming to Cosmos. Like soon, the app chains will be able to share the security of the Cosmos Hub by sharing their 25 of their transaction fee with the Atom stakers. And through our metrics, you can kind of track how a particular app chain would contribute in terms of the overall value accrual of Atom protocol, Atom tokens. So that's another way you could use our metric to judge. Yeah, and this is the last slide. Again, thank you for having me. We're very pleased to be here. We would love to engage different people from different mainnets across the Cosmos ecosystem, and we'd love to help to understand more about the companies, about our own country, and help and be friends with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee-Han, for the intro of the Cosmos ecosystem in Korea. And as you mentioned, Zangle is one of the solid research firms in Korea. So if you have any more questions, feel free to ask him. Right now? So good news for all of you who are tired after lunch. We have a 15 minutes coffee break. Feel free to get coffee. Feel free to ask questions to the speakers and the panelists. So we'll start at 2:30 again. Thank you. bad news. The coffee break's a little bit shorter than expected, so we're gonna start ZK and privacy panel. You know, you guys all know that ZK and privacy is a really, really hot topic, and there are a lot of Cosmos projects that are also focusing on privacy, right? So that's why we have a panel here. And the speakers are amazing, as always. Darren from Penumbra will be our moderator today, and Jess, Belzy, and Chris will be on stage. So please give them a warm round of applause.
For joining. Sorry for the mix-up in the schedule. Excited to get the ZK and privacy panel started. Unfortunately, we did have Dave from Osmosis drop out, but we have an illustrious set of panelists with us. So first and foremost, I guess we'll just give a quick round of intros of you and your project, how do you got involved in ZK and privacy, and how your project relates to that right now. So go ahead, Chris.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the adjective illustrious and ZK are maybe slightly antonymous. Like if we had a ZK world, no one would need to be illustrious, you know, something like. I'm Christopher. I used to work on IBC for Cosmos, so you might know me for that. Now I work on a project called Onoma in the Mana. How I got involved in ZK a long time ago, back before I worked on IBC, actually, the Zcash blockchain launched in like 2016, and I wrote a block explorer because there weren't any block explorers, and learned a little bit about shielded transactions. So I think that was my first exposure. And after sort of working on IBC, just considering the political economy of protocols, it seemed clear to me that we kind of needed to treat privacy or sort of perhaps more conceptual versions like information flow control is this first-class design requirement of systems. So I've been approaching it from that perspective for the past few years.
Awesome. Go ahead, Jess.
Yeah, we were just saying that we can't really hear each other very well, so
yeah
it's a bit.
Oh, really?
I don't know how you hear, but anyways, cool. So I'm Jess. I'm head of product at NIM Technologies. So what we're doing is basically we're building a privacy network, a privacy software, namely a mixnet. So the mixnet provides privacy at the network level, basically whatever data users send through it. Think of it like a super duper VPN, or like basically what Tor is, but incentivized. So the data that users send through it, basically they would be anonymized in the way that all the metadata kind of would be obfuscated and removed from it. And on top of that, so this provides privacy at the network layer, but on top of that, we also have zero-knowledge proof and anonymous credentials that will allow anonymous, basically, interactions with the apps, and also the payments, and many other just generic use cases that zero-knowledge proofs can provide. So yeah, that's what I do. And the other question was like how I got on. So a couple of years ago, when COVID was hot, we used our zero-knowledge technology, which is based on Coconut technology. I don't know if anybody heard about them. So Coconut was a paper written like a few years ago which basically is threshold issuance. So basically a bunch of authorities can sign credentials in an anonymous way, and then the user can re-randomize it locally and use that in an unlinkable manner. So we use that technology and we did a prototype for European Commission to build a private COVID app or passport where like users could use it without being tracked in the places that they use that. So that was my first exposure to zero knowledge, and then since then we're basically I'm not technical, but I basically use these technologies for in products for people to use. So that's my background.
Cool. I'm Belzy from NIM Lab. Very similar names here, different projects. Just to clarify. We have a product called Vectors, which is an account abstraction smart contract wallet, but as part of that tool to bring basically usability and protection for users in a compliant manner, we also bring self-sovereign identity framework on chain. And I guess the zero knowledge part is that we use anonymous credentials. That's not our product. That's a product supported by the Hyperledger Foundation. But since the Rebooting Web of Trust, basically is an SSI conference, I think last year, where we did our POC, we've managed to use anonymous credential on-chain, and we've built a prototype such that dApp developers could specify what zero-knowledge proof they want to have verified at the interface level. So you can choose who and how you interact with. So for example, people with X credential can mint, and Y credential can transfer CW20 token. And yeah, so that is we build sort of smart contract layer using that. But we're very interested in basically being able to scale this, because anonymous credential is not succinct, and the verification time, it's attribute based. So then, like, the more attribute, the more signatures you're verifying. And so we want to basically work around this area and have like scalable solutions that are more succinct and faster to verify.
Thanks, Belzy. And how did you get into privacy and ZK and all that?
Actually, I did the hack Atom Ho Chi Minh City, I think 2020. Yeah, and then back then it was also COVID, and I did like an IBC, like verifiable credential cross-chain COVID passport proof POC, and then I sort of thought that was really cool and just started working on it.
Awesome. So I guess none of us were classically trained cryptographers here. You were actually a philosophy major, is that right, Chris?
Yeah, that's right. Philosophy and computer science.
Okay, cool.
I'm not a classically trained cryptographer.
Do you want to give a quick intro on like ANOMA and Namada and all that?
Sure. So to kind of keep things brief here, ANOMA is trying to build a multi-chain privacy solution for Cosmos and Ethereum ecosystems. But here I'll focus a little bit on Cosmos. To Cosmos, Namada aims to provide the ability to hold assets kind of privately in a shielded pool, so sort of shielded custody, and receive what we call shielded rewards, or a kind of like privacy public good return for providing privacy to other users, but to still interact with Cosmos ecosystem applications with the feature that we call shielded actions, where most of the time you keep your assets private at rest, because that's what really provides privacy, is just keeping them private when you're not doing anything. And then you can still send those to other chains using shielded actions such as the Cosmos Hub or Osmosis or Juno or other Cosmos chains to perform some specific interaction using basically a temporary account, then send them back and shield them. And Namada hopefully will launch sometime in Q3 this year. ANOMA is kind of a reimagining of the stack from the grounds up, based on the concepts of intents, and as it relates to privacy, what we call information flow control. So information flow control is kind of a way of splitting the information flow properties that you as a user want from an architecture from the cryptographic primitives you use to implement them. Because the cryptographers, classically trained cryptographers, which I am not, are brilliant and keep improving the cryptography. And it's kind of annoying when we have to keep rewriting our applications for like the newest zero-knowledge proof system or something like this. So ANOMA tries to split these concerns and allow you to build applications in a way that you can declare and reason about and enforce particular information flow control policies, and then compile those or kind of instantiate those on different specific cryptographic primitives over time. Currently we use Halo 2, but we expect this to change in the future.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm Darren. I work on business and ops at Penumbra Labs. Penumbra Labs is working on Penumbra, which is also a Comet BFT-based chain that's working on multi-asset shielded pool. And the flagship feature is a highly MEV resistant and performant DEX that has a number of nice features, but allows for private shielded transfers and swaps in the Penumbra shielded pool. Yeah, so I guess like first off, just wanted to start around like, okay, we got some intros over. What do you generally view of like the blockchain space as it relates to ZK? ZK was a big part of like DevCon last year in Ethereum. Obviously, there's a lot of like really promising and interesting projects, new use cases that are coming up. Maybe I'll start off with Jess, since you have kind of more product background. Like, how do you view like where we're at in ZK as it relates to blockchain applications right now?
Yeah, so I think ZK have this nice property that can help with the scalability of blockchain. So such as the ZK rollups that is being used, but also there are, I mean, it can be, there are many other applications for zero-knowledge proofs. Basically, like what zero-knowledge proof allows mainly is like you can, the users can use it to prove something, to access a specific service or you know, some exclusivity without really revealing anything extra more than that about themselves. So this has a very nice privacy property, which is also what we know that doesn't necessarily exist on public blockchains, and is one of the reasons that maybe blockchain has not managed to, you know, become that mainstream or gain as much traction as like after, I don't know, 10, 12, 14 years of it like being around, it hasn't really got where everyone in the space wants. So many people think that privacy is one of the reasons, because like as businesses you can't really have, you know, this level of transparency, like, you know, the, I don't know, you need to have like some customer protections, and like the information about your business cannot all be on-chain, right? So zero-knowledge proofs do allow this in a very nice way that would also put the power of what to reveal as a user to all these services in the hand of the user, unlike Web 2 services. So it has these nice properties, and it also can be used for like many different use cases. So like what we, one of the use cases that we're going to use it for is to is something like anonymous eCash. So we know like all these talks about CBDCs, more or less every government are trying to have their own version of like a digital currency, but you don't really hear like privacy be at the forefront of that design. We are all moving towards this like digital and convenience, like basically using everything, you know, with cards and with our phones, and hence like, okay, so people, governments have noticed this, they are coming up with these CBDC designs, but we might end up in a place that's out there and then totally takes away like what we have as one of the most anonymous ways of payments, which is cash, right? So if we're not ready, or if we don't use these technologies to provide some solutions once CBDCs are out there, then we might have fallen way behind, right? So like this is one of the very nice use cases that I think crypto can also like, you know, try to bank on and try to propose solutions which are usable. I mean, they don't have inherently worse UX, hopefully, you know, so we can try to make that. And yeah, I think more or less these are kind of the use cases that the space and crypto can look at and try to build. I mean, also adding to that, like for our own system, we are going to use zero-knowledge proofs to allow anonymous payments and access to like the mixnet. So this is like, imagine this is a VPN, but when you're using VPNs, you're basically trusting all your data with one centralized entity, right? Your payment data is there. You use your credit card to pay for it. You send all your data through one entity. So all of this, like basically, there is privacy until something goes wrong, right? And so one company has access to everything that you have. In decentralized systems, okay, so I mean, you are, in the case of Mixnet, for instance, you are sending your data through multiple nodes, and these nodes are distributed amongst, you know, around the world. So there is privacy there, and there's no log. You are kind of anonymous there, but the moment you start paying for things, if you pay with your credit card, then that's the level of data that you're revealing, right? But what we're trying to use with zero-knowledge proofs, and in particular like ZK NIMs as we call it, we're basically like users can put, let's say, some NIMs, Archway, to smart contract. The issuing authorities, they can see, okay, the user can prove that, well, it was me, I have key to this account. They can prove that that was me who put it. In an anonymous way, so the issuing authorities can create coconut credentials for that. The user puts like a random number for to prevent that double spending prevention, so that issuing authorities blindly sign that, not knowing basically anything about like who this user is, just knowing, okay, there's some money there. The user who's asking, they can prove that they own it. They receive these credentials. The user can on their machine, like on the client, re-randomize that to unlink like the issuance of that credential from themselves, and then like basically use it for services, at the gateways, like to send their traffic through. And all of this, what we're trying to do is to make it as smooth and behind the scenes, so the users don't really need to feel this is happening, just like TLS. Like when you open the website, you see that lock thing. All of your data is basically, these communications are going encrypted behind the scene, and users don't really have to see that, right? But basically, technically, a lot of things will happen behind the scene. But yeah.
And maybe Belzi, like on that note, as kind of a developer that has gone from like hackathon to trying to build a product, like how did you like experience accessing like ZK technologies? Like, what did you look at? Like, is it really accessible right now, or how did you find on-ramping yourself into this new industry?
I think it's actually really interesting because first of all, having the zero-knowledge sort of like ZK-proof technology in general like develop so quickly because people are like, okay, well, we go from trusted to universal setup because of like all the different complication of actually having to have decentralized systems, and people can't trust anyone at the very beginning. But then now there are a lot of languages that just helps you compile into circuits if you want to use snark, etc. With even different primitives underneath. And so, for example, the work of like ident3 and circom, etc., is something that I think is already involved in WASM. And I think previously there was a talk. Dora Hack did a sort of demonstration on like how you could have that verifier in WASM, and you could just call it. And that is actually quite similar to how we use anon creds. But as I mentioned before, anon creds is not snark. But then moving on into sort of like universal setup, like you have like Nois and like other languages that is very easy for developers to use. And so it actually really, it's actually become pretty nice and allows us to think more on the level of like application and be supported by the team from there. I just want to also add that like I think like what you mentioned with things in the ledger are obviously very important, but there are blockchains such as like Alio or like Mina where you have sort of ZK cloud or applications that are still considered relatively centralized, but then you could verify the compute, and that things is like sort of happen, and that's stuck as well with like the previous version of DYDX. So I think the way that I guess traditional blockchains work is there are like divergence, and people could choose the correct architecture that they want for the trade-off of, like, for example, Mina being like an extremely small proof, basically, as a chain. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And Chris, Anoma's like often talks about how they're working on this new set of mechanisms for this new paradigm of blockchain applications. And I'd just be curious also to hear at maybe a more higher level, at a like protocol designer level, like how do you view where we're at with ZK and blockchain right now?
Yeah, I know it can sound a little bit abstract. I mean, I think there are two ZKs, right? There's the like ZK from the sort of speaking not as a traditionally trained cryptographer, but ZK from the traditionally trained cryptographer's perspective is the specific technical property of proof systems that you can give a proof to your counterparty, and they can learn exactly what you chose to prove them and nothing else, right? That's zero knowledge, and that property is useful in specific scenarios, namely where you don't want your counterparty to learn things. So some of separately, the second ZK is like the ZK meme, right? And the ZK meme actually expands way beyond this property. Like ZK rollups typically don't care about being zero knowledge, right? It's like a little bit jarring, but I think the ZK meme is very helpful as this sort of like ecosystem coordination mechanism where there are all these independently funded, independently operated organizations that want to kind of understand how the protocols which they're designing relate to one another. So in that sense, I think there are kind of two things going on. I mean, I think ZK is very early, so a way to, in both, certainly in the meme sense, is very early. A way to illustrate this contrast is We don't have a panel about hash functions. But hash functions are like pivotal to blockchains.
Sure.
None of your favorite blockchains would work without hash functions. Like you can't do anything, right? You can't do like the blockchain part, for example. You can't do history linking without hash functions. You can't do most signatures. You can't do basically any zero-knowledge proof scheme. And yet we don't have panels about that because they're so sufficiently embedded into the software and the libraries which developers use that many people who are not classically trained cryptographers can use hash functions, can reason about what hash functions can do in their systems. They're kind of like, they're already boring. You know, they're standardized. No one worries about the security assumptions. And I think really zero-knowledge proofs will only have succeeded if they have become boring. Like if we no longer need to have panels about them and everyone just assumes that their systems will be private and like looks at you funnily if you talk about some weird, transparent, surveillance-enabling financial system, like then you know, that's the end state which I see. I also think that there's, you know, I think ZK is great, and I think that like I would like to either include some more things in this meme or create some more memes. Like there's some under-emphasized areas of cryptographic research that haven't gotten the kind of, like what the ZK meme did basically is that it gave, you know, a few $100 million of like Euro, you know, not entirely, but sort of Western and some Eastern venture capital funding, and serious organizational coordination efforts with pretty sort of values-aligned people to this sort of academic research field that had progressed to the point where academic research wasn't going to take it any further, right? Like, especially starting with Zcash in 2016. And there are many, I think, areas of cryptography that could use that kind of boost. Perhaps witness encryption, some stuff in MPC, distributed key generation, different kinds of like primitives which can do multi-user privacy in certain ways that zero-knowledge proof systems can't in blockchain architectures, and primitives which give, you know, sometimes you can use witness encryption to get the same kinds of bridging guarantees with fewer security assumptions, stuff like this. So I do hope that we can kind of either create memetic spin-offs or fold things into ZK or like alter the landscape a little bit to also allocate some funding and attention to these other cryptographic areas. Like ZK is already, I mean, it is early, but it's also kind of pretty far. Like there are many serious, well-capitalized organizations who are devoting attention to make this real. There are languages like Nois. There are, you know, real projects like Zcash. There are upcoming projects like Penumbra and Namada and Anoma and NIM. NIM is already real, sorry, but some stuff still coming in the works, as I understand. So I think that, yeah, we can also cast a little bit of our attention elsewhere. So yeah, early mid.
For sure.
I just want to add that what you mentioned with like different crypto primitives for privacy, like MPC, for example, like it's not really, we don't really have to always, you know, have everything into like a snark, and that is a great way to verify things on chain. And of course, being in Cosmos as well, like the amount of data isn't quite as critical as like on Ethereum, and I think that's also probably why we don't have like roll-ups and like, you know, but we could explore like privacy in other primitives, and I think that's a really good point that you made.
Yeah, let's touch a bit on the ZK and EVM world, and then kind of move on to like how that contrasts with Cosmos. So, or maybe even just like non-Cosmos ZK products, right? So we did mention the Alio, you know, there's Aztec, there's all these ZK EVM projects. Chris and I were just talking about bridges for a bit, ZK IBC. So yeah, any thoughts around like what are the exciting projects like? There's definitely a lot more, I think, emphasis on succinctness and the scaling properties of ZK. So any thoughts around how ZK and Ethereum is kind of playing out right now?
Sorry, I didn't realize. I think that there are, just from experience, sometimes when projects are trying to build like bridges that are directly just ZK, I think this happens with Alio and other chains, but also I think later there'll be like Polymer, who's also trying to do the snark on IBC and for Ethereum. A lot of the times, like at least from experience, there are sort of mismatch in the underneath cryptography that is used on the chains, and then it becomes a sort of a difficult problem, because then you're like, oh, do I want to add this whole other thing, and then all my validators have to like add this whole other thing, and it's only to like support this, to verify the signature from this chain that uses a different field, and I think I don't really have a solution to that, but I don't know if there is a way, or will the industry sort of converge to something that is like common,
practice.
That's just my take on like when projects sort of interact.
Yeah, I mean, I think to that point, I think there is sometimes a tendency, and it's easy because we're all builders and we're like protocol designers, and some of us are classically trained cryptographers. There's a tendency to focus on what the systems look like from the inside as opposed to what they look like to the user, right? And from the inside, you see all the specific details. You see like, oh, we're using Halo 2, oh, we're using this signature scheme, oh, we're making like these very specific technical choices in the architecture of the system. But from the user's perspective, the user cares about things like the privacy properties and the scalability properties. They care about what the system can do for them, right? And I think we need to kind of, if we want to coordinate effectively and just think about like how to evolve these systems in the long term, we need to understand what matters to the users and come up with ways of articulating those guarantees and requirements, even to the level of like languages and compiler stacks that allow for the interior details of the systems themselves to change without changing the promises that we make to users, right? Like zero-knowledge proof schemes are going to get faster. Hash functions are going to get better. Like the cryptographers aren't going to go away and stop one day. Like it's going to keep getting more optimized internally. Maybe we'll eventually get to some like pure state, right? But it depends on the physical details of like parallelism and energy consumption, and, like transistors and quantum effect. Like there's a lot of detail, and it's really, I think, necessary even just for coordination while maintaining like API and privacy promises to the user, that we come up with in-between languages that capture the properties that we want to provide to the users of the systems without fixing all of the exact technical decisions that we want to be able to make and change in the future.
I think just, in general, so like having better compatibility, like as developers like trying to use or trying to like link projects, it will be great,
And maybe just moving on to ZK and Cosmos, like what are the advantages or disadvantages Cosmos has with regards to integrating ZK tech and where we're at? Anyone?
Sorry, I can't hear.
Okay.
I can't hear.
You can't hear? ZK and Cosmos now.
Oh, okay.
Any thoughts on, like, I think WASM is like, kind of thinking about doing some ZK compiles and experiments. There's some thoughts of integrating ZK into the Cosmos SDK, so.
Yeah, I mean, in some sense, there are also two cosmoses, right? There's like Cosmos, the people, and the political philosophy, the idea of polycentrism, and then there's Cosmos, the technical stack. In Cosmos, the technical stack, at the moment, is just not very privacy or ZK compatible because it wasn't built with that in mind. It was designed in like, 2014 through 2016, 2017, mostly before the ZK meme, right? And that decision wasn't wrong, right? It was just like, that was what made sense at the time, and it wasn't clear how to integrate ZK into this kind of system. And I think that from that perspective, what would be nice is to provide gradual upgrade paths. Like, to some extent, I understand blockchains like Nemata and Penumbra, and NIM even is doing this, right? Allowing users to use parts of the system or conduct some of their interactions in a privacy-preserving way and still retain interoperability with this like transparent world, right? I think we're going to be in that kind of hybridized model for a while. From the political sort of philosophy perspective, I think political polycentrism actually requires privacy, and this is one reason why maybe you see more interest in privacy or more recognition of the need for privacy in the Cosmos world as opposed to the Ethereum world, which is very kind of there's some interest and some great projects like Aztec, but as a whole, I think the Cosmos ecosystem agrees that like we want privacy, in part because when you just try and operate in this polycentric way where there are different zones and different projects and there's not one like coordinated center of the whole thing, it becomes clear that you need the ability to define the boundaries of different groups and reason about how information is flowing in order to organize, right? In order to kind of maintain the boundaries of different companies and teams and projects, and also interoperate in the ways in which you want to interoperate. So I think that like the will is definitely there, and the way requires both a kind of like a sequence of incremental tactical steps to provide incremental privacy and a kind of long-term overarching idea of what a system with privacy built in from the get-go will look like, which is, we aim kind of to offer at least something in that direction with ANOMA, but we're also hopeful that other people can contribute and think about the long-term view.
Yeah,
Yes, anything to add?
I mean, I think IBC also has this very nice property that obviously all these chains can talk to each other like really easily and like send assets across. So there's no reason why like there can be like one project or like one entity that like deals with all these like zero knowledge proofs and issuing of credentials for different use cases. Like make something generic that like other projects can use. Like I don't know if you've seen like how compliance now is becoming a issue for everyone, right? So everybody wants to do things in the space, but also you have to be compliant. There's like we know that the notion of states are not going to go away, right? Like this whole idea of decentralization and stuff are beautiful, but like we have to also do things that are compliant and also attracts other people, because normal people also want to have thieves to be away, bad actors not to be able to do the stuff that they do. So maybe there can also be a middle ground, like it doesn't have to be like privacy doesn't have to be, when sometimes we think about it, it's like all or nothing concept, right? So either there's full privacy or nothing at all, but maybe there's a middle ground here that zero knowledge proofs and like a generic zero knowledge proof can help, that we're both compliant. So okay, it might be a bit controversial to say like, okay, we kind of all now have to deal with KYC one way or another, right? So if we can make that reusable, so once users do that, and then there can be access, rule-based access to services. So once they do that, then they can anonymously do many things on different platforms. That can be a very, I think, powerful thing and useful use case that maybe can come out of this whole space. And yeah.
I think just to add first to Chris's point is the chain layer itself. Like very excited about Nomada and obviously what ANOMA would eventually like produce, and I think that sort of level of privacy it's great. It's like a whole other level. But again, to your point, like right now there are things that we could do that using like zero knowledge, we could preserve self-custody, but also preserve like self-sovereign identity. And I think that goes to, for example, like the coconut credential, anonymous credential, and other things. Just on a developer's point of view, because of WASM, that's why we're here, it's actually really pretty easy. We could have, as long as you have the verifier that works on chain, it's also relatively quick. It doesn't feel like a huge issue as a user point of view. Actually, the bigger sort of bottleneck is user experience, and from like Vectus and NimLab's point of view, we believe that ultimately the client or the wallet is going to be not only your crypto asset client wallet, it will also be your identity client wallet, where you store a bunch of credentials, and then re-randomize it or re-blind it or whatever primitive that the credentials will be using. You'd be spending that proof in transaction, and then once it goes into the transaction, then there is the other layer that Chris and team are building for an even higher level of privacy.
Yeah, so we just touched on ZK identity. I think that's a really important topic. I guess one kind of additional follow-up really briefly is like thoughts on WorldCoin, one of the more infamous ZK identity-ish projects.
Yeah, I think WorldCoin deserves a thorough critique, which I can't give in 1 minute. I think that probably there are genuinely good intentions behind the project in a certain sense. But on the other hand, I see WorldCoin as like, in some sense, a very state-directed view of how to deal with a world where we can no longer, where we're no longer coordinating primarily the production of private goods. And the state-directed view is that the state will authenticate everyone, and the state will make everyone equal by giving everyone some state designated identity. And then the state will, and maybe that's on the basis of being human as opposed to not human or something like this. And then the state will like dispense some universal basic dollars. Or WorldCoin is just like trying to replace the American Empire, and they're going to dispense universal basic WorldCoin. And that, to me, is just not like, I think there is good intent there, and like, okay, well, we need an economic system that doesn't require measurement of private goods production, but measuring everyone by the same yardstick, one, is not possible. Like, it's not, you can build an adversarial machine learning model that will generate as many irises as you want, so it's like it's a certain misunderstanding of what human even is. There's not some physical essence to what it means to be human. And computers are certainly going to be able to replicate any physical test you can devise. And also, I don't think that it's necessary. I think that we can instead build this kind of like set of plural relationships, right, that you already see in a polycentric system like Cosmos, where there just isn't one, like, not everyone is, going to be equal under some like universal standard. There isn't going to be a universal standard. There's going to be a lot of difference, and there'll be like some symmetry in some parts of the system, and that's important. But it's also important for there to be asymmetry in other parts of the system, and just like diversity and plurality. So. WorldCoin just co-ops the ZK meme. It's not ZK,
They do a lot of interesting things, but yeah, ZK is, as with most projects, one part of a whole system, right?
If your data is sent to San Francisco, servers in San Francisco, it's like, not ZK.
I'm not sure how much time we have. Do we only have 2 minutes? Or okay, so we only have a few minutes left. Two like topics that I thought would be interesting to cover is like ZK and AI, and then ZK and gaming. So I think there's some interesting things to talk about with regards to like ZK and authenticity. Deep fakes are getting better and better. Blockchains can help with timestamping. ZK can maybe help a part of that. How does privacy and intersect with AI? Can ZK facilitate that? Scalability, succinctness. Thoughts?
Sorry, you go.
ZK and AI. Well, of course, I mean, as we can see, AIs are becoming better and better, but then there is this question of like, can they, all this zero-knowledge stuff that we do with power of AI actually can have a reverse, maybe, effect, like kind of maybe leading to privacy washing in a way that, like, okay, there can be many companies who claim they are really pro-privacy and they do things, they are GDPR compliant, or they care for their users' privacy, but in the background they do all these facial recognition and things like that can, the data computing and anonymous, computing of data that can actually lead to de-anonymizing people, and all of that stuff that you try to, the privacy that you try to provide with zero-knowledge proofs can be kind of overridden. So I think, and all these like big, huge profiles of us that are being created like everywhere without us, like by just walking around, having your phone in your pocket and doing the things that we do, and all these huge profiles that we are on a daily basis creating, give very precise image of who we are. I think, I don't know how zero knowledge and AI kind of, they can be contradicting each other at times, I think.
I just think connecting sort of zero-knowledge ML and like GPT is pretty interesting. There have been some really cool like experiments or games where basically you want to prove that you know a prompt that produces something, and it just that's more of a hobby though. But that's something that I think maybe someone would eventually come up with something that's useful for it.
Last thoughts, Chris?
I think we need more buzzwords, and I suggest we bring in the research discipline of classical cybernetics, which will help clear up the ZK-AI relationship. I can't explain why, because we're out of time. So this is a full trust protocol, but if you go read the OG cybernetics test, I think it might. If you're interested in ZK-XAI, you should make it ZK-XAI X cybernetics, and even though it's one more buzzword, it might actually seem simpler.
Might be fun. Favorite cyberneticist?
favorite cyberneticists. I mean, they're all from the 50s, and originally they started out, well, not all, but like that was the genesis. And originally they started out building weapons tracking systems for the American military. You know, as many good things seem to start out, which is weird, but anyway, it's still math. I don't know if, I mean, cybernetics is sort of like universalizing discipline. It's difficult to draw an exact boundary around it. I think the original text, something about control on man and the machine, I forget the exact title, is worth reading. But it is, the mathematics it uses is old. I also think just going over some like control theory stuff for people who are familiar with discrete mathematics, PID controllers or whatever, understanding how that relates to blockchains like EIP 1559 or proof-of-stake systems, that's really helpful.
Awesome. More for part 2. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. That was great. Yeah, there were a lot of discussions around ZK and privacy, ZK of Cosmos, and ZK and AI. So, would be great if you could ask a lot of questions to those panels who were up stage. And we had a little bit of change because Jake was supposed to speak. So now we just want to welcome Jake, the co-founder of Juno and DAO, and he will be giving a talk about interchain protocols. Please welcome Jake to the stage.
Who's excited about the interchain? You guys aren't letting the bear market make you sad and give up, right? Like, no, there's cool stuff. Oh, wait, let me go back. Nope. Okay, here we go. So, I'm here to talk today about interchain apps. Not enough people are talking about interchain apps. I'm actually only going to mention Juno one time during this slide. So even if you don't care about that, you might want to listen in. So we're at the beginning of the new interchain paradigm. We were previously in this multi-chain world where we had many different L1s and really shitty bridges between them. And now we're in this like interconnected world, and look at the interchain circa 2023. There's over 60 blockchains. Wow, that's pretty exciting. But it's just the beginning. IBC enables new types of applications that weren't possible before, and that's what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about interchain apps. I want to talk about interchain protocols. And guess what? There's no better place to talk about interchain applications than at a WASM conference, right? Than at AWESOMWASM, because the reality is that WASM is the best way to build IBC applications. Let's talk about why for like 2 seconds. It's a great developer experience for writing IBC protocols. Like, really, really nice. Kudos to Confio team. I think a main reason is faster go-to-market. So why did we choose, WASM for mesh security? It's much faster to actually write the protocols itself. I'd say like 10x faster, and then also deploying the protocols. So how do you deploy an IBC protocol? Well, if you write it in a Go module, you have to convince everyone to upgrade their chain. And then guess what? Everyone's using different Cosmos SDK versions. There's some people are using forks of the Cosmos SDK. And so then the rollout of a new IBC protocol takes months, and sometimes even longer than that. And another great thing is that we're starting to see WASM everywhere. Isn't this interesting? We have things like composable finance. There's rumors of some WASM going more places, like an Avalanche project. And there's even other rumors that are circulating around. I'm not going to comment on those, but I think it's important that we can also just deploy IBC protocols on new WASM chains, right? That might not be using the Cosmos SDK. And then you can interact with native modules if you want to, but anyway. Yet not enough people are building interchain apps. Not enough people are building IBC applications. I think part of the problem is we have a hard time conceptualizing what they even are. We're so based in like the old world of like, oh, you're just going to do everything on your one chain to like rule them all or whatever, that not enough people are thinking about them. So that's what I want to do. I want to get you thinking about them. And the best way to get people thinking about it is to talk about like, okay, what do we mean by this term like interchain apps or interchain protocols? It's really just like, I think there's kind of two flavors, right? At the most basic level, it's a protocol that's deployed across many chains, right? That's what makes it an interchain protocol. It's something that's deployed over many chains, connected over IBC. It may or may not involve building a custom IBC application, a custom IBC protocol. Or, you know, you might choose to build on top of an existing IBC application, something like Polytone or ICS 999. Like, you could leverage these to build your own like interchain application without having to build a new IBC standard, right? But I think the cool thing about interchain apps is that take advantage of the network effects resulting from presence on multiple chains, which ultimately leads to more users and more usage. Why would you deny yourself more users and more usage because you feel like you have to be locked in on just one chain? Protocols don't want that, at least the smart ones don't. So let's talk about some examples of IBC apps. You know, mesh security. This is a kind of complicated one, right? But it's a good one. And again, it's built with WASM, and during WASM, we're actually going to be #MakeMeshReal, and we're going to be shipping a front end for like actual mesh security. We have Onmol from the Starship project has been working really hard the past 10 days. We have 2 chains running in an environment with a Hermes relayer in between them, and all this mesh security smart contracts uploaded, and then it automates like going through the whole governance process to get the connection set up, and we'll actually, fingers crossed, hopefully be able to try mesh security, even if you're not a developer, in a couple days. So let's see how that goes. We did good last year at WASM. And just to kind of reiterate the point of why WASM is the best for building IBC protocols, last year during WASM, granted it was Ethan, myself, and Sunny on a team, which is a little bit unfair, we were able to implement a real working cross-staking prototype in 2 days. Try doing that and go. So like another great example, and also shout out to Mars Protocol for really kind of putting forward this idea is like, you know, okay, cool things like custom IBC protocols like mesh security, that's like really cool. But like here's a little simpler model that you might want to use for your application, and it's a really simple idea, it's outposts, right? And shout out to Mars Protocol for pushing this forward. You know, there's many other chains that are interested in outposts as well, like Osmosis and Stargaze. It's a really interesting model. You should definitely check it out. But you know, the idea is like you have a central hub, could be a DAO on Juno, could be your own app chain, right? And then again, you're not going to limit yourself. You deploy your protocol or on outposts on other chains. So you know, go everywhere, right? This is a really simple model, and if you're building products out there, definitely consider this. It's really interesting. Croncat. This is really a great example of, I think, an interchain protocol. It is a protocol that's implemented in WASM smart contracts, right? It enables, like, it's basically if this, then that for Web3. Now, they could have been like, oh, maybe we should build an app chain for Croncat, right? And then, like, we'll just have, like, Osmosis or, you know, Juno or whatever. They'll just call this third-party app chain over IBC. Now, this might sound like, you know, really good, but I think for something like Cron that could be critical infrastructure, like projects maybe don't want to outsource that to a third-party chain that they don't control. Yeah, Croncat. It's an app, and they just deploy it everywhere, right? It's going to be on Archway. It's going to be on Neutron. It's going to be on Osmosis. It's going to be on Juno. That's how you get a lot more developer adoption, and I think depending on what your type of protocol is, you might want to start thinking about like a multi-chain or an interchain strategy for your product. Abstract is another one of these. They're building abstractions for all the things in the interchain. Like if you want to support all the different dexes there are, I can't even keep track of all the dexes in Cosmos anymore. Like there's so many. If you want to support them all with a simple interface that like never changes, you can use something like Abstract, and they handle all keeping up to date with all the different integrations. You know, the new Osmosis update that just came out today. Like, you know, as a product developer, maybe you're building a dashboard or some sort of DeFi protocol that leverages other DeFi protocols. Like, this makes your life a lot easier. And they're really thinking Interchain about their protocol and deploying it everywhere and like integrating everything. Connect all the things. There's a theme. And then also, obviously, y'all knew this was coming. Well, DAO. We've been just on Juno, but that's all about to change because DAOs everywhere. Everyone needs DAOs. We're deploying DAO across the Interchain. And you know, more than that, we also are finally shipping Interchain DAO tooling. DAOs can now control accounts on other chains. So we have like some UI examples for this. They use Juno testnet, so we're actually controlling a testnet account from mainnet. But you know, DAO is going to be on Osmosis very, very soon. And so soon you're going to see Osmosis there. You'll be able to create a cross-chain account on Osmosis. So just imagine that in your mind. So here we have a proposal to create a cross-chain account. After it's created, you can see the account with its like balances and you know all the same info in your DAO treasury. You can seamlessly spend from that account. So you would expect that, right? I want to spend money from my account on Osmosis or whatever. But you can also do things that you might not expect. You can execute any smart contract. You can even instantiate smart contracts. So how about that? If you want to, do an outpost style thing, you can actually upload code on permissionless chains at least, and you can instantiate code, and you can execute code from a DAO on wherever your home chain is. That's the real kind of cross-chain composability that I've wanted for a long time, And so yeah, what are Interchain DAOs going to do? Basically anything really. Like, you can mint and trade NFTs on Stargaze without ever having to send them over ICS 721. You can manage concentrated liquidity on Osmosis. You can govern maybe the Atom economic zone. That could be cool. You can host decentralized infrastructure on a cache, or you can have DAO-owned liquidity across the Cosmos. I've got this crazy idea with the Juno community pool and Polytone. What if Juno could just have a presence on all the other chains? The Juno community just has an account on all the other chains. And what if all the other communities started doing this as well, where we become this much more intertwined mesh, right? A much more intertwined ecosystem. Hopefully that can lead to more positive vibes. And so yeah, how is this all made? Well, Polytone, powering Interchain DAOs and protocols. And guess what? It's freely licensed and open source, and you can use it today. So it supports Interchain accounts and queries, which is really sick. It works on any WASM chain. There's no custom SDK modules needed, so that's pretty sick. Smart contracts can use it. Can you believe that ICA doesn't work with smart contracts currently? That's kind of crazy. It has callbacks, because if you do something like send some money or call a message on another chain, you want to know if it was successful, right? How are you going to build an Interchain DeFi protocol if you don't get a callback back and knowing that that was successful? So it has callbacks. It's open source. It's audited. And I was talking with Larry. It's probably upgradable to ICS 999. So we'll have to figure out how that works. I'm really excited. The two are not mutually exclusive. But Polytone works today, and it works using ICS 20. And this is not a tech talk, but if you're interested about Polytone, come see me after. It's pretty sick. And this is just more stuff that was incubated on Juno. It's we're doing things. Who's helping with mesh security and Osmosis? Kudos to the Osmosis team. Confio is doing amazing work on mesh security. And we have some Juno devs as well, Joseph, Reese helping review SDK code, myself trying to keep things together. It's and we've built things like Polytone and also DAO. So, incubator for the Interchain. This is my only Juno slide. I'm just trying to make a point. Some people are just like building boring shit out there, and we're pushing the boundaries, and we're going to continue to do so. Juno is like at its best when it's an experimental chain, and we're going to go back to our roots. And so I'm really looking forward to when the next upgrade comes out, we're going to be able to connect to Polytone for the first time, or not to Polytone, to Polkadot for the first time. That'll be cool. So, yeah. But really the point of this talk was not to, show the stuff we've been doing. It's more to get you to think about what can be built with cross-chain smart contracts. Because I don't think enough people are really thinking about this. Like, outposts are really cool, right? But what else? What else could we build? Well, here's an idea. Have you ever heard of Yearn Finance? Yearn Finance is this protocol on Ethereum, and it has these strategies, and it leverages all the DeFi protocols that are on Ethereum. Things like, Maker and Compound, and they put together these strategies, and it uses all those different DeFi protocols to give you, like, extra yield. What if we made an interchain version of this same thing, where you could like leverage the opportunities that might exist on Neutron or Juno or Osmosis or Archway or wherever? Yearn Finance for the interchain. Someone should do it. Covenants. Shout out to TimeWave here. They've been really kind of helping refine this like concept of like, what do mutual interchain agreements look like between different DAOs on different chains or between different chains themselves? How do we create systems where we can trustlessly, as sovereign communities, like interact with each other? How could Juno and Osmosis team up for like shared liquidity, right? They've got Osmo in their treasury, we've got Juno in our treasury. Is there a way we could actually build like interchain agreements that allow us to work together in a trustless way so we don't have to like create a multi-sig to then go do the thing and then trust those people to do the right thing? There's got to be a better way. So covenants, the idea of interchain agreements, these are really interesting things to start exploring. What kinds of interchain agreements might you like to make? Whether you're coming from it as a chain or as an app developer, start asking these questions. What do DAO-to-DAO deals in the interchain start looking like? Maybe there's some interesting products there. And again, kudos to the TimeWave team for like doing a lot of thinking on this concept, and I encourage you to read what they put out. All right, here's another one. And maybe someone wants to like, help me work on this. It's a liquid. We all know what liquid staking is, right? What about liquid mesh staking, right? Because if it's kind of the same thing, right? You lock up your asset, but you could lock it up in a more profitable way. Like maybe instead of just like staking the asset, you also mesh secure it to secure the interchain and earn some additional rewards. So maybe anyone wants to work on that, please talk to me. But then I think even more importantly, imagine new types of mesh protocols. Like we're just at the beginning of this interchain era. What are other things that could be like emergent in like a mesh sort of way, where like multiple teams or multiple chains or multiple projects can like coordinate in a mesh? Like maybe something like a mesh name service. We've had this, a little bit of drama about like, oh, where should the name service go? Should it be on the hub? Should it be on Osmosis? Should it be on Stargaze? Should it be on Juno? Should it be on, and on and on and on, right? Could we create something like a mesh name service where all those chains can be like sort of membership in like this larger like ICANN like entity? Like, and they all could still have their individual name services, but you have like the equivalent of like the root DNS, like, maybe we should start thinking about things like that. Mesh governance, right? This is another issue. Like, we've been talking a lot about public goods here. How do we come together as an ecosystem to like, have shared treasury for funding public goods? Where would that live, right? What if there is some sort of mesh governance protocol that you could make so that Osmosis and Cosmos Hub and Juno and anyone else interested in contributing to public goods, which you should all do, maybe they wouldn't have to ask the same question of where should this DAO or where should this treasury live? What if it could live in the mesh? So, think more about different types of mesh protocols. mesh name services, mesh governance? What other things might make sense in a more ecosystem-wide environment? So yeah, those are some ideas. If you're interested in building any of these, come talk to me. It'll be, I think, worth your time. And maybe we can hack on some of these at the hackathon. We're definitely going to be hacking on mesh security at the hackathon, so we already kind of have a team for that, but if you're really keen, feel free to reach out. But lastly, I have a little announcement. And it's not maybe the announcement you were kind of expecting. That's going to come at maybe another conference later. We're launching a society. It's a society of developers. It's a club. It's Interchain devs, right? This is not just Juno only, right? Like, that's boring, right? No, we're going to get the best and brightest minds, and we're going to get them together, and we're going to organize it around a guild structure. So we've got some amazingly talented people that can, that have shipped some amazing things, and they can be, sort of masters in the guild structure, and then we have a lot of people that are working, they actually have some skills, they're building things. They maybe haven't shipped a product yet that's like super well used, but they're sort of at the journeyman level. And then we also need to create resources for the people that are complete beginners. They've never written a smart contract before. They might be a developer, they might be a designer, but they've never designed a Web3 application. And so when you join the Elite Society, you don't have to sign any terms. It's not an investment fund. We're not going to make you sign away your intellectual property rights or whatever. You can do that. It's a club, right? And in the club, you get access to mentorship, education. I think a lot of the best education in WASM comes peer-to-peer style. It's like on WASM Twitter. Like, you have to like follow Larry to like get access to like all the like kind of biggest alpha on like what's happening in WASM. So how do we spread that kind of peer-to-peer learning into like more people? There's going to be some bounties, and there's going to be a lot of networking. Because say you've got a great idea and you're a decent dev, but maybe you're not a designer, or maybe you're not a front-end engineer. And how do you meet those people? How do you meet those people that are going to be part of like that next supergroup team that's going to launch the next biggest app chain? Well, maybe in a society. And then also we've got some, I'll just call it exclusive opportunities for being a member of the society. I think there's a rumor going around that there might be some funds, like investment funds, that are really interested in investing in teams and the output of Elite Society. So it's another interesting thing. And we're recruiting. We're going to launch this thing at WASM, and it'll be a fun experiment, a fun little DAO game. But let's see what we can make it. So if you're interested in joining Elite Society, everyone here is invited. And finally, just to close it out, we're building alliances, right? It's time to bury the hatchets. We're all sick of the drama. It's not going to make people come to this ecosystem. Our ecosystem is fundamentally tied together. And we might get in this small-minded view of like, there can be only one winner-take-all. There can only be one DEX. There can only be one whatever. It doesn't actually work that way. People judge us as an ecosystem. And let's get back to not like fighting about things, but getting people excited about the Interchain. The highest highs of Cosmos were the days of #IBC gang, where like, yeah, there was like competing projects or whatever, but everyone shilled the ecosystem. And that's what we got to get back to. Like, shill the Interchain. It's an exciting idea, and it's exciting enough to get even people in Ethereum interested in it. But no one's going to be interested in joining like a space where there's just like all this petty drama and fighting over like a smaller and smaller pie. If we really want to turn this around, it's time to bury the hatchets. So we're building alliances. If you want to chat DAO, if you want to partner with Juno Network, like, come talk to me. I'm serious. Like, let's start working together a little bit better. Let's start building some better vibes. Everyone likes the better vibes. Remember when, just a couple like months ago, like Osmosis and Cosmos Hub, Atom Accelerator, they teamed up to fund mesh security and make it possible. And it felt good. It's like, oh, great. They're not fighting. They can actually work together for something that will like advance the ecosystem. And so, yeah, we're building alliances. You want data on your chain? You want to partner with Juno Network and our crazy, secret society of devs? We're down. So, and I would encourage all of you to be like, set aside your personal differences make peace. We've all said shit in the past. It's fine. We can move on. And yeah, let's make this Interchain thing. The Interchain is the future. It's going to be big.
Thank you, Jake. Yes, there is always a drama in Cosmos, but I think we become family and friends after this drama. And just like as Jake said, let's build the Interchain together. So if you guys are devs interested in building the Interchain together, maybe reach out to Jake. And good news, we have a 20 minutes coffee break. So I'll meet you until 3:50. That will be a little bit of 20 minutes break. So see you soon. Hello, everyone. As mentioned, it's 3:50, so we will soon get started. I am pretty sure this will be the most awesome talk of AWESOMWASM. So, in a little bit of alpha, we will be talking about account abstraction, which is one of the hottest topics these days on crypto and on Cosmos. So, if you guys are curious, please stay with us until the end. Okay. So, as I've mentioned, next up is Josh, the co-founder of Kepler Wallet and Osmosis, and he will be giving a talk about account abstraction and standardized account module. Please give him a warm round of applause. Woo!
Hi everyone. Used to be things being built in Cosmos, and yeah, rather kind of cover that. Cool. Yeah. In case you don't know me, my name is Josh. I'm one of the co-founders of Kepler and also one of the co-founders of Osmosis. Yeah, and I think it'd be slightly different. Today I'm going to talk about something that we're not building, but it's just so fantastic that I'd love to get more eyes on it before something else important, before we kind of diverge into different things. But yeah, if you had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or let it slip? And it'll all make sense. So personally, as someone who don't come from a development, coder background, I've always just been interested in building more apps and less protocols, right? I love building things that eventually gets used and has feedback, whether that's positive or negative, and more varieties of DEXs, more varieties of NFTs, more varieties of wallets, and ultimately, I do think that having more of these is the way that we do have impact. But today, we do have to admit that I think a lot of people are building tools, but there's kind of weird nuances to building tools, right? It's no one has, there's no like torque wrench fence. It's like tools are things what you build with to have a result. Like, I don't know, you have a knife and you cook with it. You have a torque wrench and you fix cars. Like there has to be a clear end result for you to use these tools. And I see kind of this thing for account abstraction, where account abstraction, I think, is a tool, and there's a lot of things you can do and achieve with it. But ultimately, I think we sort of have this mindset of it's like, oh man, I love account abstraction. And rather than kind of seeing it as a tool to enable a lot of cool features that weren't available before. Full disclosure, we're not building an account abstraction protocol ourselves, but in some ways we do have a lot of things at stake as someone who is building a wallet and also has been contributing to building a protocol where ultimately if these things do get built, we do have to be the ones to support it. And yeah, with the whole tool thing, these are a lot of the cool things that you can do with account abstraction as a tool. And from the perspective of account abstraction and even many other things, I think there's kind of a little bit of a reality check for all of Cosmos, right? I think Ethereum is a much bigger ecosystem. And I tell people, it's like, yeah, there's actually just going to be way more brilliant, smart people with better ideas, better capital, bigger developer pool, bigger audience, where Ethereum sort of has many chances, and it can take a lot of opportunities where even if that means some of these bets that Ethereum takes don't fully pan out, it is a much bigger ecosystem, and there's a lot more room to have second chances, third chances, fourth chances. And for Cosmos, I think we don't have that luxury, right? Like, so for everything that we want to push forward, we always just want to make sure we treat it like a one-shot, one opportunity thing. Because this sort of is where our strength grows out of our weakness. And using account abstraction in the Ethereum lens, I think this is a perfect example where I feel like Cosmos can out-execute Ethereum as a whole. Everyone talks about ERC or EIP 4337 as sort of the account abstraction base layer proposal. But if you look at it, it's like, it was created in 2021, right? And this is kind of the luxury that Ethereum has. Like, Ethereum has been talking about account abstraction for, nearly 2 years at this point. But I think the opportunity that we have here is, Ethereum has been talking about this idea. They were sort of the, I don't know if they're actually the first, but they were the first ecosystem to really bring the idea of account abstraction to the masses. But it's a very long and slow process to get that in the hands of the users. Because ultimately, what we had is an initial sort of a spec. And what emerges out of it is just multiple frameworks within Ethereum, right? And as the wallet provider, you're sort of tasked with this, hey, we can't do everything, so we have to sort of pick and choose. And maybe something like this would happen, And I believe this is probably happening somewhere where in discussions on, hey, there's a lot of different implementations of account abstraction. As a wallet provider, which one do we sort of go with? Or do we go with everything, but do we have the resources? But in a world where account abstraction is done like this, you sort of end up with users who are like, what in the world is this, right? And in some ways, this very much reflects how we build things in Cosmos, where the idea of sovereign chains, sovereign applications allow us to really diverge from one central idea to very many implementations. And one great example is like the Gov module. And when we have 6 different versions of Gov module, it really does put a strain on wallets, other front-end developers, client-side developers, where these kind of chain-level application developers or core devs are really excited about. It's like, oh wait, we have this new Gov module that also does this. Or hey, we changed the staking module where we have mesh security and super fluid. And I'm just using examples here. But from the end, from the wallet's perspective, the user expects the interface to look as much, as similar as to the existing framework as possible. And we're just like, oh man, there's just so much work to do the exact same thing, but a different method for every single chain that exists. And I think one thing we're starting to realize that innovation isn't the bottleneck. A lot of times it's just trying to standardize that ends up being the bottleneck for Cosmos and just crypto in general, right? And Cosmos does have an excellent history of coordinating and standardizing. And I know people are going to be like, coordination, standardization, that's not Cosmos. If anything, people are going to be like, yeah, the Cosmos experience is the complete opposite of that. But, this is a tweet by Sasha. I've never met him, but he's also one of my favorite Twitter personalities. And he tweeted this out where like, hey, Layer 0 Labs, Series B, that's massive, a lot of these big names behind. But IBC, it's like, hey, it just sort of started out of the Cosmos Hub Genesis fundraise, and it has no backers, but it is the standard protocol of how Cosmos chains talk to each other. And yeah, I would argue that Interchain has another one shot, one opportunity, almost very similar to the success of IBC. And our strength is not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have to be new ideas that people have never thought of, or just how fast we can create different implementations of it. Like how bridges in the ETH lens have played out, right? But because we are a much smaller ecosystem and the cost of coordination is much smaller than a large ecosystem, I do think that if we were to, able to standardize and coordinate the time to market to push these new features out to the hands of users, and the time for these features to actually have meaningful impact on the users would be much faster than any other bigger ecosystem. Because, traditionally, there's this very long-winded process of like going from idea spec, and then you have a proposal, you have people review it, implementation, distribution, which is sort of like, how do we talk to wallets to, get wallets to use it, and then, all right, maybe now we have 4 different standards. These all compete for kind of the crown, of this is the standard, and then, that's sort of when it hits the masses and it has impact. But I would argue that, in terms of the work that is being done in Cosmos, we can actually skip through a lot of these things way faster than what other ecosystems are going through. And the thing I'm really trying to talk about today is X accounts. And like I mentioned, it's not something that we're building, but it does have impact on the same users or the kind of features that we want to provide to our users, right? It's being built by binary builders who are, in my opinion, some of the best developers working on the Cosmos SDK and many other things. And I'm, not super technical, so I'm just going to give, everyone a TLDR in case you don't quite understand. It's like, hey, what's the whole account, the new account abstraction thing? And in my opinion, all it does is we have this very old notion of accounts where the account or the address or the wallet is very much one-to-one tied to private keys. And these things couldn't be separated. And how do you execute a transaction was also very much tied around these idea of a private key being the authorizer, essentially saying, it's like, yeah, this account is able to execute this valid transaction, or without it, you can't. And it's a very rigid framework, right? You could have multiple keys, but at the same time, you couldn't be a lot more flexible than that. And essentially, with X accounts and account abstraction, you're sort of able to have a multi-key at the entrance point, and then multi-wallets, which I would argue is going to feel very different from an account, to where it's like, hey, I have different wallets for different purposes, and each of these wallets could sort of have different security parameters or authorization flows or different purposes. It could just be a sub-account that I don't want to expose anyone, or the other thing could be a public account where I do a lot of my publicly okay activity, such as socials and things like that. And yeah, that's essentially what X accounts enables, right? It's a tool. I don't think X accounts in itself is going to be providing all these applications. But what it does is it provides at least one unified framework that Cosmos can say, hey, this is sort of where we're going to be building our various features of account abstractions on. And yeah, it's like, why is that cool? It's like, hey, if I, there's this kind of, you can basically program, right, your account to do different things on different contexts. So if I want to send more than $10,000 in value, I could have a custom flow that say, hey, require X, Y, and Z. And if we're able to somehow create a unified Cosmos platform for how we do account abstraction, what we can do is almost just build out these modules where it could be built by anyone. And it's also supported by all the wallets. And hopefully, it would also be supported. It could also be a feature where it could just be used by all other Cosmos SDK chains that sort of have X accounts and this unified, wallet agnostic WASM plugin layer of account abstraction. And yeah, this is just an example of, it's like, hey, assuming we have these plugins, these are the many scenarios that we could use that to create a lot more user-friendly flows. But here, yeah, I think the key is being able to interoperate across wallets. Because coming from a wallet builder's perspective, sometimes it does get fairly difficult trying to cater to the very sovereign and diverse needs of all of the ecosystem. But at the same time, if you're someone who are really excited about account abstraction and the impact that it has, it is also a challenge to convince wallets to adopt your framework, your specific framework, to allow a lot of cool things that account abstraction allows you to do. So hopefully, we're able to kind of create this unified layer where, AA feature providers are not trying to compete for different wallet support. And then from the wallet's perspective, we can also provide a fairly manageable and scalable path to supporting various kind of wallet, like account abstraction feature providers without having to duplicate a lot of that work multiple times. These are just some other examples of, why account abstraction is cool. Is, you're moving away from this single key, single account, because not all transactions are created equal, right? It's like, hey, I just want to post a tweet, and in that case, if I'm trying to post a tweet from a very secure Ledger account, that UX is much different. But hey, maybe you can just have a session key, and from the user's perspective, it almost, you don't even get an approve notice, but at the same time, it's still coming out of your one account, which does transaction management, key management, and yeah, just kind of use two of these things, right? And same thing for like claim and stake transactions, where some of these, fairly low risk action could almost just be completely delegated to someone custodial. And the beauty of this is you can almost customize all of this, and we don't have to do the work of trying to, implement 4 different versions of it from the wallet side. And yeah, feature providers can basically just build on a unified framework without really having to spend extra time asking the question, will a wallet in Cosmos support this? And from our perspective, hopefully we're able to, integrate one specific framework, and the features that account abstraction enables is basically building on the infinite possibilities of the people who are building modules or plugins on this kind of unified plugin or account abstraction layer. And yeah, so X accounts, and as well as there's discussions on X account abstraction, and creates a standardized interoperable account abstraction framework for wallets and feature providers. And how does this kind of come back to WASM, right? X accounts, and I believe X account abstraction as well, makes no preference on the language on which these account abstraction features are written in. So you could write that in WASM, but you could also theoretically write that in Solidity. It could also just be in Zoe or a million other kind of smart contract platforms that exist out there. But I think the moat that WASM has is that it is the largest, is the most widely adopted smart contract framework in Cosmos. And therefore, hopefully, when you build a WASM feature, account abstraction feature contract, it will have the most amount of impact for as many chains as possible. Yeah, I think I hate to kind of leave at this very vague conclusion, right? Because a lot of these things are in progress, but one thing that we do need, even beyond the X accounts and X account abstraction that binary builders are building on, is hopefully I'd love to kick off some sort of a group consensus on, hey, could Cosmos actually put its minds together and try to create one unified WASM account abstraction platform where we try to solve the needs of all the wallets existing, and it doesn't have to be just Kepler or just Leap or just Cosmos Station. It could just be a standard unified API that we sort of plug into. And then from all these cool teams like Vectis, has been building this for a long time. Abstract has been building this for a long time. Obi, as well as Cosmology. I know we're going to get more of this, but I do think this is kind of Cosmos' one chance to really step up and say, hey, Cosmos can show a coordinated effort and actually out-execute all larger ecosystems in crypto. So yeah, let's start the conversation on this. Thank you.
Well, that was great. I told you it will be great. Yeah. If you guys are keen on working on the account modules, please feel free to reach out to Josh. And next up, we have Archway, and all the cosmonauts, you all know that Archway released a successful mainnet a few days ago. So the talk will be about Archway, the value capture chain, and Griffin, the CEO of Phi Labs and founder of Archway, will be on stage. So please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you, everybody, for having me here. For sitting in this hot heat at 4 o'clock on the second day of the conference. Great job for being here. So most people probably don't know our story quite yet, and so I wanted to take a little time and introduce our story and show you some data of what's happening on chain. So first, before I kind of get started, the views and opinions expressed today in this presentation are my own. They don't represent the foundation nor Phi Labs. You can read the rest of the disclaimer, but I just had to get that out of the way, otherwise legal will kill me. So this is my journey. Maybe some of you maybe not recognize the photo, but can recognize and share and appreciate the scene of this. This is me coding late at night, working extremely hard for a deadline. You can tell by the amount of energy drinks and sodas on the table that it was a stressful night. And maybe much of you as engineers probably can relate to this. You're working extremely hard, contributing to something really big. What was so interesting about this photo, it was taken during a time when I was contributing on the Ethereum protocol. The price of ETH had just moved from $10 to $30, and my colleagues at the time were popping champagne and going to town on this. And what's so interesting about that is I was over here working hard away, coding, contributing, building dApps, building tooling, building infrastructure, and yet at the same time my colleagues were celebrating and having a fun time because the price of ETH had changed so drastically at the time. And so it got me thinking, I must be doing something wrong. I'm contributing to a platform, I'm contributing to a network, I'm building apps, I'm building tooling, I'm building infrastructure, I'm building open source software, yet there was nothing I was receiving for my contributions to the underlying platform. And so it got me thinking, well, where is value created in the Web3 space? Why isn't it shared with the developers the same way we share it with other stakeholders in the community? And so that got me thinking, if you're familiar with the FAT protocol thesis, it got me to start looking into that. And it asked the question, where does value accrue? Does it accrue at the application layer, or does it accrue at the protocol layer? And in Web 2, the value, if you think of TCP and IP and the foundation of the internet, the value has basically accrued at the application layer. It's accrued to the Facebooks and the Googles and the Amazons that are building on top of the underlying infrastructure. But in Web 3, there was a thesis that the value was actually going to accrue at the Web 3 layer, at the protocol layer, not at the application layer. And it's pretty evident that's still the case today. The largest protocols out there are not application-based protocols, but they're layer 1 protocols out there. And so that we have this misalignment where the value is occurring to the platform, the protocol, and not necessarily occurring to what, in my opinion, is the most important element, the developers and the community that are on top. And so it's a really important distinction that we've been trying to solve and think through a little bit. Obviously, as a dApp developer or somebody building applications, you can certainly go and build your own application and launch a token around it, or you can go get a grant from another group, and you probably should. But once again, you're committing your time, your resources, and your energy to a protocol, to a platform, and they're not really receiving or giving anything back in return. In addition, the challenges with grants and tokens and so forth, it's really not sustainable. In this economy, in this environment today, it's really, really difficult to get funding as an application, as a dApp, building on top of these protocols. That's why we have so much infrastructure plays and so many folks raising capital from venture capitalists at the L1 layer, because it's seen as a safer bet because the value does accrue at the protocol layer. So we've had this challenge. How do you give back to the developers and the applications that are building on top the same way we incentivize miners or validators in the same way? And so what we decided to do as a community is we built the Archway protocol. Archway shares the rewards, similar to how we share the rewards for running nodes and infrastructure with the validators and miners. We do the same thing at the smart contract layer. Going from right to left, the first thing we do is we share some of the gas fees. So when you sign a transaction, 50% of the gas fees actually get redirected back to the smart contract that used it in the first place. The second thing is typically the emissions or the inflation just goes to the validators, the miners that are running the nodes and networks. But we have an extremely important stakeholder that's left out of this. And Archway, from my knowledge, is one of the first protocols, if not the first, to basically share the inflation, the emissions, directly with the smart contracts that are building on top of the protocol, all programmatically built into it for reference. And then finally, what we wanted to do was, well, gas fees sometimes are immaterial. Sometimes they're not significant enough. How do we give more value back to the dApp developers that are building on top of the protocol and the communities that are on top of the protocol? So we built this feature into the protocol called Smart Contract Premiums. The way it works is it's an additional feature built in the protocol, and you set on deployment of your contract, and you can charge whatever you want for your contract. And other contracts can even pay you or reward you for using yours, and they also pay the premium. So using these three mechanisms, you can start to earn rewards for yourself, similar to what you would receive if you were validating or delegating on a network as well. All built in, not through governance, not through any other kind of structure, all built into the protocol itself. And what's so cool about this is once the rewards come in, when you originally deploy your contracts, you set a contract address that you want to accrue those rewards to. It can be a user account, but it also can be a contract address, and you can do whatever you want with those rewards. You can use them to fund your team. You can redirect them to a DAO so that the community can manage them. You could even redirect them to your governance token holders if you wanted to, or use it to boost liquidity pools. It's completely configurable because at the end of the day, it's just a smart contract. So we're really excited about all those new use cases. So I wanted to take a moment. We just launched our network. Maybe a high five to the folks that have contributed to the mainnet launch. It was pretty successful last week. So this presentation was actually due late last week, early this week. So this is kind of stale data already. But I wanted to point out some case studies and real on-chain data of already what's happened here in the last few days of when the network has been launched. So one example is an application built by the ArchID team. Maybe they could stand up or wave or something. Ooh, yeah. They did a great job. I think the latest thing, they may have had already 50,000 domains claimed in the first week or something like that, approximately. You can follow them on Twitter. This is real data. So over the last 5 days when they launched, they received 38,000 transactions with an average transaction gas of that. And so the rewards they generated just in the first few days was over 5,000 Arch that they received in their smart contract. I'm pretty sure by this time now, it's probably much more significant than that. They also received some domain revenue for selling their tokens. But from my perspective, it's the first time we've ever seen a smart contract automatically built into the protocol receive rewards, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Here's another fun example. So the airdrop contract, maybe some of you have claimed your airdrop in the last few days. Some interesting things, since the airdrop was all designed as a smart contract, guess what? The smart contract also received rewards as well. So in this particular case, the inflation it received in this for usage of the smart contract was 103 Arch. We had over 20,000 Arch in gas rebates with a total amount of over 20,000 Arch generated in 5 days. And like I said, this is stale old data, just right out of the gate here. So it's pretty cool to earn like a material amount of rewards for building and deploying a contract on Archway. But this is just kind of the beginning here. So I wanted to point out this isn't even the full amount of contracts that have been deployed on Archway, but it is some of them. We just took a screenshot. Somebody in the community designed this dashboard that gave some stats around contract premiums, inflation, and gas fees. I'm not sure exactly when the screenshot was taken, but it is real data. And you can see some really popular apps if you haven't played with it already, like PeerSwap, Liquid Finance. You can see some of the airdrop stuff. There's, I think, hundreds of contracts that I've already deployed. And what's so interesting here about this data and this information is similar to receiving rewards for delegating or for validating and being a miner, we see smart contract devs finally being rewarded for their hard work, which is pretty cool to see. Yeah. So while this is V1 and we're just working on the first iteration, these numbers will improve. Our goal here at the end of the day is to make sure that developers can actually live off the rewards that they're receiving. Just like it's really important that the economics works out for validators and miners, it's also extremely important that smart contract devs also receive a material amount of rewards and can build sustainable apps that are going to last through the bear market and at any time. Kind of moving forward here a little bit. So the question obviously is like, what do you do with your rewards? As I talked about, you can fund core development, you can incentivize voting, you can reduce swap fees, you can use it to incentivize DAOs. The use cases are really ever expanding and we're coming up with new ones. Archway isn't really the best fit for every single type of protocol, but it does a really good job at matching specific use cases and specific examples. So anything that is a little bit more utility-based is a great use case for Archway. So for instance, traditionally multi-sigs on chain have had a difficult time finding a model behind them. It's been difficult to launch a governance token or something else. And it's been hard to even raise VC capital or external capital with just building a multi-sig. Well, if you were to deploy a multi-sig on top of Archway, every time somebody used your multi-sig smart contracts, you would receive rewards, which is pretty cool. DAO infrastructure, voting infrastructure, anything like that, treasury management, expense management. There's numerous types of use cases that don't really fit the governance token model, but really can benefit from just earning a steady stream of rewards based on usage of the contracts. And since the parameters are completely configurable, you can charge whatever you want, and you can make it very material if you think it's important. Here's another example. This is a fictitious example, but you should definitely take a look at Astrovault, a DEX that's deploying on top of Archway soon. Here's an example of just a DEX that could be on Archway. You could be monthly transactions, $250,000 really isn't that hard to meet for a DEX. Average transaction gas, and if you charged a contract premium, you'd be receiving about 158,000 Arch every single month, which I don't know what the current value of all this is today, but it's pretty significant and pretty material if you start to do the underlying math. And so, like I said, this is the first time DApp contracts and smart contracts have received rewards. I just want to thank our team. We're really very much at Phi Labs and the ecosystem and the community. We're really developer focused at the end of the day. We're not stopping at just rewards. It means everything from bottom to top. So it means making sure we're producing really strong documentation, education, tutorials, making sure we do a much better job at support. That's been some feedback we've been receiving recently. Making sure we're helping you from start to finish so you can be successful. Because ultimately, we're all in this together. If the dApps are successful on top of Archway, the Archway protocol will also be successful. So it's very critical that we have a developer-first mindset and build everything with that in mind. So with that being said, please join me, join the Archway protocol, and let's start building together. Thanks, everyone.
Hello everyone. So, hi everybody. I'm going to be taking over for Laura as the MC for the rest of the event. My name is Adam Wozni. I head up community for Overclock Labs, the founder of the Akash network. Hi guys, everyone knows Akash, right? Yeah. All right, I love that. Dan. So I want to give another round of applause for Griffin. Big fan of Griffin. Griffin and I used to work together back in the day. If you want to hear some crypto war stories of our time in 2017, 2018, come find us at the AWESOMWASM after party, which you're all going to, right? Yeah. All right, that's a big yes out of you. You got to take it easy. I'm watching you later. So those are stories we can really only tell over strong German beers. So come and find us there. But next up, we have a great presentation on internalizing the IBC protocol. Please give a big, warm welcome to Simon Warta, co-founder of Confio.
Yeah, hello everyone. And anyone interested in IBC here? Let's get started. So we are talking about internalizing IBC protocols and what that means, given also some very practical experience in a project called Nois that I'm working on. So to get some context, this is a bit of a disclaimer. I'm Simon, one of the co-founders of Confio. I maintain WASM for the last 3 years together with the team at Confio. I work at Nois, which is the random number generator for the Interchain. Nois is built on WASM, and it's serving WASM developers. But one thing I want to get straight, and this is important to me, Nois is not a Confio project. This is a side project that we are building because we think it should be out there. It's a separate thing. But yeah, there's a lot of synergies. What I would like to explain here today is why I believe that WASM is the best way to develop new IBC protocols. I knew this is a pretty strong statement, but I want to give a little bit of explanation why I think there's a bit of truth in that. So, first of all, I would like to draw some picture what an IBC protocol actually is. So imagine you have Alice and Bob, they have a conversation via the telephone, and you see this bottom layer, this telephone line. You have this connection. This is pretty just the data transport layer. You can transmit all kinds of information over that layer. You can have voice communication, but later people also started to basically scan text documents and send that over the same transport layer because it's so universal. And this layer, this is what IBC is. IBC is basically just sending arbitrary binary data from one point to another with certain security guarantees. And an IBC protocol, that is actually the language on top of that. So if Alice and Bob, if they don't speak the same language, if one of them is just speaking French and the other one is speaking German, and they don't have a common language, they cannot communicate no matter how great the bottom layer is. And this top layer, this is the IBC protocol in a nutshell. So there are a bunch of IBC protocols that have been specified, formally specified by the IBC team, pushed by the Cosmos community, and those are pretty much the most important ones, the most famous ones that I could find. The list is not too long, but the protocols themselves are very, very important. ICS-20 as the token transfer protocol is a protocol that is transferring and storing and securing millions and millions, billions of dollars of value. It is massive, it is important, it's great that we have this standardized protocol. We have a bunch of other ones. NFT transfer is getting popular recently. Cross-chain validation, I guess that's the thing for interchain security. I'm not an expert there, but I guess that's behind interchain security. We have interchain accounts and a bunch of others coming up. But the list, if you look at it, and if you look at the repository from IBC Go or the specification repository, it's not that long. It's not that we have dozens of protocols. The standardization process is quite lengthy, which has its purpose. It's good to discuss those things before they are standardized with a lot of different stakeholders, because the same way we cannot change email anymore because everybody implemented in a very different way. We quickly reach a point where we cannot change those IBC protocols anymore. So the specification process is important. It's great we have it. It's lengthy. It's political. It's not for everybody and every use case. So why would you want to write an IBC protocol with WASM? The first point is fast iteration on the protocol. I will get to that in more detail on the upcoming slides. And what you can do is, when you do IBC between two different contracts written in WASM, you control both sides of the communication, which makes it very easy for you to say, okay, I do adjustments, I try one version, I change it in the way I like. I don't need to worry about a different implementation on the other side of the communication that might not understand my change in the protocol. And the last point, it's pretty damn safe. You can't break the chain, if you have an issue, a bug in the implementation of your IBC protocol. It's just impossible. That's by the nature of the sandboxing of WASM, and that allows you to approach this whole development process with a much more relaxed mindset, because you literally can't break the chain. So how does that work in practice, iterating on an IBC protocol? So what I draw here is two different chains, chain A and B, and they are long-running chains. We never change those chains. They just continue to produce blocks. And each of those black boxes is a WASM smart contract instance. So what you can do is say, hey, I have a version 1.0 of my protocol, and I instantiate it on two chains, and those two WASM contracts, they communicate with each other. And 2 weeks later, next sprint in my development cycle, I go to the next version. I completely forget about what I deployed, because whatever. Let's keep it there. Let's let it do whatever it wants. And deploy new contracts on the exact same chains, let them do IBC. And we can continue this process as much as we want, as often as we want, and not only work on the IBC communication, but the whole application stack around that. So as part of this development process, we can develop our indexes, we can develop our front ends, we can develop all kinds of tooling to make sure the user is respected as part of this development process early on. And at some point, you reach the final V1 of your protocol, and you say, okay, this is it. This is where I want to go. I'm not going to change it ever again, and be happy. Live a happy life for the rest of the protocol. So I would like to give a little bit of experience with Nois, building an IBC protocol like that ourselves. So we have a development time frame of something like 8 months from first testnet to mainnet launch in March of this year. So there were a couple of early testnets, and everything. There are a couple of early testnets here in August, September, playing around with Genesis files a little bit, and then we quickly hit a point where the chain was solid. It was just executing WASM, which is the only thing that the chain needs to do. And then from that time, we were using Nois testnet 003 for the entire development period of the protocol, of the interchain service that we built. we developed 7 incompatible iterations of the Nois protocol, all running on testnet 003. We did not have to ask our validators to upgrade the chain, to do this, to do that, all this coordination effort. I am sure you know what I'm talking about. And then the entire development process ended with basically a mainnet dry run testnet, which was not testing the protocol anymore, but testing mainnet. So everything on that one testnet. And this whole testnets here on the left, we ran them as, or they were basically WASMD testnets. So without any Go project that we had, we just had this, I call it the NIM way, which is basically to say, yeah, I have a build script for WASMD. I change my coin type, I change my address type, I change a handful of parameters in a build script, but don't even have my own Go project because I don't need that. I just need a chain running WASM, and everything is happening on top of that. So that was great. So the moment you have your IBC protocol in contracts, you can build something that is got popular with the term outpost model. And I would try to explain it in my words. Other people have given talks about that topic as well here. And what I consider so powerful here is this notion of public APIs on a WASM level and private IBC communication. And the way this works is I have my home chain, which in our case is the Nois blockchain, and I have a base contract there. However, we want to provide a service to users that have applications running on their chain, on Juno, for example, on Archway, on Injective, on Desmos, on all those chains. We want to get to the user, to the app developers, and provide them an interchain service. And instead of requiring them to understand our IBC protocol, to even understand IBC at all, what we do is we have outposts on those chains and say, okay, the communication between our base contract and the outposts on those chains is internal. Only we as a development team need to worry about. And then the public API is actually not a cross-chain API. It's an API that is happening solely on their chain in a way that is very, very familiar with for WASM developers. So on chain A, we have the example, we have a DApp on that chain that interacts with the entire service by sending an execute message to our contract. The contract does some magic, communicating to the home chain, getting response back via the private IBC. And the moment there is a response or the solution to the job that was created, we send a WASM message back to the app. So no need to worry for the app developer about all the internals. We can do the same thing with an application X module, I call it here, that is not built in WASM. We just have our outpost in WASM there, and we have a native Cosmos SDK module interacting with our outpost the same way, just between a native module and our outpost. And we only have to maintain this public API in a way that is minimal, that is well documented, that is simple, that is easy to understand, and in the private API, in the IBC communication, we can do whatever we want because we control both sides of the communication. We can break it in any way because we know how the protocol is used. We can add features to it. And as long as we ensure the outpost and the base, they understand each other, we don't need to worry about other people using that service and how they are set up. So this outpost model, you've seen it in a bunch of examples with Osmosis, Mars is doing it, I know Stargaze is working on that, Nois is built up that way. That's pretty much what it is. You have internal IBC between two two contracts. But you can go one step further, and instead of saying, okay, there's this centralized home chain kind of model where everybody communicates to a single post, you can say, hey, why not mesh the whole thing? Why not remove the base and just have internal IBC between posts that are not outposts because there's no relationship anymore. They just make sure they understand each other. They have private IBC and provide services to those chains and communicate between each other. So this has not been built, as far as I know. I would love to see someone build it. I don't have a use case for it now, but I'm sure somebody will come up with something. Yeah, and then WASM does not break your testnet. I mean, we have made our learnings. We had to fix a couple of bugs along the way, but since WASM is by default sandboxed and resource restricted, you cannot break the host by building whatever you want in your contract. There is no non-determinism. You cannot do anything fishy on the host environment. And you even cannot do anything bad to other contracts on the same chain. So what you can do is just say, yeah, I develop on some public chain, some testnet that might be cheap to use. There's literally nothing to worry about. The code that we have, our contracts, our outpost model is fully open source. So if this is something that you consider interesting, something that might inspire your project, that might be valuable, go check out that repository. We have the contracts that one is the gateway, which I was calling base before. We call our outpost proxy because we used it when the fancy term was not around yet, and we consider it a proxy to our service, but it's the same thing. We have all the contracts there, but we also have a multi-chain development environment in this repository. So what you see there in this repository is a testing environment that spins up 2 different chains, deploys all the contracts that you need, establishes an IBC connection between them as part of the test suite with the use of TS relayer, and then have a set of integration tests written in TypeScript that allows you to test and on a very high level this whole complex system. So if this is something that you consider useful for your project, check that out. Cool. There's one more point. Since we have all the types in one repository and we can control both sides of the communication, that also makes it easier because we just have one package that has all the packet types, which is basically enums for the IBC packets, where we say, okay, this is the packets that the outpost can send to the base. Those are the packets that the base can send to the outpost. We're doing some quite interesting use cases there. So one is requesting beacons. So the outpost requests a beacon from the base. The base sends a response back a few blocks later. So it's not like an interchain query, but more like, okay, it's coming when there's a result that is ready. We have things like broadcasting. So the base can broadcast to all the outposts price information. So if the pricing changes for that, then it can let the outpost know without the outpost asking for it. And speaking of pricing, it's a paid IBC service. So we have ICS 20 payments in there together with the whole flow of requesting beacons. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day. See you at the after party.
Thank you, Simon. All right, so now we have a fantastic talk on funding public goods and the hacker movement in Cosmos from someone who I've been told can do handstand backflips. So if we're lucky, maybe we cheer him on, maybe he'll do it. So please welcome the Global Business Development Partner at DoorHack, Steve Nog.
I'm Steve. I'm a partner, core team of DoorHacks and also Door Factory. And I'm really here to, I guess, introduce a little bit more about what are some of the fun hackathons and grant programs in a Cosmos ecosystem related to WASM and some of the past interesting, I guess, programs that we have run together with DoorHacks and Door Factory. And how many of you are hacking tomorrow at the WASM? Amazing, amazing. So yeah, I want to thank Confio team for organizing this, and I look forward to the interesting projects that you guys are hacking tomorrow. So why we're doing this, our project DoorHacks and Door Factory, is indeed we see there are so many good developers in the Cosmos ecosystem and so many interesting initiatives and projects, but how to provide funding and resources to those teams are crucially important and especially tough in the current market. And also, we have seen like Web3 has been growing this whole time. So how does Cosmos and I guess like WASM as an underlying infrastructure, Cosmos SDK, can encourage more developers to build in this ecosystem? And also, we have seen there's actually a lot improvement that we can make to existing infrastructures. Like our team is researching into like ZK WASM development internally recently, and we have realized there's actually a lot that needs to be improved compared with like other ecosystems like Ethereum. So a little bit introduction about DoorHacks. I think some of you might have heard of us or used our platform in the previous hackathons and grant programs. But we're actually started from 2014 as one of the first small organizations that really cared about hacker movement, open source movement, originated from Asia. And till today, we're already one of the, I guess, biggest developer incentive platforms in Web3. And we have provided more than $40 million of grants and funding opportunities to more than 4,000 Web3 startups. And until recently, we have spin up a public goods validator called Door Factory, and we have been validating, including Cosmos Hub, more than 30 plus ecosystems. And I will introduce like why do we spin up this validator as part of our services. And we have provided grants and funding to more than 500 teams, including those hackathon projects to larger, more important projects in Cosmos in the past year. So sharing a little bit more about our vision and why we're doing this concept called public good staking is essentially we are giving out a lot of our staking revenues. So if I think it's pretty hard to actually make any kind of revenue in this current market as a validator. But whenever there's excessive revenue or profit that we're generating from these validators, we aim to give back to the ecosystem in the form of grants and funding opportunities to developers and public goods in different ecosystems. And with DoorHack's platform and with this developer community that we have been creating in the past 9 years, we have developed grants, grant DAOs, and bounties and hackathons. Those features are all natively supported on the Door platform. And we have been working very closely with multiple Cosmos ecosystems to channel those amazing resources to early stage developers. A really good example recently is that we have been supporting Injective, that Injective hackathon after they became a WASM blockchain, and they started to engage Cosmos community. So we spin up this public goods validator for Injective since, I guess, December 2022. And this validator has been accumulating Injective token as revenue. And what we did recently is that we sponsored 100% of the Injective Hackathon prize pool, which is $75,000 to all of the winners of this hackathon, including the very first NFT marketplace in the Injective ecosystem, the first important DeFi protocol, the first important payment solutions. And this hackathon just recently wrapped up. I guess this is a really good experiment of whether we can actually make this model work and whether we can actually provide support to early stage teams, not just with promotion, with introducing them to the right people, but also provide actual funding with this model. And I guess our team have worked very, very hard to really push adoption for public good staking and push adoption for Cosmos as a tech stack, including WASM. So we have been working very closely with many, many blockchain ecosystems in Cosmos and WASM, including we have concluded the Archway hackathon, which most of the team think is a huge success. I think the very first NFT marketplace for Archway and also very first mobile payment solution, Archx Wallet, all emerged from this hackathon. And we're also proudly validating Archway right now. But some of our other validators been running include Cosmos Hub, Agoric, Injective, Chronos, Noble, and so much more. And we're also very, very happy that we have, I guess, provided funding opportunities for public goods in Cosmos right now. We do think we need better wallets, we need better blocks explorers, we need better infrastructures, or even more fundamental to more developers that's contributing to WASM, Cosmos SDK. So we have provided small grants and funding opportunities to infrastructure builders like Confio, to new Cosmos asset management protocols like 42, but also to, I guess, tooling solutions that's providing better infrastructure for Cosmos developers like Abstract. Very happy to have those opportunities to support all of those amazing projects. And I just have to share with all of you, there's actually so much interesting hackathons going on in Cosmos. And it's actually amazing to see that, including the Nibiru hackathon, the Saga Multiverse hackathon, the Althea hackathon, and Zeta Chain hackathon. There's so many actually amazing hackathons that you can try as a developer to actually win some prizes and get to know more about different ecosystems. And also, there's a lot of exciting in-person events that you can attend. I guess a lot of you are actually going, including the one that's happening tomorrow, the WASM hackathon, but also the one that we're planning with the Cosmoverse team, Hackmos in Istanbul this October. But also, we are planning Atom Accelerator hackathon that's going to be virtual, and it's going to kick off right after this event. It's going to kick off probably in the later part of July. So please follow maybe DoraHacks and Atom Accelerator Twitter to get more updates about that event. Very happy that it's actually very exciting to I think plan those interesting events and I guess curate those amazing opportunities for Cosmos developers to talk to each other and build the next important project. So this is more, I guess, startup facing for if you're building a new startup in Cosmos. I guess it's a very good start to start with hackathons, participate in hackathons, talk to. Actually, here you can find the founders of Cosmos, the core contributors of the whole ecosystem. And also there are some interesting grant programs that you can apply, including the Interchain Foundation grant that's actually quite generous, provided a large funding to many, many early stage teams, but also Atom Accelerator recently established to provide support for recent teams. We're also trying to give out a lot of our revenue and profit to early stage developers as grants and funding opportunities as well. But there's also many, many, I guess, VCs that I really like them, that they really support the ecosystem. It's definitely welcome to reach out to those ventures that's Cosmos developer friendly as well. And if you like what we're doing, how we are supporting developers in Cosmos, I actually would love to encourage all of our potential partners to work with us. We have a really, really big global developer community that we can help you tap into. Happy to share your tech stacks and your, I guess, your infrastructures with more developers worldwide. I think education is definitely very important for all the Cosmos projects. But also, we run public goods validators across different chains, across different ecosystems. I do encourage you to delegate to Dora Factory Public Goods Validator, where we'll actually use the validator proceeds to fund developers across different ecosystems via different programs that we have. But in general, I have to say this past year journey, getting to know more about Cosmos developers and contributing has been a really fulfilling journey. And our team has worked very hard to provide all kinds of support for Cosmos developers and plan to do more of that in the near future. And if you want to work with us, feel free to reach out to Dora team. We have a booth outside, and we're hosting a party tonight. And we have pizzas, beers, and welcome to our party. And I look forward to talking to all of you at our event later tonight. Thank you, guys. Yeah, just one last thing before I go is we're providing a little perk to all of the public goods funding supporters. So if you stake Atom right now to the Dora Factory mainnet Cosmos Hub Validator, we're providing some extra perks, Dora tokens as, I guess, perks and rewards, rebates for all of you supporting us. And yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Steve. So we're going to go a little off schedule and actually do a 10-minute coffee break and get you guys buzzing for the last two presentations of the AWESOMWASM Day 2. So go grab a coffee, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. conference area and grab a seat, and we'll kick off this panel. Plenty of seats up front. Usually you have to pay extra for those, so getting the up front seat's a good idea. While we wait for people to trickle in, I'm going to do some interviews. How you doing? What's your name? What's your name? Aaron. What do you think of AWESOMWASM?
Yeah, it was cool.
That's it. You heard it. He said it's awesome. What's your name? Aram. Keram. What do you think of AWESOMWASM?
I think it was one of the best events that I have participated so far.
Do you hear that? One of the best events. Round of applause over here. Let's see who this. What's your name? What's your name?
Julius.
Julius, what do you think of AWESOMWASM?
It's awesome.
Oh wow, this guy. Unbelievable. Get him out of here. Where's security? All right, I think it's time. So I wanted to kind of start it off with a little story. So I live in Los Angeles, and in the States, our last names, like my last name's Wozni, it's mostly two-syllable last names, like Johnson, Douglas, Stevens, boring American last names. Our panelists on the real-world use cases have amazing last names that, in total transparency, I cannot pronounce, and that's because I'm American, so that's my fault. So instead of butchering their last names, I'm just going to welcome them to the stage. Please welcome Martin from Enride, Dennis from SoarChain, Fabio from Corium, and Theo from Open Knowledge Protocol. Big round of applause. Welcome. Everyone sit under their names. It's important. We don't get confused. It'll help me too, probably. So thank you guys, and welcome to today's Real World Use Cases panel. I'm your host again, Adam Wozni, head of community from Overclock Labs, the founders of the Akasha Network. I'm joined by 4 fantastic guests from Open Knowledge Protocol, SoarChain, Corium, and Enride, Martin, Theo, Fabio, and Dennis. Thank you guys for being here. Today we're going to be talking about Web3 use cases, crypto skeptics, which I think is going to be fun, Web2 versus Web3 products, and some lesser known crypto use cases. But before we get into any of that, and to make sure that we're running on time here, I wanted to quickly introduce our guests. So starting with Martin, could you let the audience know who you are, your background, and what you do at Enride?
Sure. So I'm the co-founder of Enride, which is a peer-to-peer ride-hailing protocol. So you can kind of think of it as a decentralized version of Uber. And so we also have an app which we're testing at this conference, and we're giving out free rides tonight at the after parties, so check us out. And before Enride, I was working as a developer for a number of blockchain projects, and specializing on consensus algorithms. And I kind of got frustrated with all the complexity. You know, we were building all these super complicated systems, and no one was building consumer applications for them. And so that's why I sort of decided to start working on that myself.
Very cool. How can people get a hold of those free rides? Because I'm going to need one after tonight's party. I'm not going to lie.
You can download the app. It's on test flight, or just speak to one of us later, and we'll help you get set up. Yeah.
Perfect. Definitely going to take you up on that offer.
Cool.
Same questions to you, Dennis. Who you are, your background, and what you do at SoarChain.
Yeah. I'm Dennis. I'm the co-founder and CTO of SoarChain. SoarChain is an app chain, a Cosmos SDK app chain, specifically designed to fit mobility needs, to provide interoperability, and an open development environment for mobility applications, which is very real-life, real-world, which contains a lot of real-world problems. So yeah, that's pretty much
Very cool. I think I asked you this question. We were actually on a similar panel at Adam Berlin the other day. But I always think it's interesting to hear what people's families think they do. Do you ever explain it to your family? Do they have any idea what you do?
I said the same thing. I mean, I've been educating them for about 10 years, since like about crypto and all these stuff. So they think I'm doing something like Ethereum for cars. So it's pretty much on point.
Oh, you're Bitcoin for cars. I get it.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Fabio, same questions to you. Who you are, background, and what you do.
My name is Fabio. I work at Corium. Corium is a layer 1 built on Cosmos as well, like in any other project here, but we focused on smart tokens is one of our flagship developments, and it basically allows developers to issue new tokens with a set of programmable like possibilities in an easier way that you would normally do in other protocols. And in that sense, our vision is to provide the tools for them to extend these functionalities with with CosmWASM contracts. And the use cases are, sky's the limit in that when it comes to, for example, peer-to-peer insurance products, programmable assets that can be programmed for example, asset minting that is controlled by access control lists. You can do a lot of customization, and that's what we're focusing on, just providing this to developers to build applications like, for example, Android, that it's very interesting, and we hope to see more of that soon.
Very cool. Cool. And finally, Theo, wouldn't leave you out. Who you are, your background, and what you do at Open Knowledge Protocol.
Yeah, so I'm Theo from OKP4. So I'm head of ecosystem, doing strategy on many things, from the product to the token to the partnerships to the fundraising. I mean, and what we're building basically is a governance infrastructure. It's an app chain as well, a governance infrastructure for the off-chain world. So it enables to share anything, any data, any algorithm in any way you want. So you program the rules you want on chain, and builders basically can build applications on top of the shared data and algorithm. So it's a bit abstract, but it enables many new things in the real world as well. And I got involved into crypto basically on an economic point of view, microeconomic, because I realized that through blockchain, you could align the personal interest with the collective one. Basically, Bitcoin, it's what it does. You have a personal interest to secure the network. And Bitcoin is very simple, but then the first application came out in Ethereum, and it enabled many, many new things, and maybe to incentivize and to have a personal interest to do something good for society at large. And so it relates to real-world use cases, and that's pretty cool, and I think that's where we're going, so I'm here.
Very cool. How long have you been there?
How long?
How long have you been at OK? I'm going to start doing the acronym, OKP4? Is that
yeah, that's it. So I joined 3 years ago. So we started with the use cases, basically, with the company in the middle as a trusted intermediary. And 2 years ago, we started building our own chain to remove the company from the middle and to basically coordinate people through the chain instead of legal paperwork and this kind of
Nobody wants paperwork.
Yeah.
So just to kind of level set, I want to kick off our conversation. I just wanted to start with the definition of use case, because everyone hears the term, but you're like, okay, everyone thinks probably 10 different people, 10 different answers, right? So Webster's actually defines a use case as a specific situation or scenario in which a product, technology, or solution can be applied to solve a particular problem or fulfill a specific need. Makes sense, right? So with that as our backdrop, I wanted to kind of get into each of your projects and their use cases. Maybe starting down at the end with Dennis, what exactly are some use cases with your project?
Yeah, so the idea of SoarChain is to basically include all the actors in the mobility space or automotive industry to meet at the same grounds in terms of the interoperability and also the incentive structure. It is a very important aspect. Right now, the problem is that there's no incentive structure, and thus the ecosystem is very fragmented. And this really blocks the way of innovation, especially an open application ecosystem, which would actually solve many of the problems in mobility, which, like a great example, is actually the Android. It is actually a use case. So we're basically there to become the decentralized physical infrastructure network for mobility and to enable countless applications to solve mobility's problems.
Cool. Moving on to Theo.
Yeah, so what we're building basically is in terms of use cases as solving problems. So we're not creating specific applications, we're making new things possible. And the things we're solving, it's three things. The first is the lack of trust when you share data and algorithms, especially private data. There is a very strong lack of trust. I don't want to give you my private data because you will do something bad maybe with it. So this is one. Also the lack of incentives. So today it's very difficult for builders to create the right incentives model, to create the round tokens and stuff. So we're creating all the tools to make that easy and to define the rules attached to this incentives mechanism. And the third one is the composability in the off-chain world, that every database, every infrastructure is quite siloed. It's kind of siloed, and it's very difficult for them to interact with each other. So we are creating this agnostic layer for enabling them to basically interact with each other to create new data sets and new sources of knowledge that can be leveraged by any application. So we're making new things. We are making developers able to do new things and create new kind of use cases through crypto.
Very cool. 2 great use cases so far, and this is all leading somewhere. You're going to find out here in a second. Martin, what about you? Use cases?
Yeah, so Enride operates in the same kind of use cases as SwordChain, obviously. What we're doing is a system to match drivers with riders, and the intention is to enable the creation of apps, like decentralized version of Uber, Deliveroo, last mile delivery, these types of things. And the cool thing is that all the apps that implement this protocol are interoperable, and they share the same pool of drivers. So that reduces a massive barrier to entry. So one of the things that we're trying to, sorry, I forgot, I lost my train of thought. But
solve for.
Yeah, exactly. That's the use cases that we're solving for. Yeah.
Right. Cool. And Fabio?
So I think I can do it in 2 parts. From an L1 perspective, like Corium, what it's trying to solve for developers is to make it more easy and secure to token issuance, and being able to use advanced minting properties directly on-chain and just from the get-go. And I guess from a user standpoint, I have to talk a little bit about our background. I would say before Corium, the Sologenic Development Foundation is kind of like one of the backers of the project. And on that side of things, we built the leading the leading ecosystem on XRP. Nobody really built on XRP back then. This was 2 years ago. But we really saw an opportunity, and we built a DEX, which is, I would say it's the largest trading volume on that chain. And what I'm trying to get at is the problem we were trying to solve there is to bring tokenized assets such as commodities, securities, ETFs, stocks, traditional finance assets into the blockchain, and kind of like tearing down the wall between these assets and blockchain-based assets like cryptocurrencies, stablecoins. So we built an asset tokenization platform there. And we still have that as the regulated side of the company, of course, because it has to have a license to operate and whatnot. And what I'm trying to get at is that when we built this L1, this Corium, we wanted to give this functionality to control the tokens issuance from the get-go from an L1 perspective. And to simplify it, the vision is to embed smart contracts within tokens so they can execute functions independently while operating on the chain storage. Yeah.
Got it. So I just heard 4 fantastic use cases, but now it's time for the crypto skeptic to enter the room. Everyone boo. Boo. No, come on, you can do boo. Yeah, we don't like the crypto skeptic. So diving a little bit deeper into what we were just talking about. So Molly Wood, everyone knows Molly Wood, Warren Buffett, and Stephen Dahl, that guy. They argue crypto is a thing looking for a use case, right? Everyone's heard this argument before, right? A recent tweet from Stephen Dahl, quote, "The crypto ideology is the flat eartherism equivalent of finance, a complete belief in absurdities untempered by any evidence to the contrary, so that a few grifters can defraud the public and enrich themselves. Crypto is all a scam," end quote. Bold words from a man yelling at the clouds on Twitter. Am I right, guys? But I kind of want to get your opinions on this. What do you say to the skeptics that argue, crypto is a scam? That is a thing in search of a use case. You guys just all described 4 use cases. Do you guys take offense to those comments? Maybe start with you, Fabio.
I think the first thing I would say to this person would be if they actually know how the Federal Reserve of their own currency, for example, the US, works. Like what parameters do they use to print money and whatnot. Like 10 years ago, a dollar was worth something different than what it's worth today. And I'm sure like if you ask this person, he would not be able to explain what the parameters. And if you talk about blockchain, right, all of the protocols have this on chain. We know what are the rules for tokens to be issued, if it's a deflationary, if it's an inflationary blockchain, everything's transparent. So I think the first thing crypto is solving is transparency and just democratizing the access to information and yeah, that money in general. Yeah.
Solves it, yeah. Snaps to that. Martin, what are your thoughts? Did you take offense to those comments?
No, not at all. And I think it's funny because I actually had the pleasure of having beers with Stephen some years ago in London. And
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and actually at the time they had just closed a funding round for his blockchain startup, and he wasn't that critical back then, so, I think something happened along the way. But no, more seriously, I don't take offense, obviously, in what he says, and I think what I would say to him is just to look around and it's an observation that there's cool people building cool stuff, and we're all here to build the products that we want to use, the internet that we want to have. And that's what we're here for. So,
yeah. Theo, thoughts?
Yeah, my answer is okay, boomer. I mean, the obvious answer. No, seriously, I don't take offense. I think I understand where that comment may come from. I mean, the main use case is crypto. In crypto is still speculation. So, I mean, I understand why they say that, but I mean, it's missing the forest for the trees. Is that the right expression? It's because we're building something new. There is a lot of experiments, and of course, a lot of them fail. I mean, if we can, DeFi is a lot of crazy experiments, and it basically started with programmable money, and now we have all kind of use cases, and the composability enable different protocols to interact with each other. I mean, the Terra thing, for example, when it happened, Terra is kind of beautiful in how it was built. It's just that it was not resilient enough, and it happened. It was a kind of also. I mean, you can talk about tokenomics, but it's also a kind of Ponzinomics. Like it's always this fine limit between what is finance and or is it a Ponzi or is it not? I mean, but there is some virtue to it. I think through these experiments, we are building, I guess, the building blocks for what's coming tomorrow in a more digitalized world where AI takes over. I mean, the money of AI, the internet money, won't be dollars in a bank account. It will be programmable, and especially as the world gets more interconnected even more. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, and I think it's here to stay, and I think we're all here building and innovating, so it will stick. So I don't take offense.
Yeah, he just needs to attend more AWESOMWASM events, in my opinion. Dennis, any quick thoughts closing up on this?
I also don't get offended by this. Obviously, these are like old people or like, as you said, okay boomer. But I also see where that's coming from because we've seen a lot of projects maybe without any utility or without any real life use case, I'd say. And people were just rushing to it just to get some 100x gains and profits. So I see where that's coming from. But with all that being said, haven't these people using like old economy financial instruments and stuffs, are they scam? I mean, that's like a question. So I think the real value is to show the utility of what we're doing, and most importantly, to solve the real-life problems, because that's also kind of supports their thesis, because also in many projects that we've seen in the past, they're saying that, okay, we're doing this in a Web3 way, but is doing it in a Web3 way actually solving the problem? Or are you doing it for the sake of doing it that way? So that's also like another aspect of it. And I think, in my opinion, the perspective of these people could change if we were to show them that this problem wasn't solvable if it wasn't for blockchain or like distributed ledger systems.
Yeah, I really like the Web 2, Web 3 use case, and I'll get into that in a little bit. I don't want to get too far ahead, but I kind of want to expand a little bit. We talked a little bit about the problems your projects are solving. We talked a little bit about the skeptics and what their thoughts are. There's some pretty well-known use cases in crypto already, you know, DeFi applications, NFTs, cross-border payments, gaming. These are some pretty well-known ones, but from where you guys stand, what are some interesting use cases that maybe haven't caught too much attention yet, or maybe haven't been noticed by the general, you know, Web3 community or Web 2 community? Is there anything that sticks out in your minds in terms of use cases with crypto that either haven't been developed or maybe just aren't getting recognized quite yet? And maybe we can start with you again, Fabio.
Well, first things I think for people to stop seeing it as a scam is because they need to see the problem being solved without actually knowing it is Web3, right? You need to look at the interface as if it is actually something you could use every day and get used to. And right now, like you mentioned, there's a lot of DeFi. Well, I wouldn't say right now. I would say in the past 2 years, those were the headlines, right? Like DeFi protocols, NFT marketplaces. And now I think the next buzzword would be this type of use cases that are just bringing Web 2 and Web 3 together. Having said that, can you repeat the question? I just got lost a little bit.
No, you're fine. I was just taking notes because I want to follow up on something you said. But what are some use cases that are currently available in crypto that maybe just haven't caught on or just are lesser known?
I still haven't seen anyone do event ticketing, like mass event ticketing right. I still see, for example, Ticketmaster as a platform that is completely centralized, and you know the problem that scalpers generate, the problem, bots buying tickets right off that they go on sale. I think there's something there that I'm sure someone has figured it out, but I still haven't seen it like mass adopted in a way. I would say that tickets. Then I would say custom rewards programs. This is something I've seen in some cases, but I haven't seen a big company adopt this and really, for example, assign a soulbound token to each employee, and this soulbound token, which could be fungible, not fungible, unlocks certain rewards on e-commerce stores or partner stores. You know, there's a whole ecosystem to build there, and that ties up to one of the use cases that we're trying to work on, which is just programmable blockchain assets. I'll leave room for everyone else to speak.
No, you're
Pass it
good.
on to you.
Yeah, so some of the projects I'm really interested in are at the networking layer, things like Helium or NKN, because they solve a real problem in terms of like building decentralized mobile applications. Peer-to-peer mobile applications is difficult because normally mobile devices don't have a public IP address, so they can't expose a server over the regular internet. And there are ways to get around that, centralized sort of solutions to that. But these projects like NKN and Helium are solving that using blockchain in a decentralized way, and I think that's really cool.
Cool.
Yeah, for me, I love projects who try to have an impact on the real world. And I mean, a crazy example was Steppen back in the craze. That was this small app where people could just walk and earn tokens. I mean, it's pretty useless, let's say, but still, it had an impact in some ways, and it incentivized people to do something. And I think it's a great experiment. And I think now there are a lot of use cases that are trying. Let's say it's not working as the scale we want yet, but for example, let's say Demo is one example of a project that try to incentivize data collection about vehicle data. Maybe it's also aligned with Source and Vision. There is a project that's called Golden that do curation and data of knowledge graph. So let's say a global open Wikipedia that is incentivized, and so that's also something that is worth working on. Other projects like Delphia. Delphia is like an algorithm that is trained by many participants to beat the market from private data. So basically you share your credit card data, your bank data in a way that, of course, is secured. And you can train that algorithm, and it has an impact on the decision of that algorithm, and maybe trade the market for profits because it finds some alpha, basically. So this is just experiments, but I think once we succeed to have, like, first the right infrastructure to build this kind of experiments, that's what we're doing to KP4. So, but also have the right use cases at scale. I mean, that's going to unlock a lot of new users coming into the space, and that's pretty exciting.
Cool. And wrapping it up?
I think the storage and compute networks, like Akash, obviously, I think there's like a still, I'd say, really underrated, or maybe like still has a lot of unlocked value, which will be unlocked in the future, especially once the edge computing methods and like the individual compute power in each person's home gets to a point that they can actually do stuff like, I don't know, running the ChatGPT on its own, which we're actually seeing this case lately. I think then we will definitely need a trustless and like a decentralized network which connects all of it and which provides incentive for these people to run these nodes because they will have an actual use case. Someone will want to use ChatGPT, but they don't want to use the OpenAI's centralized servers and whatsoever. So that's where it's going to go, in my opinion. And this also follows the privacy-preserving systems as well. It's also still in its infancy. Things like Secret Network or like similar projects, I think they're also great, but still not very well known in terms of what the value they provide or, yeah.
Right. So kind of, and this wasn't on my list of questions, but you're talking about mass adoption, and you're talking about people using Web3 and not realizing it's Web3. So I kind of want to formulate a question around that. So in terms of use cases, do you feel like the way to mass adoption is introducing something into the market that is Web3, people don't know it's Web3, and that's just a good way to kind of go about doing it? Or do you feel like it's important for people to understand that this is part of a bigger thing outside of the Web 2 world? I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, to be honest, and I can safely say this is our vision with Corium, we believe mass adoption will come from institutions. So that means people don't really need to understand what the difference is between Web 2 and Web 3. They just need to sense that their problem is being solved. So in that way, if we talk about L1s specifically, I really believe in purpose-built layer 1s, because they really allow this these chains to have, you know, high throughput and all of the buzzwords that come with the Cosmos, right? That's why I'm excited to be here. But yeah, we believe adoption will come from institutions, and that's why the more tools we have for this, you know, large-scale institutions to adopt blockchain, I think it's the better. And in that sense, the use cases that I was talking about, you know, event ticketing, I was talking about custom reward payments. These are just surface-level use cases. Like, if anything, you can take Web 2 use cases and update it to Web 3. The ChatGPT example is a good one. For example, you interact with the interface, it's very familiar, right? It feels like a web browser or a chat interface. You put a prompt, you get a reply. So it's very user-friendly, but then people take it a step forward, right? Like some projects take the OpenAI API and then build an even easier interface for people to get better prompts, right? So I think that it's the same way with blockchains, right? Like we could think of ChatGPT, the base model, as a layer 1, and then these other applications built on top of it that makes it even more easier as dApps that are built on it. I like to think of it that way.
Right.
Yeah, I think from a technical perspective, people don't need to know how things work so much in the background, like that is Web3. That being said, I think the cool thing of Web3 is that users can have a role to play in building the product through things like DAOs and things like that. And that aspect is I think, a huge plus of the Web3 thing. So.
Any final thoughts before I move on to the next question?
I also agree, but also from a developer's perspective, it is also important to abstract away the lower level details as well, because we need to develop more and more dApps, which will lead to use cases. But if we want to onboard more developers, we also have to abstract away the lower level details, which is, I think, still missing in many of the projects. As an L1 co-founder, I also see this as a huge problem, which we're also trying to address.
I was going to add something really quick. I think the power of people being able to understand how Web3 differentiates for big tech and just overall Web2, because they can be a part of the success, right? Like that's why Web3 projects have an educational approach to it, because they grow with their community. And I feel like even if we believe institutions are going to drive mass adoption, like people that are early in the protocol, sorry, not early, but they are part of the community. They have a stake on it, and they know they're going to be part of that success. And it's not centralized, as we know. It's decentralized. Yeah.
Right. So kind of within the same vein, we're talking about kind of Web 2, Web 3. When you kind of examine the Web 2 landscape, you come across numerous free services, right? Free in quotes, like Gmail, Twitter, YouTube, ChatGPT, just to mention a few. Now the latest trend is, Meta's Threads. Any Threads users out here? I'm still trying to get my head around it. It seems just like it's a weird Twitter. I don't know. But it's commonly believed that, free is favorable, right? It's free. However, there's an age-old adage that suggests if a product is free, there's a high likelihood that you, as the user, are the actual product, right? Selling data. So considering the availability and, more importantly, the usability of these free Web 2 products, how can crypto democratize these services and render them genuinely free or ultimately affordable? Big question.
Yeah.
Feel free to jump in.
Yeah, so it's a huge question, but I think the thing we have, and that is pretty new, the thing we developed through crypto is that there is tokens now. And tokens, they empower the open source vision, and they give the financial incentives to contribute to something that is open source. And by contributing to something that is open source and something that is decentralized, let's say we can use blockchain and different protocols as, let's say, minimally extractive coordinators. So they in a way, so they can enable these use cases, for example, social networks you mentioned, they can enable that in a way that is minimally extractive. So it's fully open sourced, it's fully transparent, it's a protocol, basically. But still, you have all the economic incentives embedded to maintain, to develop such protocol, and also to incentivize developers to come and to make that better than private companies can do. And this is, I think it's as exponential potential, and I think that eventually the open source vision will succeed, not because it's just ideologically better, but because economically it makes sense for an individual to contribute to open source code and to decentralize solutions rather than join a private company that is controlling all the IP and all the data and everything. So I just think we have embedded the right economic incentives thanks to token, and we are developing the right primitives to onboard and incentivize the brightest mind to contribute to such technology.
Yeah, I also
snaps to that, huh, guys? Yeah. Give me some snaps. Go ahead.
Yeah, the open source aspect is really important, I guess, because right now, as an open source developer, or maybe like 10 years ago, you didn't really have any incentive other than some kudos from the community. But now you can actually track the whole progress, everyone's contribution, and get some payments or some kind of value out of it. I think this is the first part, and also the privacy-preserving systems again will play a huge role in this. I also kind of keep them in the same basket with the blockchain technologies because they really don't mean a lot in terms of mass adoption on their own. But if we actually utilize these kinds of protocols like ZK proofs or even like fully homomorphic encryption types of things, we can actually have people's data. We can prove to the people that their data is in fact not circulating around unencrypted, tied to them and whatnot. Of course, this will take some time, but I think that's also like a really important aspect to go from the web to don't do evil to can't do evil kind of approach.
Right. I was going to add something really simple to continue what you were saying. So you have open source, and then it brings modularity, right? The ability to grab code that you didn't do and implement it to your applications. And then you have on-chain data. And all of these things, ultimately what they do is they provide you with more business model ideas, right? You have more to play with as a business in crypto, with tokens as well. And that's ultimately what it is. I think that's the key difference.
Yeah, I was just going to say, going back to the free thing, I think there's nothing wrong. There's nothing inherently wrong with charging for a service. But what we can do is just try to create products that are owned by the community, things like that. That's where we can improve on.
So kind of pivoting a little bit, but in the same vein, I feel like it would do us a disservice. We're talking about use cases, which means usability of a product at some point. I do want to talk about the crypto industry and UX. Do you feel like the crypto industry has a UX problem? Do we need to take UX more seriously? Because if you look at Web 2, you can just jump right on and go, right? Like Threads, it took me 1 second and I had an app up and going. So from your opinions, do you feel like the crypto industry has a UX problem that would help increase additional use cases?
I would say definitely. Like I'm working on an end user app, and it's onboarding users is very difficult. You have to, there's several different tokens involved. You have to pay fees, all that stuff. So there's a lot of work still to be done on that side.
Who would you say is, from your guys' top of minds, who do you think are maybe some projects that are doing a fantastic jobs in user experience and within their projects?
For me, DAO.
DAO?
DAO is amazing, yeah. It's super easy to use.
Yeah, I think Osmosis is a good example. Of course, there are like a lot of room for improvement, but in terms of like DEX, what else can it give to you? So it's a great example, and this is something we have been discussing with my partner. Actually, she's like a UX researcher, and she's been telling me that this is actually like a huge problem because we can't even have simple wallets that we can, like a normal, regular user, do simple transactions. They need to see a bunch of different hash IDs, and they don't know what they are, but they don't have to know. So it needs to be, but also that's, I think, like a security and reliability problem also. Without having those, giving a good UX is really not easy because they need to trust at some point to the app.
Cool. Oh, did you have something?
Well, I think it's the real problem is UX versus security, because having to go to certain steps that are necessary to, for example, create a wallet, it's a bit constraining for UX designers to create a very seamless flow. Like, for example, you cannot click on you forgot your password and you get your your passphrase, right? Because then we would be storing it. So I think that's the battle we are addressing. I do think it's going to get better. It's an early industry, right? So I definitely think it's something that we were looking into. But for example, there are projects that, like Trust Wallet or WebAuth, and those entry points, I still believe they're important, and even exchanges, they are the entry point to the industry right now, and I do respect them in that sense, but at some point, like I said, it's going to be like, you don't even realize you're interacting with Web3, it's going to feel natural, and that's the goal.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe just to jump on the thread aspect, thread subject, I think there is another story that Zuckerberg, he announced that he's going to be using a decentralized technology that is called, if I remember well, Social Pub, that was developed by W3C in 2018. And this technology basically is decentralized and enable you to have all your followers and your following the same in every different app. Maybe you could comment from Twitter a photo in Instagram, and Zuckerberg is going to use that. So maybe he's the one who will solve the UX problem, but I don't think so. But definitely maybe something to be inspired there, because the apps are awesome, and there is a network effect already, so maybe we can kind of be pirates and hijack his initiative if he's going in the wrong way. Let's hope so, but no.
Cool. So we only have about 2 minutes or so left. So I'm going to do a lightning round. We're going to try to keep it fun, fast, and fresh. I don't know, 4 Fs. So let's go. I'll kind of start at the end here and just kind of run down. So favorite current crypto project outside of your own?
Well, we work a lot with Ripple, so I'll say Ripple. Yeah.
Ripple.
NKN.
What was it?
NKN.
NKN.
Yeah, it's the networking layer thing.
Got it.
So we're talking about use cases, and I think stablecoin is the main use cases in crypto besides speculation. So maybe Reflexer, that has, so it's a project on Ethereum that is about ungovernance. So it's about removing the governance from the protocol. And as a stablecoin, it makes a lot of sense. Also, it's collateralized completely by ETH, so it also makes sense. It's not backed by, it's not stable to the dollar, but something else. Basically, it's interesting also to open our minds, because in Cosmos we're very governance intensive, and that's great for good reasons. But for some use cases like stablecoin, it makes sense to be more on the other side and remove the governance. So,
favorite crypto project?
I'll say Atom, but it'll sound pretty cheesy in this conference probably. But yeah, I really like it due to many of its aspects. And I also kind of like Avalanche. That's also like a really good protocol.
I'm a little bit disheartened because I work at Akash and you guys didn't mention Akash. Come on, guys. What's that
Akash,
all about? Now, let's do it again, but say Akash. Favorite crypto project?
Akash.
What about you? All right, give it up for these guys.
that's for sure, man. Akash.
Goes without saying. All right, we got about 50 seconds left. Super fast lightning round. Favorite city outside of Berlin? Lightning.
Rome.
I was going to say Rome as well.
Oh, 2 Romes.
Oh, really? Neuchâtel.
I'll say Istanbul.
Istanbul. Oh, that's good. All right, and the last one. Is this the best panel you've ever been on? Yes or no?
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, these guys know. Let's give a big round of applause for our guests here today. Thank you guys for Martin, Dennis, Fabio, Theo. Thank you for joining our session.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we got one more talk, but we'll get these guys off stage. Thanks again, guys.
Thank you.
All right. I knew you wanted to say, he said he wanted to say Akash at first, but he didn't want to, you know. All right, let me see. I think we've got one more thing here. So, all right. So now I think we're ready. Are we ready? I think we're ready. We have a very special treat here. For AWESOMWASM's 2023 Berlin closing remarks, I have the pleasure and privilege to welcome someone who needs no introduction. Please welcome CEO and CTO of Konfio, Ethan Frey.
Hello. All right. Awesome. Awesome to see you here. This has been an amazing time. Who here has been enjoying this conference? I want to hear claps. Awesome. I've been here too. It's been amazing to see all of you here. So many great conversations, so many great people, and just keep hearing over and over again what a good time it's been. Not just the location. So first of all, big shout out to Misong, to Sarah, and to WAGME for this amazing location. Thank you so much. And really making this place there. And I think really big thanks out to everyone who came here to these conversations. have been amazing. Like, I like a lot of these talks. A lot of times I'm like, oh, there's 2 talks. I want to go at the same time. And then I'm talking to someone outside. So it's been almost too much and too many good things here. So really, really, for all the people who have showed up here, the presentations, the talks, and also the attendees and just the conversations happening outside, it's been really, really nice. And I feel like a lot of collaboration here. So it's been, I hope you all felt the same thing. I've seen so many different connections here, making introductions, and felt so much collaboration, people seeing not my product versus your project, but together we can build something even better. Because, I mean, really, we're all little chains in this cosmos, and cosmos is a little fish in blockchain, and blockchain is a little fish in the world. So trying to fight over big fish in a small pond is kind of ridiculous, and we can come together and become like, grow in the big pond. So I feel that, and I've really been feeling that here too. A lot of people are coming together, seeing how we can collaborate, how we can build bigger, and how together we can actually build something, meaningful. So thank you all for coming here with open minds and for sharing. And it's been really, really an amazing time. Cool. And I also want to thank you for coming along this journey. As I saw my opening talk, this 4 years of WASM, it was this inspired dream that was hacked together and turning into something that's actually on mainnets and bigger. And more people have kind of come to it and felt the inspiration, added to it, contributed their own pieces to it, built new protocols and language on top of it. So it's really cool to see it growing and ecosystem flourishing. And I feel honored to be able to not just have written it and built a team together, but have an whole ecosystem of dozens or more projects building and contributing and shaping this larger WASM world. So it's been very, very inspiring to me, and I feel honored that can happen. So I'm going off, and as I mentioned before, I'm going sabbatical. I'm leaving after here. I'll be around in the Hack WASM a little bit, mentoring a few things, and then I'll be disconnecting. I need to disconnect and refresh, but it's really feeling heartening here to see so many connections. I really, really look forward to seeing everything people here are building. Keep on believing, keep on collaborating, keep on. Let's work on funding, and more than that, let's make on building something meaningful, shipping it, and getting it out there, because I think there's so much more that can be built. And so many ideas are built, and just that collaboration, communication really make things better rather than redoing the wheel. So yeah, I thank all of you for believing, creating, and shaping this. And Confio is maintaining the core of WASM, but that's not WASM. Confio is not WASM. WASM is all of you, is all of us, is all of us creating it and deciding what it can be. And more than just the technical stuff, it's the social aspects around it. I think one of the great things about Ethereum was the dev community around it, the community that formed around it back in the day, right? That's a differentiator. When these Ethereum killers came out, like EOS, right? They died because they didn't have the community. They had the money, they didn't have the community. And I think one thing that's really, really powerful about Ethereum was the dev community, the passion, the belief, and the innovation around Ethereum. And it still is. And it limits some ways because you have to Ethereum. And I felt Cosmos was another community that came out there with this belief, this passion. And a lot of things have kind of stumbled along the way in Cosmos, let's say. But it's great to see, at least in this networking here, so much of that feeling of we can create, and together we can all dream, we can create, we can share, and we can build something greater. So yeah, I really admire that. It feels great to be able to be part of creating that. And thank you all for being part of maintaining that. And now I want to come up to the stage, Misang and Sarah, and give them a special thanks. Please come up here and give you a big thanks for organizing the event. I've heard over and over again, this is such an amazing event. How do you do it? Great job, Ethan. This is the event, the seaside, the riverside, this place, the lighting. So please come there. And Catherine, if you want to come here too. No, okay. Thank you both. Just, if you want to say any words to this, I think really these two people, everyone thanked me for making this event awesome. I did almost nothing. They did it. So big applause here for everything.
Thank you. I was so happy. I mean, actually, I was so nervous. What if, this person doesn't come? What if, everything goes wrong? What if? And it was really tough journey, like for the last 9 months. But I'm so happy that it all turned out really well. Everybody said it was successful and thanked us for making this opportunity to gather all the COSMWASM community together. So, and personally, I was also honored to make this happen. And I'm very happy that, yesterday somebody told me that Confio has created this, I don't know how to explain, it's very, very human, very, the culture, which is very like positive vibes, and it translates, and that's the main difference between other crypto conference, and that made me really happy. Anyway, thank you everyone. We all are winners. Thank you.
All right, I'm good.
Just thank you.
Cool. Yeah, well, so it's not over yet. This is the end of the conference. It's been 2 intense days, and I think a lot of people are also kind of tired from all the talks, all the ideas, socializing in a very good way. After this, I know there is a few events. There's correct me if I'm wrong, missing something. I know Dora Hacks is doing a happy hour, and after that, do not miss the AWESOMWASM after party. It's going to be amazing. We're in Berlin. Stay up late. Come out. It's going to be an amazing thing. You can sleep in tomorrow. HackWASM starts sometime late, sometime in the afternoon. You can sleep in late. Don't worry. Don't know to go to bed tonight. And it'll be great. And then, starting tomorrow afternoon, HackWASM. 4-day hours of hacking and producing crazy ideas. So many inspiration here. And you don't have to build it all, but prototyping it. I look forward to seeing that these collaborations and conversations here, if they can turn into prototypes and demos of what can be, this can inspire the next round. COSMWASM can have a hackathon. Mesh security can have a hackathon. What else can come out of a hackathon? What are you going to create? I'll see you this weekend. Thank you all. All right, and before we go, one last thing. Want everyone up here to do a big selfie? No? Selfie? Selfie? Me? Selfie? Everyone selfie? No, you with everyone. Okay. All right, I guess I take a selfie here with everyone out. Okay. So cheer. On 3, say COSMWASM. COSMWASM. Awesome. There's also a photo booth here, isn't there?
Yeah, but this is another one.
Awesome. There's also a photo booth. If you haven't taken a picture yet, grab someone from their favorite team, jump in the photo booth, and take a picture. I'll see you guys. See you tonight. See you on tomorrow at the HackWASM.
In the way that our kisses taste